Chapter 275. The place where Gu Jiao went to see patients today was a 3-story house in the east of the city. The old master in the house was a scholar and taught at the nearby academy. The madam's family was quite wealthy, so their family background was not bad. The patient this time was their eldest son. He was 20 years old this year and had just passed the county-level examination. The family was very happy, but unfortunately, he had contracted a serious illness a few days ago. They sent him to a nearby clinic, but they were turned away, saying that it was smallpox and that he should stay at home to be treated. The clinic had prescribed medicine, but after taking it for a few days they did not get better. They had heard from a student at the academy that the Miracle Hands Hall had good medical skills, so they went to ask for help. Who knew that it would be a female doctor? The husband and wife were disappointed. Gu Jiao had been practicing medicine for a long time, so she was used to this kind of look. There were no female doctors in Zhao country, so the status of female doctors was low. It was not something that she could change with just a few accidents. She did not have any ambition to be a great person. Gu Jiao entered the room. Since she was already here, the husband and wife could not refuse her treatment. The county-level scholar's mental condition was not very good. Lying on the bed, he was somewhat panicked and irritated. From his symptoms, fever, headache, papules, it was indeed similar to smallpox. But after careful examination, Gu Jiao found that it was not the case. It's an allergic rash, Gu Jiao said. This was a severe allergic reaction. It was not easy for him to survive until today. Many severe allergic reactions could cause shock or suffocation. It could only be said that this county-level scholar was very lucky. Gu Jiao took out a few tablets of loratadine from the small medicine box and put them in a porcelain bottle. She handed it to the husband and wife. Once a day, 1 tablet at a time. Swallow it with warm water. After eating, come to the clinic for a follow-up examination. This is it. The wife looked at the small medicine bottle in her hand and opened her mouth in disbelief. But they said it was smallpox. Gu Jiao said. He has a mild cold and an allergic rash. At first glance it does look like smallpox, but he really isn't. The two of you don't have to worry. However, allergic rash was not a minor illness. If it became serious, it could be fatal at any time. He was lucky this time, but he had to be more careful in the future. What did he touch that made him like this? The woman recalled carefully and said, that day, he ate a peach. In the afternoon he started to feel uncomfortable all over. I didn't pay much attention to it. I just thought that the peach's fur was stuck to his body. I let him take a bath and he seemed to feel better. The next day it was even worse. Gu Jiao did not have an allergen test paper for the time being, so she could only try to keep the patient away from peaches. Don't let him come into contact with peaches in the future. Okay. The woman agreed. She was clearly a young female doctor, but why was her words inexplicably convincing? No matter what, other doctors would not be able to cure his son. He could only try this young female doctor's method first. The woman went into the house to feed her son the medicine. Xiao Sanzi received the consultation fee. The consultation fee was 2 taels of silver, and the medical fee was 1 tael of silver. This was at the foot of the emperor, so this fee was already considered very generous. Gu Jiao carried a small basket out of the house and got into the carriage. Xiao Sanzi took the consultation fee and sat on the outer seat. He said to Gu Jiao, Miss Gu, are we going back? Gu Jiao nodded, yes, let's go back. There was nothing else. Okay. Xiao Sanzi grabbed the horsewhip and drove the carriage forward slowly. The carriage had not gone far when suddenly, several men on horses galloped over. They were extremely fast and did not care about the people on the street. The people hurriedly avoided them, but there was still an old man who could not avoid them. His courage was knocked over and he fell to the ground. The main culprit did not even look back and left. The old man fell on the side of the road and could not get up for a long time. This naturally caused a lot of sighs. A young man who was not from the city spoke. He asked the shop assistant who came out to watch the scene, brother, isn't this at the foot of the emperor? How can someone dare to ride a horse like this? The shop assistant said, you don't know? Didn't you see the clothes they were wearing? The young man said, they were too fast, I didn't pay attention. The shop assistant looked at the back of the few people and said, they are people from the marshal's mansion. Marshall's mansion? The young man frowned. He had not been in the capital for long, and was not clear about the situation in the capital. The shop assistant patiently explained, they were originally general of Agile Cavalry of Hushan Barracks. A few days ago, they were conferred the title of Marshal of the World's Army. Those people are from the Marshal's mansion. The young man was puzzled. So arrogant? The shop assistant hurriedly made a shushing gesture. Sure, you can't talk nonsense. They must have an urgent matter. Otherwise they would not be like this. What urgent matter? They almost killed someone on the street. Everyone knew that this was just an excuse, but no one dared to expose the truth. The general of Agile Cavalry surnamed Tang was Empress Dowager Zhuang's confidant. When Empress Dowager Zhuang returned from her illness, the first thing she did was promote him to Marshal of the World's Army. She openly took away Marquis Xianping's military power. Sister, the people of Tang Manor are too much. In a tea house facing the street, a girl in purple said to the Taoist nun opposite her, this is not the first time they have used their power to bully people. Earlier in Willow Lane, I saw a servant of Tang Manor beating up a commoner. They said that the commoner owed Tang Manor money, but even if they owed money, they could not beat him up like that. The Taoist nun did not speak and only quietly sipped her tea. The purple-clothed girl leaned on the table, leaned in front of her, and whispered, elder sister, do you think that the rumor is true? The Taoist nun looked at her. What rumor? The girl in purple said, that Marshal Tang is the Empress Dowager's illegitimate son. The Taoist nun looked at her coldly. Do you want to die? The girl in purple stuck out her tongue, a bit intimidated by her sister, but still mustered up her courage and said, I heard that the Empress Dowager almost married Princess Ning'an to him. The Taoist nun pushed her sister back to her seat, looked at the noisy street and said, Ziwan, go help that old man and buy all his tea. Yes. The servant girl on the side bowed and was about to go downstairs when she heard the Taoist nun say, forget it, there's no need. Someone has already gone. The servant girl and the girl in purple looked at the old man at the same time, and saw a girl in green walk through the crowd to help him up. Ah, sister. It's her. The girl in purple recognized Gu Jiao, the one who gave the top scorer a flower hairpin. No, the top scorer of the 3 tripod cauldrons gave her a flower hairpin. Why is she here? The girl in purple still could not forget the new top scorer and thought of the girl who had been treated differently by the new top scorer. She was not good-looking, but after the flower hairpin incident, her appearance and dressing had become popular in the capital. Even the girl in purple had a small flower on her face. The Taoist nun looked at Gu Jiao and murmured, yes, it's really fate. After Gu Jiao helped the old man up, she bought a caddy of tea leaves from him. Perhaps the surrounding people felt that their behavior of standing by and doing nothing was worse than a little girl's, so they also bought the old man's tea leaves one after another. The basket of tea bags was sold out in an instant. Thank you, miss, thank you. The old man cupped his hands and thanked her excitedly. Gu Jiao turned around and got into the carriage. The Taoist nun didn't withdraw her gaze until the carriage disappeared at the end of the street. Gu Jiao gave the tea leaves she bought to Xiao Sanzi and then returned to Bishui Alley. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun hadn't returned yet, so little Jing Kong went to his master's place. Senior servant Fong was cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Lulang plunged into the study and didn't even notice Gu Jiao pushing the door open. It was rare for him to be so absent-minded. Gu Jiao walked over and found that he was drawing. What is this? Gu Jiao asked. The light in the room was a little dim. She wanted to see the drawing clearly, so she moved closer. When Xiao Lulang heard her voice, her forehead was very close to his. Her warm breath intertwined with his. Xiao Liulang's heart suddenly jumped. His eyelashes trembled slightly. He felt that he should avoid her, but he didn't move. Arithmetic. Xiao Lulang said. I'm cutting a circle. Cutting a circle? You want to calculate the ancestral rate? Gu Jiao wasn't sure if the ratio of pi was called the ancestral rate in this spacetime. You know about the ancestral rate? Xiao Lulang was very surprised. Even though he knew that she had a lot of secrets, he didn't know that she had so many secrets and knew about the ancestral rate. Hearing that it was the ancestral rate, Gu Jiao understood that this spacetime also had parts that overlapped with the spacetime she lived in. For example, pi. Originally, Lu Hui calculated it to 4 decimals and called it the Hui ratio. Later, Lord Zhu calculated it to 7 decimals and called it the ancestral rate. Among them, Lu Hui and the Wei and Jin dynasties used the circle-cutting technique. No matter which spacetime it was, Lord Zhu's fixing technique was lost. Otherwise, Xiao Lulang would be using the fixing technique now. The circle-cutting technique used the area of a regular polygon inside a circle to infinitely approximate the area of a circle. It was a method to find the ratio of pi. Cut to make it smaller and lose less. Cut again and again until it can't be cut, and then combine with the circle and lose nothing. Lu Hui started from the hexagon in the circle, and cut the 3072 hexagons. Only then was he able to accurately calculate the number between 1415 and 1416. The amount of calculation was huge and terrifying. If he used calculus, it would be much faster. Gu Jiao did not change her expression and said, "I heard it from the students in the girls' school." The girls' school also had arithmetic classes, but Xiao Lulang was not clear about the specific content. However, he knew that Gu Jiao was extremely smart. If she really heard it, she might not forget it. Gu Jiao said again, "Why did you suddenly think of calculating this? Is it the homework of the Hanlin Academy?" "No." Xiao Lulang shook his head. He hesitated for a moment, but still told her about the little Jingkong and Teacher Sunday. He mainly wanted to verify if the little Jingkong's ancestral rate and those arithmetic questions were taught to him by Gu Jiao. As for making Teacher Sun cry and making a bet, he skipped over it. He only said that they had a harmonious discussion about the ancestral rate. Gu Jiao nodded and shook her head. She did teach little Jingkong arithmetic, but she did not teach him those questions, nor did she talk about the ancestral rate. Can he recite such a long ancestral rate? Gu Jiao was very surprised. Xiao Lulang called little Jingkong in. When little Jingkong saw Gu Jiao, he almost thought that his bad brother-in-law had secretly told on him. However, when he saw that Gu Jiao's expression was normal, he secretly felt relieved. Xiao Lulang said, "Recite the ancestral rate that you recited in front of Teacher Sun again." Little Jingkong recited it obediently. Xiao Lulang said, "I don't know if it's right, so I have to calculate it." Most people would never believe that little Jingkong was right because there were only 7 numbers in the book, but he recited 17. Xiao Lulang did not immediately deny little Jingkong. It was not that he felt that little Jingkong was right, but he had no way to prove that little Jingkong was wrong. He would not use his status to oppress people just because he was older and had studied for more than 10 years. A scolding might be able to subdue a child, but it was not because the child was convinced, but because the child had given up on his desire to learn. Gu Jiao knew that little Jingkong's recitation was completely correct. "Who taught you that?" Gu Jiao asked. "I read it in a book," little Jingkong said. "What book? Can you show it to us?" Gu Jiao asked again. "Of course." Little Jingkong ran out and rummaged through his pile of small rags for a while, and found a yellowed book with curly edges. He found a booklet and handed it to Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, here." Gu Jiao took the booklet and read it together with Xiao Lulang. With just a glance, the two of them were stunned. Gu Jiao was stunned because she saw familiar words and formulas. Xiao Lulang was stunned because he saw patterns and words that he did not understand. At the same time, under these strange words and patterns, there were annotations in another language. It was the language of the Yin Kingdom. No wonder little Jingkong could understand some of it. He had been learning the language of the Yin Kingdom recently. It was strange that he had a book from the Yin Kingdom. And Xiao Lulang turned to the last page and saw a big royal seal on it. He gasped. Could this be the letter of credence of the Yin Kingdom? The Yin Kingdom was the most powerful country among the 6 countries, but who would have thought that it was just a small country a few decades ago? Suddenly, a powerful state preceptor came to the Yin Kingdom one day. He brought 6 ancient books with him. The Yin Kingdom rose like a bamboo shoot after a spring rain because of the secrets in the ancient books. The treatment of leprosy was also learned from the ancient books. In the end, the 6 ancient books were sealed as letters of credence. They were kept in the palace of the Yin Kingdom, and guarded by hundreds of imperial experts day and night. If this letter of credence was real, then the one in the palace of the Yin Kingdom was fake? It should be impossible, right? After all, Jingkong was just a little monk who was dizzy with meat. Gu Jiao did not know what letter of credence it was, but she could conclude that the simplified Chinese characters and advanced mathematics formulas in this book did not belong to this time and space. Could it be that there were other time-traveling seniors here? Chapter 276. The novel is updated at a faster rate. Nanny Fong finished cooking dinner, and the family went to the main room to eat. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were eating with Master Lu and Nanxiang, so they didn't have to wait for them. Although Grandaunt wasn't there, Granduncle was, so the atmosphere at the dinner table was still good. However, one of Granduncle's eyes was swollen, so they didn't ask what happened. After dinner, Gu Jiao helped Nanny Fong clean up the dishes, Little Jing Kong went to walk the chicken, and Xiao Lulang went back to the room to study the ancient book that he thought was unlikely to be the national book of the Yan Kingdom. Even if there were translations and annotations, it wasn't easy to master it. Gu Jiao took more than 10 years to go from elementary mathematics to advanced mathematics. Of course, it was related to the progress of education, but the education resources in her previous life were more extensive and systematic. Xiao Lulang was crossing the river by feeling his way. The imperial exam didn't test arithmetic, and he didn't spend much effort on arithmetic in the past. This was the rhythm of a liberal arts student suddenly getting an advanced mathematics textbook. Gu Jiao, starting tomorrow I'll give my husband 6 walnuts. The family did their own things while waiting for Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan to come home. In the past, the two of them would arrive home around 4:45 in the evening, and the latest would be 4:45 in the evening. At 4:45 in the evening, Madame Yao couldn't sit still anymore. Every time she heard footsteps outside, she would turn her head to look. When the footsteps passed, she would secretly sigh. After another quarter of an hour, the sound of a carriage finally came from the door. Little Jing Kong had already taken a small bath and was lying in bed. When he heard the sound, he crawled out of bed, put on his shoes and ran out. I'll do it, I'll do it. The night in May was slightly cold, but it wasn't cold. He was wearing thin pajamas, and he opened the courtyard door with force. He looked up. Dear brother. The person who came was Gu Chongqing. Behind Gu Chongqing, a carriage slowly passed by. It turned out that the sound of the carriage had come from it. Gu Chongqing was riding a horse, but when he entered the alley, he dismounted and led the horse inside. Gu Chongqing looked at the little guy who had come all the way to open the door for him. He was suddenly in a good mood. He looked at the little guy's little pajamas and asked, "Are you going to sleep?" Little Jing Kong nodded. Yes. Then he shook his head. I'm waiting for Brother Yin and Brother Xiaoshan. Gu Chongqing turned to look at the end of the alley. Have they been studying so late recently? Little Jing Kong shook his head. No, it's only so late today. Has older brother Yin and older brother Xiaoshan returned? Yao Shi asked from the courtyard. Everyone in the family spoke with the identity and tone of Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong turned around and said, It's dear brother. Yao Shi's attitude towards Gu Chongqing was much better than before, but there was no motherly love and filial piety between them. They just treated each other as familiar guests. Are you worried about Yin? Gu Chongqing looked at Yao Shi and asked. When it came to Gu Yan, the two of them had a common topic. Yao Shi sighed. Yes, he didn't come so late in the past. I'm worried that he might have been delayed on the road. It's not raining today. Gu Chongqing took down the game that was hanging on the saddle and put it on the stone table. He said to Yao Shi, I'll go and look for him. Yao Shi looked at him gratefully. Will it delay you tomorrow? No, Gu Chongqing said. Yao Shi saw that he answered so straightforwardly that he should be fine. She was relieved and said, That's good, that's good. I'll go. Gu Chongqing did not even have time to say goodbye to his younger sister and brother-in-law. He turned around and left the residence. Gu Jiao saw that Xiao Lulang had finished a math problem. She also noticed that it was getting late. She went out and asked, Yin and Xiaoshan haven't returned yet? Yao Shi said. Shitzi went to look for them. Eldest brother came? Gu Jiao looked at the game on the table. Little Jing Kong was stepping on the stone bench and pulling the rabbit and pheasant inside. Gu Jiao walked over and picked him up. She went to the well to wash her hands and carried him back to his room. Go to sleep. Don't come down again. Okay. Little Jing Kong obediently agreed. Still not back. When Gu Jiao passed by the study room, Xiao Lulang asked her. Gu Jiao said, Not yet. I'll go take a look. You stay at home and watch over Jing Kong. Don't let him run around. Most people could not watch over little Jing Kong. If she was not around, this child would be very naughty. Sure enough, as soon as Gu Jiao left, little Jing Kong sneaked out from the west room. Xiao Lulang stood at the door expressionlessly and looked at him condescendingly. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and made a final struggle. I want to pee. The place where Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan learned martial arts was in the north of the city. It was not a wealthy district, but it was not poor either. It was a place with beautiful scenery. There were 2 ways to get there from Baishui Tong. One way was to go through Chang'an Street and go to Baishur Street. This road was more prosperous and was often used by Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. The other way was to go through Xuanwu Street and go to the official road at the end. The further one went, the fewer people there were. The 2 usually took this road when they went there. When they came back, they did not take this road. It was too dark and they were afraid of accidents. But to be safe, Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing still took both roads. Gu Chongqing went to the official road and Gu Jiao went to Baishur Street. At this time, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were indeed on Baishur Street. The reason why they were delayed was that the wheel of the carriage was broken. There was a tea house nearby. Lu Quan asked the 2 to sit in the tea house for a while he went to find someone to fix the carriage. The 2 were bored sitting in the tea house. When they saw a seller selling tonghulu, they remembered that little Jing Kong and Aunt Gu loved tonghulu, so they went to buy some for them. But how can we give it to Aunt Gu? Gu Xiaoshan asked. Send it to her. Gu Yan said. Oh. Gu Xiaoshan thought it was feasible and asked for a few more. Aunt Gu can't come out all the time. Buy a few more. She eats 1 a day. Gu Yan nodded and reached for his money bag. At this moment, a thief rushed over and bumped into Gu Yan. He stole Gu Yan's money bag. Gu Yan touched his waist. Oh, my money bag. The 2 quickly put down the tonghulu and chased after the thief. After a few steps, the thief was caught by someone. A tall and mighty figure stepped on the thief, causing the surrounding commoners to cheer. The 2 went to retrieve their money bags from the thief. Gu Yan suddenly felt 2 eyes on him that could not be ignored. He looked up and saw a man full of heroic spirit sitting in a room on the 2nd floor of a restaurant. The man had strong facial features and a tall and sturdy body. He looked straight at Gu Yan. When their eyes met, he raised his cup to Gu Yan and smiled. Gu Yan frowned. He did not like this kind of smile. It made him uncomfortable. Found it. Let's go. Gu Xiaoshan said to Gu Yan. Okay. Gu Yan did not pay any more attention to the man. He went back to the restaurant with Gu Xiaoshan. However, Lu Quan had not returned yet. The 2 were bored to death waiting. Suddenly, the young warrior who caught the thief walked over. He cupped his hands to the 2 of them and said, My family's young master wants to be friends with the 2 young masters. I wonder if the 2 young masters would be willing to do me the honor. Who is your family's master? Gu Xiaoshan asked. That one. The young warrior pointed to the restaurant across the street. It was the man who raised his cup to him and smiled. Gu Yan frowned and looked away. Gu Xiaoshan looked and said, I don't know him. I don't want to be friends. The young warrior was stunned. He did not expect the other party to refuse so directly. I'm afraid the 2 of you don't know the identity of my family's young master. My family's young master is actually, hey, the carriage is ready. Gu Xiaoshuan's sharp eyes saw the carriage outside. He pulled Gu Yan and said, Brother Yan, let's go. The 2 of them got into the carriage without looking back. They did not give the young warrior a chance to show off. They thought that they would be able to get home safely, but unexpectedly, the carriage broke down again. Lu Quan said, Forget it. We won't fix it for now. I'll go hire a carriage. You 2 go home first. As soon as he said that, an incomparably luxurious carriage stopped beside their carriage. Is the carriage broken? Accompanied by a man's low laughing voice, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a resolute face. When Gu Yan saw that it was him, he was annoyed to death. The man jumped out of the carriage and crouched down to check the broken wheels. He said, It's no longer usable. If you don't mind, I can send you back. Where do you live? Hearing this familiar tone, Lu Quan thought, could it be that he knew Xiaoshan and Gu Yan? But when he turned his head and saw that Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan did not want to talk to him, he understood. He cupped his hands and said, We won't trouble you, young master. We'll go back ourselves. There's no carriage shop nearby. The man clapped his hands and said with a smile, my younger brother is also a scholar from Qinghe Academy. I saw that they were wearing Qinghe Academy's uniform and seemed to be going the same way as me, so I thought of giving you a ride. But it's right for you to be cautious. Go forward and walk east at the third intersection. There's a carriage shop about 2 li away. You can rent a carriage there. After saying that, the man took his leave. Lu Quan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had wronged the person, but it was fine. He could rent a carriage himself and save himself the trouble. Lu Quan went to rent a carriage. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan stayed in the carriage and waited. The two of them fell asleep while waiting. When Gu Xiaoshan woke up, she found that Gu Yan had disappeared. Gu Chongqing went to Nanfeng residence. They left 2 hours ago. They haven't reached home yet? Nanxiang asked with a frown. She was wearing a veil, so Gu Chongqing did not see her ferocious and terrifying face. But even if he saw it, he would not care about it and would just forget about it. Gu Chongqing said, maybe they've arrived now. I'll go back and look for them. Gu Chongqing returned from White Stone Street. On the way back, he met Lu Quan and Gu Xiaoshan. Where's Gu Yan? He asked. He's gone. Gu Xiaoshan said anxiously. What happened? Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Xiaoshan recounted what had happened along the way. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes slightly. What did that man look like? Gu Xiaoshan described in detail. Gu Chongqing's expression immediately became cold. Tang Ming. That's right, the person who wanted to befriend Gu Yan was the Tiger Mountain Barracks Lieutenant Tang Ming. He was no longer a lieutenant. After his uncle became the Grand Marshal, he was immediately appointed as a deputy general. His rank was now higher than Gu Chongqing's senior lieutenant. When he first saw Gu Yan at the restaurant, he was deeply stunned. When he met Gu Yan for the first time, Gu Yan was tightly covered by Gu Chongqing's cloak. Only a pair of slender legs and a jade hand were exposed. Therefore, he didn't recognize that Gu Yan was the beautiful youth that Gu Chongqing had held in his arms. In addition, the old chancellor was a very low-key person. The carriage he sat in was also low-key. It looked ordinary and didn't look like the transportation of a large family. Therefore, he didn't feel that Gu Yan was a person that couldn't be provoked. Gu Yan was lying on the soft bed. Because he was drugged, his breathing was a bit hurried. His cheeks were slightly hot and there was a seductive blush on his face. The youth's figure was tall and slender. His Adam's apple wasn't big, but it was very delicate. Tang Ming had played with so many youths, but he had never seen such a peerless beauty. Just by looking, he felt like his soul was being stolen away. Gu Yan slowly woke up. The effect of the drug was still there and he couldn't move. His heart skipped a beat. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the face that he had seen countless times tonight. A strong sense of disgust suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. However, Tang Ming smiled. He was indeed a beauty. Even when he was angry, he was still so seductive. The corners of his eyes that were slightly red really stirred up his heart. Tang Ming raised his hand. Because he practiced martial arts for many years, his palm and fingertips had thin calluses. He only lightly touched Gu Yan's face and a red mark quickly appeared on that delicate skin. Tang Ming's gaze became lustful. Gu Yan's stomach felt nauseous. He used what little strength he had left to yell, "You get lost." This kind of yell wasn't intimidating at all. Tang Ming smiled. The feeling was too good. He wasn't satisfied with just touching Gu Yan's face. His fingers moved and he lifted Gu Yan's lapel. His skin was like porcelain. Tang Ming suddenly bent down and took a deep breath in the crook of Gu Yan's neck. "You smell so good." Gu Yan was disgusted. He looked at the top of this man's head in disgust and endured the other's breath. "You're seeking..." These words caused Tang Ming to pause. He raised his head and calmly looked at Gu Yan. "So it's a little wild horse. This prince loves to tame wild horses that don't listen. In a moment, I'll give you a bowl of medicine and you'll cry and beg me." "I am Marquis Ding and son Marquis Dingen?" Tang Ming couldn't stop laughing. How could Marquis Ding and son sit in such a broken carriage? "Why don't you say you're Marquis Xianping's son?" Marquis Xianping's name was much more famous than Marquis Ding, and if this really was Marquis Xianping's son, Tang Ming didn't dare to touch him. As for Marquis Ding and thinking of Gu Chongqing, Tang Ming's expression darkened. That was also a hard nut to crack. However, he didn't remember Gu Chongqing having such a younger brother. Unless he was that stepmother's son. Gu Chongqing didn't get along with his stepmother. Even his stepmother's son and daughter were not very fond of them. Gu Chongqing wouldn't care about the life or death of this younger brother. So whether he was or not wasn't important. Gu Yan saw that Marquis Ding, Anne's identity wasn't useful and said with difficulty, Empress Dowager will kill you. Tang Ming looked at him in amusement. Oh, why would the Empress Dowager want to kill me? Gu Yan, the Empress Dowager, is my great-aunt. Tang Ming was stunned at first. Then he raised his head and laughed. The Empress Dowager is your great-aunt? The Empress Dowager is your great-aunt? I don't know you, but I know the Empress Dowager. I know the Empress Dowager's family better than you. There were so many children in the Zhuang family. He had seen every one of them, including the jade-like young master, Royal Prince An. Unfortunately, Royal Prince An was the Empress Dowager's favorite, and was also Imperial Tutor Zhuang's grandson. With his status, he couldn't afford to offend the other party. Gu Yan glared at him. The effects of the drug were very strong. He had only said a few words, but he was already about to fall asleep. He tried his best to stay awake. If you don't let me go, the Empress Dowager really will kill you. Ha ha ha. Tang Ming laughed arrogantly. Whether or not the Empress Dowager will kill me, I don't know. Why don't I tell you who I am first? I am the nephew of the Grand Marshal of the land's armed forces. My uncle is the Empress Dowager's trusted aide. The first thing the Empress Dowager did when she returned to the capital was to promote my uncle from the Great General of Agile Cavalry to the Grand Marshal of the land's armed forces. His military power is below Marquis Xianping. Tell me, will the Empress Dowager kill me? Just because she touched a little scholar like you? Gu Yan didn't have the strength to speak anymore. His resistance just now had caused his face to redden even more. Tang Ming liked it very much. He lifted Gu Yan's chin. Be good. Don't be afraid. I will treat you well. After you take this pill, you won't feel any discomfort. As he spoke, he took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out a dark red pill into his palm. Gu Yan gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, even if he hadn't been drugged, his little bit of strength wasn't enough in the eyes of an expert like Tang Ming, let alone the fact that he had been drugged. Tang Ming grabbed his chin and forced him to swallow the pill. Gu Yan struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. As the pill entered his stomach, his consciousness gradually dissipated. Tang Ming smiled triumphantly. Chapter 277. Gu Jiao also came to White Stone Street. She shuttled through the crowd looking for Gu Yan's figure. When she passed by a tea house, she vaguely felt that it was familiar, as if she had been here before. But she clearly hadn't. It was Gu Yan. He had been here before. Gu Jiao went back to the tea house to look. When she passed by a corner, her footsteps stopped. She looked at a spacious but secluded alley on the left. She didn't know why, but she suddenly couldn't breathe. She covered her stuffy chest. There was a burst of pain there. Yen. After Gu Chongqing came out of Nanfeng residence, he went back along White Stone Street and also found this place. He saw Gu Jiao and urged his horse to rush over. Seeing that Gu Jiao's expression was not right, he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao's hand that was holding her lapel tightened. She looked at the dark and boundless night in the east. Yen is there. Gu Chongqing followed her gaze and looked into the distance. He retracted his gaze and stretched out his hand to her. "Come up." Gu Jiao grabbed his hand and jumped onto the horse. She held the saddle herself. Gu Chongqing didn't have to worry about her falling like he was worried about Gu Yan. He pulled the reins tightly. "Go." The horse seemed to feel its master's mood and quickly galloped in the night. "Which way?" At the fork in the road, Gu Chongqing asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked. "This way." Gu Chongqing's legs tightened around the horse's belly. He quickly rushed to the right side of the street. When he crossed the street and entered a luxurious alley, he guessed what was going on. This alley was very famous in the capital, and it was mostly used by the rich and powerful to indulge in debauchery. Someone had once brought him here and said that they would give him a house. At that time he did not know much about these things, but he was not used to accepting bribes. The other party smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite? Lord Tang also bought a residence here. It's the one in front." Thinking up to this point, Gu Chongqing already knew where Tang Ming was. He couldn't wait any longer. He got off the horse and handed it over to Gu Jiao. Then, he used his qinggong and disappeared into the night. The moment he left, something flashed through his mind, but it was too fast for him to grasp. The moonlight was dim and the candlelight was ambiguous. Tang Ming had already torn apart Gu Yan's outer and inner robes, leaving only a thin inner robe draped over his body. She was truly a rare beauty. Tang Ming caressed the pair of slender, fair legs beneath him and pressed down on Gu Yan. Bang! With a loud sound, the entire door fell straight to the ground. A strong murderous aura came from behind Tang Ming, and the curtains moved without any wind. Tang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He raised his hand to grab the long sword by his pillow, but before he could touch it, a long whip pierced through the curtains and wrapped around his neck. He didn't even have time to resist before he was ruthlessly pulled up and thrown against the wall. After a violent collision, he fell heavily to the ground. This fall was not light, and he was stunned for a long time before he got up. Gu Chongqing dashed to the bed and lifted the curtains. When he saw Gu Yan's naked body, his gaze turned cold. He did not use the blanket on the bed to wrap Gu Yan up. Instead, he quickly took off his outer robe and wrapped Gu Yan up tightly. Gu Yan's consciousness was scattered, and his body was slightly hot. He had been drugged. Gu Chongqing wanted to kill someone, but there was nothing more important than Gu Yan's life. He carried Gu Yan up, and Gu Yan lay weakly in his arms. "Don't," he said weakly. Gu Chongqing's heart ached terribly. His arms that were holding Gu Yan were trembling uncontrollably. "It's me," he said softly. Gu Yan glanced at him in a daze. Actually, he couldn't see clearly anymore. He could only see a vague outline in front of him, but the other party's aura made him feel at ease. He parted his lips slightly. "Brother." Gu Chongqing's heart was crushed by this brother. Even though he knew that this brother was the same as the big brother that little Jing Kong called him, Gu Chongqing's heart still trembled slightly. He suddenly wanted to tell him, "Yes, I'm your brother, your biological brother." Sob. After confirming the identity of the person who had come, Gu Yan suddenly felt wronged. His eyes, which hadn't even turned red in front of Tang Ming, suddenly turned red. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his eyebrows revealed an indescribable grievance. Gu Chongqing's heart was instantly pierced into a sieve. He hugged Gu Yan's arm tightly. At this moment he was about to lose all rationality. If Gu Yan's aura wasn't too weak, he really wanted to rush over and end Tang Ming. "Gu Chongqing, it's you?" Tang Ming finally found some strength. He slowly got up from the ground, but before he could get up he was kicked back down by Gu Chongqing. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Chongqing looked at him with a murderous look. "Tang Ming, I'll settle this score with you." Tang Ming felt like he had seen a ghost. Why would Gu Chongqing come here? Could it be that this brat Tang Ming suddenly remembered that he had seen Gu Chongqing riding a horse with a youth on the streets? Could it be that this little beauty in front of him was the youth that Gu Chongqing had protected in his arms? What was their relationship? This brat said that he was Marquis Dingyan's son. Could it really be? But didn't Gu Chongqing only recognize his two younger brothers from the same mother? When had he cared about the life and death of a stepbrother? He looked so nervous, as if someone wanted to take his life. Was it necessary? Tang Ming had suffered some internal injuries. He clutched his aching abdomen and glared fiercely at Gu Chongqing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his other hand and sneered. "Isn't he just the son of a vixen? Don't you hate them? Why don't you give him to me? I'll discipline him for you." Tang Ming really didn't care about the child of his second wife. This kind of child wasn't favored in a normal family. Moreover, he had heard that Marquis Ding and second wife didn't have a high status and had been neglected all these years. She brought her son to live in an estate. Since that was the case, who was Gu Chongqing trying to show by putting on a protective look? Gu Yan's breathing was very unstable. Gu Chongqing resisted the urge to fight Tang Ming and finally glanced at Tang Ming. If I were you, I would escape the capital overnight and never come back. Heh, Tang Ming snorted disdainfully. If this had been in the past, Tang Ming might have been afraid of Gu Chongqing threatening him like this. But now, his uncle was the Grand Marshal of the world's armed forces, and he had been promoted to Deputy General. Gu Chongqing was just a small Hushan commandant. It wasn't enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He wasn't afraid that Gu Chongqing would go and complain. Although he was in the wrong in this matter, if it really got out, it would damage this young boy's reputation. When that time came, the entire capital would know that Gu Chongqing's younger brother had been played by him, Tang Ming. Could Gu Chongqing and this beautiful young boy afford to lose this kind of face? Gu Chongqing didn't waste any more time with Tang Ming. He carried Gu Yan and used his qinggong to leave this place. Not long after they left, Gu Chongqing ran into Gu Jiao, who had stopped her horse by the side of the road and was about to rush into the residence. Gu Chongqing saw his mount and remembered that he had forgotten something. His horse had a strange temperament and normally wouldn't let others ride it. Did something happen to his younger sister? Gu Jiao didn't know what he was thinking. She looked at Gu Chongqing, who was wrapped in Gu Yan's clothes. In that instant, a bloody light flashed through her eyes. Who did this? Tang Ming. You don't know him. A member of the Tang family. That's right. Gu Jiao looked at the residence and clenched her fists. She held back the violence in her blood and walked in front of Gu Chongqing. She looked at Gu Yan's face and checked Gu Yan's pulse. Gu Yan's money pouch was gone. It contained his medicine. Gu Jiao's pouch also contained Gu Yan's medicine all year round. She first gave Gu Yan 2 pills and then took the water from the saddle for him to swallow. But in Gu Yan's situation, just taking medicine was clearly not enough. The two of them hurriedly brought Gu Yan back to Jade Water Alley. The night wind was a little cold. Gu Chongqing was afraid that Gu Yan would catch a cold, so he took off his inner clothes and only wore a thin inner garment. He carried Gu Yan and walked the whole way. Along the way there were people who looked at them strangely from time to time, but they didn't recognize who he was. When they reached the door, Gu Jiao thought of something and said to Gu Chongqing, "Let's go to the son-in-law's room." Gu Chongqing understood. Okay. He carried Gu Yan to the next room. The old chancellor had just rested and was shocked when he saw this scene. How could this be? What happened? Gu Chongqing had never seen the old chancellor before, but as he came to Jade Water Alley more and more, he slowly knew the old chancellor's identity. As for how he became Xiao Liulong's granduncle, Gu Chongqing didn't know for now. He didn't deliberately ask about it. I'll explain to you later. Is there a side room? Gu Chongqing asked. Yes, there is. The west wing was empty. The old chancellor opened the door of the west wing and laid out a clean mattress. Gu Chongqing gently put Gu Yan on the bed. Gu Jiao brought a small medicine box over. With Gu Yan's physical condition, it wasn't suitable to induce vomiting. He could only use infusion to promote the metabolism of drugs. But in the process of metabolism, his organs had to bear a huge burden, which was undoubtedly very dangerous for people with congenital heart disease. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and gave Gu Yan a tonic infusion. Gu Jiao measured Gu Yan's blood pressure. The blood pressure was soaring abnormally, which should be caused by drugs. If it couldn't be lowered in a while, he had to use antihypertensive drugs. Gu Yan had already lost consciousness, but his hand was still grabbing Gu Chongqing's sleeve. He had been grabbing it before he fainted. Gu Chongqing didn't take his hand away. He just silently guarded in front of the bed. Soon Gu Yan's body temperature rose. Gu Jiao put an ice pack on his forehead. Gu Yan's situation was difficult because he had a heart disease. He couldn't use drugs indiscriminately, so unless it was a last resort, Gu Jiao tried to adopt conservative treatment as much as possible. How is he? Gu Chongqing looked at the unconscious Gu Yan and asked with a hoarse voice. Gu Jiao adjusted the drip of the infusion bottle and whispered, "It's hard to say now. Although it was only 1 or 2 knockout drugs, it was too fatal for his body. Fortunately, he had been taking anti-heart failure drugs for the past year. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bear it." Thinking of this, Gu Jiao thought of one thing. She could dream of Xiao Lulang and Gu Chongqing's accident. Why couldn't Gu Yan? She wasn't sure if Gu Chongqing and Xiao Liulong's accident would appear in her dream in advance, but at least she dreamed of it. But Gu Yan didn't dream of it even once. It couldn't be that Gu Yan wasn't close enough to her. She and Gu Yan were twins. They had the most intimate and difficult relationship in the world. Could it be that they were too close? In addition, she also realized that she couldn't predict her own danger. It was the same when the brothel collapsed, and it was the same when she was crushed under the roof with her great-aunt. She couldn't predict her own fate. Could it be that because she and Gu Yan were twins she couldn't predict Gu Yan's fate? If that was the case, then Gu Yan's hidden guards would have to be recalled to the capital. After Tang Ming was beaten up by Gu Chongqing, he was no longer in the mood to play and rode his horse back to Tang Manor. Tang Manor was no longer a general's manor, but a marshal's manor. The courtyard was much more imposing. Tang Ming stood in front of two majestic stone lions. He straightened his clothes and brushed his sleeves to make sure no one would notice that he was fooling around. Only then did he step into the manor. Tang Yueshan had just finished practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. A servant handed him a towel. He took it and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Panting, he asked, "Is Minger back yet?" The servant replied, replying to Master, "He hasn't. Perhaps he was delayed by official business. Recently, too many people have come to our residence to visit. Master, you don't want to see them, so they went to find young Master." The Tang family had two branches. Tang Yueshan was the second branch. He had an elder brother and sister-in-law. Tang Ming was the legitimate son of the first branch. Tang Yueshan's elder brother had been paralyzed for a long time, but Tang Yueshan didn't seize the first branch's property. He still let his elder brother be the head of the Tang family. His marshal's manor was next door to the Tang family. In the eyes of outsiders, the two families were still the same. Tang Yueshan didn't have any sons, only a few daughters. Everyone in the manor knew how much Tang Yueshan doted on his nephew. In the future, Tang Ming would not only inherit the first branch's property, but also Tang Yueshan's power. The servants of the marshal's manor all regarded Tang Ming as their young master. Tang Ming's biological father was paralyzed in bed and couldn't take care of him, so he asked his younger brother to take care of him for him. Tang Ming had worshipped his uncle since he was a child, so he was happy to stay with Tang Yueshan. Speak of the devil. Tang Yueshan was just wiping his sweat when he saw Tang Ming come over with a smile. "Uncle, I'm back." Tang Yueshan's serious face immediately showed a trace of joy. "Why are you so late? Are there too many official business in the military camp?" Tang Ming smiled and said, "What official business?" "Uncle, you don't want me to meet those officials in private. I came out a long time ago. I came back late because I went to buy your favorite spicy fragrant snails." As he spoke, he took out the food box he had hidden behind him. "Uncle, look. Is this from the restaurant you often go to?" When Tang Yueshan heard this, the joy in his heart overflowed. He opened the food box and took a sniff. Satisfied, he said, "Yes, this is the smell." The servant smiled and said, "Young master is being filial to you. We didn't expect this." Tang Yueshan smiled happily. After autumn, the field snails were the most plump and juicy. Although it wasn't the best time to eat snail meat, the fragrant snails from that restaurant were delicious. Besides, he valued Tang Ming's kindness more. "You haven't eaten, right?" Tang Yueshan looked at Tang Ming and asked. "No." Tang Ming shook his head. "Have someone set the table," Tang Yueshan ordered the servant. "Yes, sir." The servant hurried off. The weather was getting warmer. The food was placed in the courtyard. Tang Yueshan didn't eat at home often, and he didn't invite his daughters to eat. Tang Ming was the only one he doted on. Not only did he eat at the same table as him, but he could also enter and leave his courtyard freely. Tang Yueshan never got angry when he touched his things. "The bamboo shoots in the kitchen are so tender today," Tang Ming said. "Eat more." Tang Yueshan put a lot of food on Tang Ming's plate. Tang Ming buried his head in the food. Tang Yueshan was very satisfied when he saw Tang Ming eating heartily. He couldn't help but show a hint of affection. After dinner, "Go say hello to your parents and come back quickly to rest. There's a martial arts competition in the barracks tomorrow. Don't forget." Tang Ming smiled obediently and said, "I didn't forget. Don't worry, uncle." Tang Yueshan naturally trusted Tang Ming. He had raised Tang Ming single-handedly. Tang Ming was smart, had a good constitution, was resilient, and was willing to endure hardships. Practicing martial arts was a boring and painful thing, but Tang Ming persevered. Not only that, but Tang Ming was also familiar with the art of war and knew how to use it. Tang Yueshan had high expectations for Tang Ming. Tang Yueshan added, "Also, you should control your temper. Don't get into fights with people in the barracks for no reason." Tang Ming smiled obediently and said, "I know, uncle. I just can't stand them being lazy. I'll pay attention in the future. If they make a mistake again, I'll talk to them nicely." "That's more like it." Tang Yueshan was very satisfied. Tang Ming's temper was a little spoiled, but who hadn't been young and hot-blooded? When he was young, he was also a troublemaker in the barracks. It was good that Tang Ming knew his mistakes and could change. After the uncle and nephew finished their meal, Tang Ming went to the first branch to say hello to his parents. This was something Tang Yueshan had asked Tang Ming to do every day. He wanted him to be filial to his parents and not disrespect his father just because he was paralyzed in bed. Tang Ming only removed all his disguises after he returned to his room. He sat on a chair and lifted his shirt. When he saw the bruise on his abdomen caused by Gu Chongqing's kick, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Then he thought of Gu Yan and felt a little regretful. He savored the memory and narrowed his eyes. Such a delicious and beautiful young man. He had almost eaten him. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing guarded Gu Yan for the whole night. He was in danger once in the middle of the night, so Gu Jiao gave him medicine. When it was close to dawn, his body temperature returned to normal, but he still didn't wake up. Gu Jiao looked at the small streak of dawn on the horizon, then looked at Gu Chongqing, who had a cold expression the whole night, and said, "His condition is better than last night. His life won't be in danger for the time being. You go rest. I'll take care of him here." Gu Chongqing paused and stood up. He looked at the unconscious Gu Yan with reluctance in his eyes. "Okay, I'll come back later." He walked to the door and was about to step over the threshold when he stopped and turned back. His gaze fell on Gu Yan's face. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing shook his head. "Forget it. It's nothing." If he heard it, then he heard it. This was no longer important. What was important was Tang Ming. He wanted Tang Ming's life. Chapter 278. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Today the sky was gloomy. The soldiers of Hushan Barracks had already finished their morning drill, and were standing in formation on the field. Tang Ming spurred his horse and walked past the square formations with his head held high. Deputy General Hu spurred his horse and followed beside him, slightly behind him by half a horse's length. In terms of rank, both of them were secondary class 5th rank. In terms of experience, Deputy General Hu was much more experienced than Tang Ming, the newly appointed Deputy General. But who asked Tang Ming to have an uncle who was the Grand Marshal of the world's armed forces? Tang Ming himself was also brave enough. In just a few days, he had been promoted from a lieutenant to a deputy general. Perhaps he would be able to become a proper general soon. Deputy General who didn't have the guts to offend this little master. How are those people standing? Tang Ming stopped his horse and pointed at the square formation at the back. They're so crooked that they can't even stand? What use does the military camp have for this kind of trash? Deputy General Hu broke out in cold sweat. That upright posture wasn't enough? He was picking on them. That was true. That square formation was made up of the original Gu clan army. Old Marquis Gu didn't get along with the Grand Marshal of the world's armed forces in the early years. After the Gu clan army was incorporated under his command, some generals treated them like vegetables and embarrassed the Gu clan army quite a bit. As for Tang Ming, after entering the camp, he didn't hide his suppression of the Gu clan army at all. For example, right now Tang Ming said coldly, "Those at the side, disperse. Leave that group of people behind and continue to stand there until I'm satisfied." Deputy General Hu waved his hand at the personal guard beside him. "Why aren't you going?" "Yes." The personal guard conveyed Tang Ming's order. Everyone was used to this. They looked at those people sympathetically and went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast. Those people stood there for the whole morning. They didn't eat breakfast even when the competition started, but it was impossible to let them eat now. Even if they were let go, the cafeteria would have been cleaned up long ago. For some reason, Deputy General Hu felt that Tang Ming was being too harsh today. Although he had made things difficult for them in the past, he wouldn't let them starve on such an important day. If this were to happen on the battlefield, wouldn't it be the same as letting the soldiers go into battle with empty stomachs? Deputy General Hu was puzzled, but he didn't dare to say anything. There were 2 arenas in the military camp, one big and one small. The big arena was usually used for the annual martial arts competition. Today they were using a small arena. Martial arts competitions had always been a tradition in the military camp. The original intention was to encourage morale and select talents. Every time the champion was awarded 10 taels of silver. Most of the people in the military camp were commoners. Everyone was interested in money, but they were even more interested in being chosen by the generals. At that time, Deputy General Hu had taken a fancy to Xue Ningxiang's brother-in-law, Zhou Erzwang, because Zhou Erzwang had defeated a very powerful corporal in the arena. The arena began. Tang Ming, Deputy General Hu, and a few other generals from Tiger Mountain Barracks sat on the temporary viewing platform across from them. However, to their surprise, the first person to go up was Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing was dressed in dark brocade robes and held the Qingxian long sword in his hand. He stood on the arena and under the blue dome of heaven. The place where Tang Ming had been beaten by Gu Chongqing was still aching faintly. He narrowed his eyes coldly. What's going on? Why is Commandant Gu going up? That's right. Why did Gu Chongqing come to fight in the arena? Why would he take a fancy to an arena of this level? Actually, in the early days of the arena, the generals had always been the first to fight. After the generals had fought, the arena was handed over to the rest of the soldiers. Later on, the military camp's official style prevailed. The generals with official ranks felt that winning wasn't something to be proud of, but losing was shameful. Gradually, they withdrew from the arena. This was Gu Chongqing's first time in the arena. He faced the wind, his hair bound by a jade crown, his robes flapping. His aura was like a rainbow. For a long time no one dared to go up. Gu Chongqing then began to call out names. He was a commandant. As long as he didn't call out anyone with a higher rank than himself, no one could refuse. The first name he called out was Fu Peng. He was one of Tang Ming's subordinates. Gu Chongqing didn't give Tang Ming any face and knocked him out of the arena with a single move. After that, Gu Chongqing called out another 17 or 18 people in one go. They were all Tang Ming's subordinates, and they were all defeated with a single move. Tang Ming's fists were clenched tightly. If he still couldn't tell that Gu Chongqing was deliberately targeting him, then it wouldn't make sense. Was Gu Chongqing fighting for justice for the Gu clan army? Or was he avenging his stepbrother? Gu Chongqing knocked down another one of Tang Ming's subordinates. He didn't even use his weapon. He looked at Tang Ming and didn't hide the provocation in his eyes. Are these the soldiers that Deputy General Tang brought out? They're just so-so. Provocation was definitely effective on Tang Ming, especially in front of all the soldiers. Tang Ming couldn't afford to lose face like this. Tang Ming looked coldly at Gu Chongqing. He grabbed the sword on the table and leaped up, landing firmly on the arena. Everyone was stunned. Couldn't be, right? What day was it today? The Tang clan's little overlord was going to go up against the cold-faced Hades? Was it really that exciting? The relationship between Gu Chongqing and Tang Ming had never been harmonious. But this was the first time that they were going up against each other in public. Tang Ming had actually provoked Gu Chongqing countless times, but Gu Chongqing had always chosen to ignore him. Everyone thought that the two of them couldn't go up against each other. It seems that it was Commandant Gu who provoked Deputy General Tang first. That's right. What's wrong with him? I don't know. His gaze is so scary. Everyone could tell that Gu Chongqing was acting strangely today. He had always been a cold-faced Hades in the military camp, but he wasn't rash or provocative, let alone now when he was shrouded in a huge killing intent. This Commandant Gu was really too scary. Tang Ming chuckled. Admit it. You're actually jealous of me. You're jealous that I've become a deputy general and can ride on your head. What do you mean by avenging your stepbrother? I've thought about it. You Gu Chongqing aren't such a brotherly person. Gu Chongqing didn't waste time talking nonsense with him. He tossed out his sword and pulled it out in the air. With a kick to the scabbard sped toward Tang Ming. Tang Ming's expression changed, and he abruptly turned his body sideways. The scabbard flew past his face and stabbed firmly into the wall behind the arena. That wall was made of stone. How much strength did one need to be able to stab such a blunt scabbard in? Tang Ming's gaze returned to Gu Chongqing, and a bad premonition surged from the bottom of his heart. He had long known that Gu Chongqing had hidden his strength, but he didn't know exactly how much. He had passed the 12th stage of the 18 bronze men array, while Gu Chongqing had passed the 13th stage. But the strength of that move just now was at least above the 15th stage. Tang Ming suddenly regretted going up into the arena. However, it was too late now. There were so many people watching him. He couldn't surrender and he couldn't lose. Tang Ming also pulled out his scabbard and threw it back to his subordinate. He then slashed out toward Gu Chongqing. The old marquee weapon was a 9-section whip. Therefore, Gu Chongqing was best at using whips. However, he didn't like using 9-section whips. Seeing that Tang Ming's sword was coming toward him, Gu Chongqing didn't even dodge. Had this person been scared silly by his sword chi? Just as this thought flashed through Tang Ming's mind, Tang Ming was struck by Gu Chongqing's sword. Tang Ming was stunned. He didn't even see how Gu Chongqing had attacked. That sword slashed through Tang Ming's armor and left a gash on the right side of his abdomen. Blood spurted out with a swoosh. Everyone was stunned. Although swords and sabers had no eyes, wasn't this attack a little too fast and vicious? Tang Ming covered his wound in disbelief and retreated a few steps. He looked at the blood on his wound and gritted his teeth, saying, "Gu Chongqing, you're courting death." A cold glint appeared in Gu Chongqing's eyes. "I've said it before. Don't have any ideas about him. I'll kill you. I won't kill you secretly. I'll beat you up until you're looking for your teeth all over the floor. I'll trample you under my feet and then kill you." Tang Ming suddenly realized that Gu Chongqing was serious. He seemed to understand why Gu Chongqing had done this. Gu Chongqing was humiliating him. Because he had humiliated Gu Yan, Gu Chongqing was going to let him have a taste of what he had done 10 times, 100 times over. Tang Ming clenched his fists. "You're crazy. Aren't you afraid that you'll pay for it with your life?" Gu Chongqing used his actions to tell him whether he was afraid or not. He slashed out with his sword again and slashed Tang Ming's right abdomen. The third slash pierced Tang Ming's left arm. The fourth slash injured Tang Ming's left leg. The fifth slash. From the moment Tang Ming started to attack, he hadn't won against Gu Chongqing in a single move. On the other hand, Gu Chongqing's every slash caused Tang Ming to bleed. This wasn't a martial arts competition. It was a one-sided suppression. Tang Ming, the son of heaven, the second most powerful expert in the military camp, was actually so weak? Stop! Deputy General who couldn't stand it anymore. If he continued to hit Tang Ming, he'd lose his life. However, not only did Gu Chongqing stop, he even pierced his sword toward Tang Ming's heart. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Tang Ming was so weak that he couldn't move. He was just like Gu Yan who couldn't move last night. He had become a lamb for others to do whatever they wanted to him. All the blood drained from his face. To a general, being abused like this in the arena was no different from an ordinary person being pinned down and played with. He had a taste of Gu Yan's despair and humiliation. In the blink of an eye, a strong gust of wind blew over and shook Tang Ming away from Gu Chongqing's sword. Tang Ming crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he had managed to avoid a fatal blow. A tall and powerful figure landed in the arena, shielding Tang Ming behind him. When Tang Ming saw who it was, he crawled over and hugged the other party's leg. "Uncle! He wants to kill me." Tang Yueshan's cold gaze landed on Gu Chongqing's face. "Doesn't Commandant Gu know the rules of a martial arts competition? You can't kill anyone." "Is he even human?" Gu Chongqing asked coldly. Tang Ming glanced at his uncle guiltily. However, Tang Yueshan didn't look at him. He punished the old subordinates of the Gu clan. He was indeed too harsh. "However, if you want to take his life because of this, I'm afraid you'll be the one who went overboard." Gu Chongqing didn't explain. This was good too. He could keep Gu Yan's secret. Tang Yueshan snorted coldly. Then why don't I exchange a few blows with you? Tang Yueshan was famous for his protective nature. This was why almost no one in the capital dared to provoke Tang Ming. Even if they were humiliated by Tang Ming, they could only swallow their anger. Tang Ming looked at Gu Chongqing with deep hatred. A look of vengeance flashed across his face. Uncle! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him and avenge me! Tang Yueshan naturally couldn't kill Gu Chongqing in front of the entire military camp. However, it would be easy for him to make Gu Chongqing suffer a little. However, just as he was about to make his move, a voice as loud as a bell rang out. Wait! Gu Chongqing frowned. Deputy General Hu and the others turned to look. The old Marquis Xianping followed behind the old Marquis. The old Marquis had retired and no longer held any official position. However, Marquis Xianping was still the great general of the state. Other than Tang Yueshan, everyone had to bow to him. Tang Yueshan's position was higher than his, but his status was inferior. Marquis Xianping was a first-rank marquis, a relative of the emperor. Tang Yueshan reluctantly made a fist and palm salute. It was a very perfunctory salute. Marquis Xianping didn't mind. He smiled faintly and said, "Long time no see. How are you, Lord Tang?" Tang Yueshan didn't have a good relationship with the old marquis, nor did he have a good relationship with Marquis Xianping. The former had a grudge against him while the latter, except for their different standpoints, it was purely because Marquis Xianping was too good at irritating people. Tang Yueshan and Marquis Xianping were the same age, but when they stood next to each other, it was as if they were a generation apart. Marquis Xianping hid his hands in his sleeves and looked at Tang Yueshan's round belly with a faint smile. It seems that Lord Tang has been eating a lot lately. Is the salary of the Supreme Marshal too high? You're already a Supreme Marshal. Don't frown all the time. Look at you, you have more wrinkles. Tang Yueshan was furious. What did it mean to touch the pot that didn't boil? This was it. Speaking of which, he was wronged. When he was young, sure, he used to be a handsome man. But now he was fat and looked like a middle-aged greasy uncle. Marquis Xianping looked like this 20 years ago, and 20 years later he still looked like this. How infuriating. If it were someone else who insulted him like this, he could still say, "What's the point of being a handsome man? Do you know martial arts? Can you fight? Can you go to the battlefield and kill the enemy?" But Marquis Xianping couldn't say that. Marquis Xianping's arrival changed the atmosphere. Marquis Xianping took away a lot of Tang Yueshan's hatred for Gu Chongqing. When the old Marquis proposed to take Gu Chongqing back to the mansion for strict discipline, Tang Yueshan agreed without hesitation. Of course, it was also because Tang Ming's injuries were too serious and he fainted from excessive blood loss. Chapter 279. Malicious wounding in an official martial arts competition would be dealt with according to military regulations, especially when Gu Chongqing was a commandant. What would the soldiers think if a commandant took the lead in doing such a thing? This was the most irrational Gu Chongqing had ever been. At least that was what the old duke thought. However, the old duke couldn't reprimand Gu Chongqing in front of outsiders. He gave Gu Chongqing a dark look and said, "Come down now." Gu Chongqing slowly walked to the wall and pulled out the scabbard that was deeply embedded in it. Tang Yueshan followed his movements and saw this scene. He couldn't help but frown. He was only in his early 20s, but he already had such profound martial arts. After Gu Chongqing took the scabbard, everyone thought that he would obediently leave with the old duke. Something strange happened at this moment. Tang Yueshan had just helped Tang Ming, who was covered in blood, sit up and was about to carry him down when a sharp sword light flashed. Everything had happened so quickly that no one could see what had happened clearly. The unconscious Tang Ming was woken up by the pain. Accompanied by his agonizing cry, one of his arms flew off. Blood splattered on Tang Yueshan's face. Tang Yueshan was stunned. In the next second, Tang Yueshan came to his senses and hit Gu Chongqing with his palm. The vigorous internal energy was so substantial that it was hard to resist. It sent Gu Chongqing flying out of the arena. This scene simply stunned everyone. Even the Marquis did not expect his own grandson to do such a thing. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "Oh, your grandson has guts." The old duke glared at Marquis Xianping. Tang Ming wailed incessantly. Tang Yueshan went berserk. He hit Tang Ming's acupoints and flew toward Gu Chongqing with bloodshot eyes. He wanted to kill Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing had already fallen to the ground after being struck by the palm. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The old duke's expression changed. He quickly stepped in front of Gu Chongqing and raised his hand to block Tang Yueshan's attack. Tang Yueshan's palm strike was full of murderous intent. The old marquis was forced to take a few steps back, and his breath was in a mess. It was not hard to imagine how serious the consequences would be if Gu Chongqing was hit. Tang Yueshan was enraged. How dare he do this in front of me? If I don't kill him today, I won't be able to vent my anger. Get out of my way. Otherwise I'll kill you too. Of course, the old duke knew that Tang Yueshan was not trying to scare him. Tang Yueshan had no children, and Tang Ming was his only nephew. Tang Ming was the apple of his eye since he was young. He was no different from his own son. Right now, one of Tang Ming's arms had been crippled by Gu Chongqing right in front of him. How could he possibly take this lying down? Marquis Xianping slowly opened his mouth. Lord Tang, this is the military camp. It's not good for you to kill someone here, is it? Yes, Gu Chongqing had violated military discipline. However, if Tang Yueshan killed Gu Chongqing, then he would be in the same situation as Gu Chongqing. He had just been conferred the title of Supreme Marshal of the military forces. Many eyes were on him. He could use his authority to bend the law for personal gain, but he could not kill a marquis' heir in public. Tang Yueshan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He looked murderously at Gu Chongqing and said through gritted teeth, "Men, take Commandant Gu to the torture chamber. I'll judge him personally later." Yes, sir. 2 guards took away Gu Chongqing's sword and took him to the torture chamber in the camp. Tang Yueshan left with the unconscious Tang Ming. When he brushed shoulders with the old marquis, he said coldly, "He hurt Ming. I won't let him off." The old marquis cupped his hands in salute. "I won't let anyone wrong my grandson either." He was telling Tang Yueshan that he could forget about tampering with the interrogation process. After Tang Yueshan left, the old marquis turned to look at Marquis Xianping. He no longer had an official position and could not interfere with military matters. Marquis Xianping waved his hand. "I know. I'll be there during the interrogation. However, you'd better find out if Commandant Gu has any difficulties." The old marquis replied, "I will." After a while, Marquis Xianping also left. The old marquis thought for a moment, then turned and went to the torture chamber. The torture chamber in the military camp was not really a prison. It was more like a dark room. There was nothing inside except for a straw mat. Marquis Xianping greeted the guards of the torture chamber and allowed them to visit Gu Chongqing. The old marquis successfully entered the torture chamber. Tang Ming was a proud son of heaven in the military camp. Wasn't Gu Chongqing the same? He was even more outstanding than Tang Ming, more law-abiding and more respectable. But today, this person who had never made a mistake had actually been convicted and locked up in the torture chamber. The old marquis's feelings were very complicated. "Kneel," the old marquis said. Gu Chongqing lifted the hem of his robe and knelt down expressionlessly. Gu Chongqing had always been like this. He had never had a warm personality. But for some reason, the old marquis felt that after returning to the capital, there was an invisible barrier and distance between him and Gu Chongqing. Even kneeling seemed to give off a sense of obedience, but in reality, there was a silent rebellion. The old marquis frowned. His suspicious gaze swept up and down Gu Chongqing's body. In the end, he still asked about the military camp. "Why were you so impulsive? Who gave you the courage to harm Tang Ming in front of so many people? Just now, if Marquis Xianping and I hadn't stopped you, you would have been killed by Tang Yueshan." Gu Chongqing didn't say anything. He only lowered his eyes, as if he was looking at the cold ground, or as if his eyes were empty. "Tell me honestly, what was the reason? Did Tang Ming really mistreat the former Gu army?" This was the grandson the old marquis had raised single-handedly. The old marquis knew what kind of character he had. Gu Chongqing had an inseparable feeling for the Gu army. Even if he had never truly been in the Gu army, he had been influenced by what he saw and heard from a young age. He had long since considered himself and the Gu army as one. The old Marquis still remembered that when he had handed over military power and allowed the Gu army to fall into the hands of others, Gu Chongqing had secretly wiped away tears in his room. At the time, Gu Chongqing had only been a youth. When he had entered the Tiger Mountain barracks, the old Marquis had repeatedly warned him not to act on impulse. These past few years, Gu Chongqing had always strictly adhered to his warnings. But today he couldn't bear it anymore? Other people believed it, but the old Marquis didn't. There had to be another reason. The old Marquis asked again, "Do you have a personal grudge with Tang Ming?" Gu Chongqing remained silent. The old Marquis became angry. He unbuckled the whip at his waist and unfurled it with a crack. The long tail of the whip, suffused with a cold light, fell to the ground, as if it could splash sparks. "Your wings have hardened. You don't have any respect for your grandfather, do you? I'm asking you a question." Gu Chongqing said indifferently, "Grandfather, just take it that I have a personal grudge." What kind of words were these? What did he mean by "just take it that I have a personal grudge"? The old Marquis gritted his teeth. "Then tell me, what kind of personal grudge is it?" Tang Ming didn't have a good reputation in the barracks. But as to how bad his reputation was and what kind of despicable things he had done, most people didn't know. Gu Chongqing wouldn't say. When it came to Gu Yan's reputation, he wouldn't say a single word. The old Marquis was furious. "You can't say it? Then you don't care about your actions and have no regard for military discipline. Do you believe that I won't punish you?" With one lash, Gu Chongqing's skin split open and his flesh lacerated. The old Marquis' gaze was like a knife. "Do you know your wrongs?" Gu Chongqing's expression was indifferent. "I don't know." The old Marquis lashed out again, directly causing Gu Chongqing's old wound to bleed. "Grandfather." "Big brother." It was Gu Chengfeng and Gu Chenglin. Gu Chenglin was wearing a hat. As it turned out, when Gu Chongqing went up to the arena and continuously beat down Tang Ming's men, his guards had sensed that something wasn't right. They hurried back to the manor to report to the old Marquis. Unfortunately, the old Marquis had gone out. Coincidentally, Qinghe Academy didn't have classes today. The two brothers were at home, so they rushed over to take a look first. The two of them rushed into the torture chamber and hugged the old Marquis' arms, one on the left and one on the right. Gu Chengfeng said, "Grandfather, Big brother's injuries have just recovered. Don't hit him anymore." Gu Chenglin nodded and said, "That's right, grandfather. Big brother isn't made of iron. You've been beating him every 3 days and beating him every 5 days. How are you going to let big brother live?" The old Marquis was unable to restrain his anger. "Both of you get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll beat both of you as well. Let's beat him then." Gu Chengfeng knelt down beside Gu Chongqing. Gu Chenglin shrunk his neck. He was a little scared, but seeing that both his brothers were kneeling, he gritted his teeth and also knelt down beside his big brother. It was he who held his head with his hands. "My hair has just grown out. Grandfather, can you not hit my head?" The old Marquis was speechless. In the end, the old Marquis chased Gu Chengfeng and Gu Chenglin out. Outside the torture chamber, the two of them listened to the sounds of the lashes landing on Gu Chongqing's body. They were so anxious that they spun around on the spot. After some time, the door of the torture chamber finally opened. The old Marquis walked out with an ashen face. He still held the long whip in his hand. The veins on the back of his hand and on his forehead were bulging. It was clear that he had been serious just now. The two of them looked at the old Marquis hesitantly. The old Marquis didn't say a word and left with a sullen face. Only then did the two of them enter the torture chamber again. Gu Chongqing lay on the straw mat, his body covered in whip marks. "Big brother." Gu Chenglin's eyes were red. He rushed over and helped Gu Chongqing up. Gu Chengfeng looked deeply at his big brother and said to his third brother, "Go to the carriage and bring the medicine for wounds from the secret compartment." "Okay," Gu Chenglin replied in a choked voice. He wiped his tears and went out. There was no third person in the room. Gu Chengfeng felt some movement outside the torture chamber. There was someone holding the door, but it wasn't too close. He helped Gu Chongqing sit on the straw mat with his back against the cold wall. Actually, he and Gu Chenglin had heard everything grandfather and big brother said just now. Gu Chonglin had a simple personality and couldn't hear anything, but he felt that something was strange. Gu Chongfeng knelt down on one knee beside Gu Chongqing and looked at Gu Chongqing. Big brother, you've changed. You weren't like this before. What happened between you and grandfather? On the way here, he and Gu Chonglin had heard about what happened in the military camp. He thought that his big brother was venting for the Gu family army. Thus, even though he felt that his big brother was a bit impulsive, he didn't suspect him. On the contrary, he felt that the relationship between grandfather and big brother was a bit strange. Big brother used to be very respectful to grandfather. Whenever grandfather asked, he would tell him everything he knew. But recently, his big brother and grandfather were clearly less talkative. At first, he thought that his big brother had grown up and become more introverted. But today it clearly wasn't the case. Was it his imagination? He always felt that big brother had some complaints about grandfather. Nothing, Gu Chongqing said. Gu Chongfeng looked at him suspiciously. Is there really nothing? Or, are you complaining that grandfather has been gone for so many years and left us in the manor without caring about us? Gu Chongqing closed his eyes and said, I already said there's nothing. You talk so much. Have you finished memorizing your books? Gu Chongfeng choked. Memorizing what books? He went to the academy to mess around, okay? He wasn't in the mood to study. But even though he wasn't in the mood, his homework wasn't bad. He was very smart. If he wasn't born in the marquis household and didn't have to inherit the family business as the second son who wasn't given high hopes, perhaps he would study diligently and become an official. He couldn't help with his big brother's matter for now. After Gu Chonglin brought the medicine and applied it on his big brother, he and Gu Chonglin returned to the marquis household. He finished the homework assigned by the teacher and also finished Gu Chonglin's. He was about to rest when he saw a white pigeon land on his windowsill. This wasn't an ordinary white pigeon. His eyes moved and he walked over to pick up the white pigeon. He looked around and made sure that no one was around before he untied a note from the pigeon's leg. There was another mission tonight. After Gu Chonglin fell asleep, Gu Chongfeng changed into his night clothes and put on his mask. He quietly left the marquis household. He received the mission through the Thousand Sound Pavilion. The carrier pigeon was placed there after he raised it. The Thousand Sound Pavilion didn't know his identity. The meeting place was a room on the second floor of the Thousand Sound Pavilion. The other party seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He wore a mask and the other party also wore a bamboo hat. Neither of them could see the other's appearance. I've heard so much about you. The other party held a folding fan and smiled at Gu Chongfeng. His voice sounded like he was 70 or 80 years old, but the hand holding the folding fan was unusually young. Gu Chongfeng had been on missions for a few years and had seen all kinds of strange methods to hide one's identity. Changing one's voice was a small trick. Gu Chongfeng went straight to the point. Say it, what do you want? The other party smiled and first took out a purse from his chest and placed it on the table. He slowly pushed it in front of Gu Chongfeng. Gu Chongfeng opened the purse to take a look. Good guy, it was all gold. Gu Chongfeng pulled out the gold inside and suspiciously looked at the other party. It seems like it's a powerful treasure. The other party laughed. It's a person. My family's young master wants a person. In the middle of the night to steal someone? Gu Chongfeng rubbed his chin. So much gold. It can't be that you want me to steal someone from the imperial palace, right? The other party's smile deepened. It's not that difficult. It's just a normal young master. Then is there a need for so much gold? Gu Chongfeng wasn't stupid. It's a bit expensive. The other party said and took out a portrait from his wide sleeve. The moment he saw the portrait, Gu Chongfeng's expression froze. How could it be him? The other party smiled. He is someone from the Marquis Ding and Manor. I believe that with your skills it won't be hard to find him. Gu Chongfeng's tone was normal as he said. What is there to steal from this person? You look like you can't even lift a finger. These words were completely illogical. Who would steal a young master to have him do heavy work? But the bamboo hat man did not investigate. He only smiled and said, My family's young master likes him. Originally, he only liked him a little. Now that he was injured and the price was heavy, he wants him even more. Otherwise, wouldn't he have lost an arm for nothing? Saying this, the bamboo hat man suddenly coughed and stopped. But in Gu Chengfeng's mind, two words almost instinctively popped out. Arm lost an arm. That person is. Gu Chengfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide and clenched his fists. The bamboo hat man looked at the money pouch in Gu Chengfeng's hand and smiled. This is only the down payment. After the matter is completed, you will pay 10 times the reward. This was the largest order Gu Chengfeng had received in the past few years. 10 times the reward, that was 1,000 taels. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. But Gu Chengfeng was not perverted to the point of selling off someone from the marquee manner. He threw the money pouch on the table. I can't accept this order. And I promise you, no one in the capital can accept it. The bamboo hat man bared his teeth in melancholy. Is that so? Then that's really a pity. Can I ask why? This young master only steals things, not people. Goodbye. Gu Chengfeng said perfunctorily. He adjusted the mask on his face and left without looking back. After walking out of the Thousand Sound Pavilion, he stood in the cold wind and could not calm down for a long time. Was the financier Tang Ming? Tang Ming had taken a fancy to Gu Yan? Big brother cut off Tang Ming's arm because of this? Young master. While Gu Chengfeng was deep in thought, a clerk from the Thousand Sound Pavilion walked out and said to him, just now the pavilion master stopped another order and asked if you want to accept it. It's a calligraphy painting. This kind of work was not difficult for Gu Chengfeng. He was about to open his mouth to agree when he suddenly thought of something and fell silent. Young master. The clerk looked at him in confusion. Gu Chengfeng said, forget it. I have something to do tonight. I won't accept the order. Clerk. Yes. Gu Chengfeng returned to the manor as quickly as possible. He stayed in his room without taking off his night clothes and occasionally looked out the window. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. He rubbed his chin. Oh, not coming. Or a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. His expression turned cold. He put on his mask, opened the door and walked out. In the dead of the night, the solemn general's manor was brightly lit. Tang Ming's arm had been cut off by Gu Chongqing. Tang Yueshan had called over the best medical officers in the military camp. The medical officers spent a Herculean effort to stop Tang Ming's bleeding. What about the arm? Tang Yueshan asked, his veins bulging. Can my nephew's arm be reattached? The medical officers looked at each other. Medical Officer Wu, who was the leader, said in shame, in response to Lord Tang's words, please forgive us for our shallow medical skills. We are unable to treat your nephew's arm. Tang Yueshan said with a sullen face, why can't you treat it? Don't your medical books say something about grafting flowers on a tree? Medical Officer Wu said, it is indeed recorded in the ancient books. Unfortunately, no one has ever succeeded. It is said that there is a precedent in the Yin Kingdom, but that is just a rumor. Tang Yueshan would never go to the Yin Kingdom for a rumor. Even if he was willing, the Yin Kingdom was far away. It would be too late by the time he got there. Just as Tang Yueshan was in a terrible fix, another medical officer surnamed Zhang said, Lord Tang, I know a medical hall. Tang Yueshan said excitedly, tell me. Who is it? Medical Officer Zhang said, I wonder if Lord Tang has heard of the Miracle Hall? Tang Yueshan shook his head. No. Medical Officer Zhang thought for a moment and said, then, have you heard of the bellows incident in the Ministry of Works? Tang Yueshan said in a low voice, I have heard a little about it. What does it have to do with the Miracle Hall? Imperial Physician Zhang said, My lord, you may not know this, but the Miracle Hands Hall was one of the medical centers that were recruited by the Imperial Court to treat injuries. The medical skills of the doctors in the Miracle Hands Hall are far superior to other medical centers, and they have treated the most critically ill patients. Even a craftsman who almost died was saved. Tang Yueshan said hurriedly, then go and invite them here. At night, the steward of the Tang Mansion came to the Miracle Hall. He entered the hall and shouted, call out the most skilled doctor here and ask him to come with me to the Marshal's mansion immediately. The most skilled doctor in the Miracle Hall was Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao was not here today. If it was in the past, Shopkeeper Wang would have asked Dr. Song to go to the marshal's mansion. After all, they did not know who was the most skilled doctor. Dr. Song's medical skills were also very good. He was taught by Miss Gu. However, Shopkeeper Wang could not stay calm when he heard the words marshal's mansion. "May I ask what illness is it?" he asked the steward. The steward did not hide it and said bluntly, "My young master's arm was cut off. Can it be cured?" Dr. Song could not cure it. Shopkeeper Wang was not sure if Miss Gu could cure it. After all, he had never seen Gu Jiao treat it. He hesitated for a moment and called Xiao Sanzi. "Go to Miss Gu's house." Xiao Sanzi went to Bai Shui Alley. The person who opened the door for him was Gu Xiaoshun. "Xiaoshun, is your sister here?" Xiao Sanzi asked. Gu Xiaoshun said, "My sister is next door." "Why are you looking for her?" Xiao Sanzi nodded. "And then I'll go next door to find her." Gu Jiao had just finished giving Gu Yan a drip. When she heard that Xiao Sanzi had come, she tidied up her things and tucked in Gu Yan's quilt. She put down the curtain and said, "Come in." "Yes." Xiao Sanzi walked in. He did not look around or ask anything. He was very polite. "Miss Gu, there is a guest in the clinic. He wants to ask you to go to the marshal's mansion." "Can't Dr. Song go?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Sanzi said embarrassedly, "It's a patient from the marshal's mansion. I heard that his arm was cut off. Dr. Song does not know how to treat it." Gu Jiao's hand that was tidying up the curtain paused. "Marshal's mansion? Which marshal's mansion?" Xiao Sanzi said. "There is only one marshal's mansion in the capital. It was the original Tang mansion." He looked around and whispered, "Miss Gu, did you not hear the big news today?" "What news?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Sanzi said, "That something happened in the Tiger Mountain barracks. I heard that the nephew of the world's great marshal got into a fight with someone and was heavily injured. I didn't expect that his arm would be cut off. I don't know who is so daring. Who else could it be?" Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. A dark light flashed in her eyes. "I'll go." "That's great. Then I'll wait for you in the carriage," Xiao Sanzi said with a smile and slipped out in a flash. Gu Jiao smiled evilly. She took out her little notebook and wrote Tang Ming's name on it with a charcoal pencil. Gu Jiao carried a small basket on her back and sat in Xiao Sanzi's carriage to go to the Miracle Hall. When he saw that the visitor was a female physician, the Tang Mansion's housekeeper looked at her with disdain. "Why is she a female physician?" Xiao Sanzi refuted. "She's the most skilled physician in the Miracle Hall. She's also the owner of the Miracle Hall. She's not a female physician. She's a female physician. She treated the emperor's illness?" "Humph." The Tang Mansion's housekeeper was still somewhat disdainful. Gu Jiao said calmly, "If even I can't treat your young master's injury, then there's probably no physician in the world who can." Xiao Sanzi straightened his back. "That's right." The Tang Mansion's housekeeper expected that a small clinic wouldn't have the guts to fool the marshal's mansion. After frowning, he brought Gu Jiao to the marshal's mansion. Tang Yueshan was unhappy to see that the visitor was a female physician. However, Dr. Jiang recognized Gu Jiao at a glance. This is the physician who was at the scene of the accident that day. Her medical skills are very good. She saved the most patients." Hearing Dr. Jiang's words, Tang Yueshan was slightly relieved. He glanced at Gu Jiao. Her face was damaged. However, she didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, she was very calm and generous. However, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but the girl's eyes seemed to be a little excited. He must be overthinking. Why would she be excited about treating his nephew? She should be nervous. After all, he would be angry if she couldn't treat him. Tang Yueshan said seriously, "You should have heard about my nephew's condition from the housekeeper. Can you treat him?" "Yes," said Gu Jiao. Tang Yueshan was stunned. "So easy." Without hesitation, "The consultation fee is not cheap," said Gu Jiao again. Tang Yueshan snorted. "As long as you can cure my nephew, I can pay you however much you want." Gu Jiao raised a finger. 5,000 taels. His Tang Yueshan gasped and gritted his teeth. "Fine. As long as you can cure him, forget 5,000 taels, even 10,000 taels is not a problem." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Then 10,000 taels. Tang Yueshan looked deeply at Gu Jiao. Come with me. Tang Yueshan brought Gu Jiao to Tang Ming's courtyard. The marshal's mansion was bigger than Marquis Ding An's mansion. The route was complicated. If someone didn't lead the way, even Gu Jiao, a secret agent from her previous life, couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't get lost. Along the way, Gu Jiao looked around. Tang Yueshan thought she had never been to such a big mansion before, and didn't say anything. As soon as they entered Tang Ming's room, the strong smell of blood hit their nostrils. Gu Jiao's expression didn't change. She went forward to examine Tang Ming's wound and said to Tang Yueshan, I will operate on him in a while. You can wait outside. No way. Tang Yueshan said coldly. This marshal doesn't trust you. If you take advantage of this marshal's absence and do something to Ming this marshal will regret it. This old man was quite cautious. Gu Jiao said, Oh, as you wish. Tang Yueshan insisted on staying in the room. He saw Gu Jiao open a small medicine box and put on a pair of gloves for herself. She then took out a strange needle and inserted it into Tang Ming's arm. On the other end of the needle was a strange bottle of medicine. Gu Jiao began to stitch up Tang Ming's wound. The entire process was closely monitored by Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan wasn't like Gu Chengfeng, an inexperienced youth. He had been on the battlefield, stepped on bones, and dug up meat from piles of corpses to eat. He could completely withstand this kind of bloody scene. However, Gu Jiao's calmness surprised Tang Yueshan. He had killed before, so he wasn't afraid. How could a girl be so calm? It couldn't be that she had killed before. The operation went smoothly. Can he still hold a sword in the future? Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao said, I don't know. I only treat injuries, not martial arts. Tang Yueshan didn't have much hope in his heart. It wasn't easy to reattach this arm. If he really couldn't hold a sword, it didn't matter. He still had another arm. If worst came to worst, he could practice with his left hand from now on. Tang Yueshan asked the housekeeper to withdraw some money from the accounts room to Gu Jiao. After Gu Jiao took the money, she immediately left the marshal's mansion. However, she didn't go back. Instead, she changed into a small black outfit and put on a beautiful peacock plume mask. She quietly sneaked back to the marshal's mansion. She had memorized the way to the marshal's mansion. Tang Ming, she was here. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. After an entire day of chaos, the marshal's mansion finally returned to its usual tranquility. Tang Ming's condition was stable. Tang Yueshan felt relieved and returned to his own courtyard, leaving 2 shadow guards to guard it. The 2 shadow guards solemnly stood guard outside Tang Ming's door. Suddenly, a small black figure descended from the sky. With a whoosh, an anesthetic needle in each hand pierced into the bodies of the 2 shadow guards. The shadow guards' bodies went limp and they fell to the ground. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and slowly walked in. A simple and elegant carriage passed over the cold doorsill. She came to Tang Ming's bedside and looked at him with interest, as if she was looking at a prey that was about to enter the net. The anesthetic Tang Ming had received during the operation was gradually wearing off. However, Gu Jiao had added some other things to it, so he shouldn't be able to move at this time. However, his sense of pain was more sensitive than ever. As expected, Tang Ming was starting to feel pain. The sword wounds on his body and the wound on his arm all fought to wake him up. He opened his eyes with cold sweat. Then he saw a small ghostly figure in front of the bed. The small figure was wearing a peacock plume mask. There was a strange and frightening feeling to it. Tang Ming jumped in fright. Someone, he shouted loudly. However, he realized that he could only make gurgling sounds from his throat. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Oh, the effects of the drug were pretty good. Even his vocal cords were numb. Chapter 280. Gu Jiao looked at him with great interest. Her gaze lingered on him, as if she was comparing weights. How could you have touched my younger brother? Was it this one? Gu Jiao looked at his right hand. Don't worry, she had just stitched up this arm. She won't remove it. Gu Jiao looked at his left hand again. Tang Ming's heart skipped a beat. In order to let him sleep peacefully, The room was lit with incense and the oil lamp was extinguished. However, the moonlight shone through the window lattice and spread all the way to his bed. The other party's back was against the light, but there was a strange light flashing in his dark eyes. Tang Ming felt that he might have seen a ghost. After all, the marshal's residence was heavily guarded. It was impossible for an assassin to sneak in. Even if they did, there were still secret guards left behind by his uncle standing outside the door. They couldn't have been taken care of as well. Was he really seeing a ghost? Or was he dreaming? Didn't they say that people couldn't feel pain in their dreams? He was going to die from the pain. The place where Gu Chongqing had cut him with his sword hurt, and the place where his arm had been connected hurt even more. It was as if someone had sprinkled salt and applied spicy oil. It was so painful that cold sweat broke out all over his body. What Tang Ming didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Gu Jiao took out a pair of gloves from her chest and flicked them lightly. Tang Ming's body instinctively trembled, and a strange chill surged up his spine. The mask only covered half of Gu Jiao's face. Tang Ming could see her delicate chin and slightly curled lips. Tang Ming didn't know whether this person was a man or a woman, but his smile made his scalp tingle. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao's lips curled up evilly. She put on her gloves and gently tapped his left hand. The cold temperature of her fingertips passed through the gloves and onto Tang Ming's skin. Tang Ming shivered. The next second, Tang Ming felt the seemingly gentle fingers suddenly increase in strength. With a crack, his wrist was fractured. Under the effects of the medicine, Tang Ming felt as if he had been fiercely slashed by someone. He opened his mouth to shout, but he could only shout in his mind. Gu Jiao's fingertips traced along his broken wrist. Her movements were very gentle, and her eyes were filled with enjoyment, if one ignored the cracking sounds under her fingertips. Tang Ming was in so much pain that he almost fainted. What kind of pervert was this? He actually broke his arm inch by inch. This level of pain was enough to make an expert from the imperial palace faint, but Gu Jiao had given him a very expensive medicine. He would be able to stay awake and feel pain clearly. Tang Ming's entire face was contorted in pain. He looked at Gu Jiao with hatred. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." "Oh." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and lifted her hand from his shattered left arm. Tang Ming thought that his aura had scared off the other party, but unexpectedly, the other party suddenly pressed her hand on his left leg. Tang Ming panicked. What was this little pervert trying to do? "Let go of him. Don't touch his leg." Gu Jiao's lips curled up slightly. Her knuckles gently knocked on his knee. With a crack, his knee shattered. Tang Ming was in so much pain that tears were coming out. This state of being unable to do anything but lie on the bed and be at the mercy of others was much more tragic than Gu Yan's state back then. At least Gu Yan could still speak, but he couldn't even shout. Tang Ming finally knew fear. He was a martial arts practitioner, and his courage was much stronger than that of ordinary people. This was also why he could brace himself to fight with Gu Chongqing in the arena. He was afraid of Gu Chongqing's martial arts, but more than that, he was angry and jealous. He was jealous that Gu Chongqing was clearly 2 years younger than him, but had a stronger martial arts talent than him. However, the masked person in front of him gave him a completely different feeling. Whatever anger, whatever jealousy, whatever unwillingness and anger, they were all replaced by fear that came from the depths of his bones. He had finally surrendered. Big drops of tears fell from his eyes. He looked at her pleadingly, even forgetting to ask who she was and why she was treating him this way. He only begged her to let him go. Gu Jiao looked at him gently. "Then have you let my Yin go?" Tang Ming's tears streamed down his face, and his whole body trembled. "I beg you. Let me go. Let me go." Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Her fingertips gently pressed on his other knee. With a crack, it shattered as well. Even with the effects of the medicine, Tang Ming still fainted from the pain. Gu Jiao wasn't in a hurry. She sat patiently at the head of the bed and waited. It didn't take long. After all, the medicine from the research institute was all good medicine. Tang Ming slowly woke up. His face was pale, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He saw that the demon hadn't left yet, and his whole body started to tremble uncontrollably once again. He was no longer the mighty warrior of the grasslands. All of his courage and guts had been destroyed by the person in front of him. He looked at her timidly. Tears filled his eyes and he was filled with fear and despair. Gu Jiao ignored his despair. She wasn't a good person. She had never been one. She was willing to go to hell after death and be hacked into pieces. However, she would take revenge for the hatred in this life. Gu Jiao smiled gently. You can speak now. Tang Ming moved his mouth and let out a loa. He could finally speak, but it was very weak. Gu Jiao took out a syringe from her pocket. In the dark night, Tang Ming couldn't see what it was clearly. He could only vaguely feel a cold light flashing past. What are you going to do? He asked fearfully. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his waistband. Chemical castration. Tang Ming didn't understand what he meant by melt snow or not, but he understood the last two words. His expression suddenly changed. No? Okay. Gu Jiao quietly put the syringe back into her pocket. The next second, she took out a scalpel and said naughtily, physical castration then. Tang Ming was speechless. Tang Yueshan went to sleep after returning to the courtyard. He had experienced a stressful day and was indeed exhausted. Not long after he fell asleep. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly awakened by a nightmare and sat up. He must have forgotten to close the window. At this moment, the night wind blew open the window and made it creak and sway. Tang Yueshan couldn't remember what he had dreamed of. In short, his heart was beating very fast. He frowned and wanted to check on Tang Ming's condition. As soon as he lifted the blanket, he heard a shrill scream. The voice wasn't loud, and it sounded like it came through the heavy blanket. Tang Yueshan's hearing was excellent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heard it. Ming. His expression changed. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes and ran out barefooted. He quickly arrived at Tang Ming's courtyard and saw the two secret guards lying on the ground. His heart sank. Then, he saw a small figure dashing out of Tang Ming's backyard. Guards! There's an assassin! He shouted. The guards patrolling nearby were alerted and rushed over. They looked in the direction Gu Jiao had gone and chased after her. Tang Yueshan ran into the house as fast as he could. When he saw Tang Ming lying in a pool of blood and dying, he let out a violent and heartbroken cry. Gu Jiao didn't know Qinggong and couldn't outrun this group of masters. Tang Yueshan woke up at the right time. If he woke up a little later, she would have succeeded. But one was still not bad. The moment Gu Jiao leaped onto the wall, the masters of the marshal's mansion drew their bows and shot a whole row of arrows at Gu Jiao. Just as Gu Jiao was about to be shot into a sieve, a dark shadow jumped up from outside the wall and grabbed Gu Jiao's waist. He used a dart to deflect the arrows and stopped Gu Jiao's body from landing lightly on the horse's back. Giddy up! He pulled on the reins and the horse galloped away. The horse galloped for dozens of miles in the dark night before stopping. At this time they arrived at the shore of a lake. This was a lake for people to enjoy and play. The scenery was pleasant with green mountains and clear waters. During the day, people would ride pleasure boats or go boating on the lake. The blue waves rippled and the lake was beautiful. At this time it was late at night. Other than a few empty pleasure boats that had long gone to sleep, there was nothing else. Under the towering sky, it seemed like there were only two people and one horse left. Did you shake them off? Gu Jiao sat in front of him and asked. Yes, I shook them off. He answered. They had already shaken them off, but for the sake of caution they still ran a little more. Gu Jiao lifted her long legs and slid down from the saddle. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the moist lake breeze for a while. She asked him, why are you here? Gu Chongfeng also dismounted and led the horse to the grass by the shore. He watched the horse graze as he answered, yes, why am I here? I was just wandering around and bumped into you. Can't I? Oh. Gu Jiao replied with an oh. She walked across the grass and sat down on a stone step by the shore. She picked up a broken tile and threw it toward the lake. The tile flew over the water 7 or 8 times before it fell into the water. Gu Jiao was not satisfied. She sighed, you've regressed. The corner of Gu Chengfeng's mouth twitched. With your thin arms it's already amazing that you can fly 7 or 8 times. Okay? Gu Chengfeng saw that the horse was eating happily and did not bother with it. He walked to Gu Jiao's side and also found a small tile, planning to show her the strength of a man. In the end, pa, 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 it fell into the water 3 times. Gu Chengfeng was embarrassed. Ha. Gu Jiao laughed. She had a strange sense of humor. When everyone was laughing, she might not find it funny, but sometimes a very small thing would make her laugh like a child. It was the first time Gu Chengfeng saw her laugh like this. Childish. Gu Chengfeng rolled his eyes and sat down on the step beside her. Gu Jiao picked up another tile and threw it into the water. Gu Chengfeng hesitated for a moment but still asked, "Why didn't you look for me?" Gu Jiao asked strangely, "Why should I look for you?" Gu Chengfeng snorted, "Don't you like to exploit me? It's such a dangerous thing, why didn't you exploit me?" Gu Chengfeng was just casually muttering a few words, but after he finished, he suddenly fell silent. Because it was too dangerous she didn't call him? So this girl actually had a little bit of conscience? Gu Jiao sighed, "You're so weak, I was afraid that you would drag me down." Gu Chengfeng. So why was he almost touched? She was clearly a heartless little girl. Also, what did she mean by weak? If it wasn't for him just now, she would have been shot into a sieve. Gu Jiao continued to play with the tile. He could see that she was in a good mood, so she must have succeeded. He just didn't know what she did to that guy. While he was thinking, Gu Jiao suddenly threw a brocade pouch into the river. She threw it too quickly so Gu Chengfeng did not see it clearly, but from the sound of it falling, it seemed that there was something in the pouch. "What is that?" Gu Chengfeng asked. "You don't want to know," Gu Jiao said. Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng silently lit a candle for Tang Ming in his heart. Tang Ming deserved it. He could have provoked anyone, but why did he have to provoke her younger brother? She wasn't even this angry when he provoked her. At the mention of Tang Ming, Gu Chengfeng remembered something. "Tonight, someone paid me a lot of money to kidnap Gu Yan. The backer seems to be Tang Ming." "It's not him," Gu Jiao said without hesitation. "How can you be so sure?" Gu Chengfeng asked. Gu Jiao said, "Tang Ming's injuries are serious and he's been receiving emergency treatment. He can't order anyone to do anything." Gu Chengfeng frowned. "If it's not Tang Ming, then why do they have to act like it's Tang Ming? Are they trying to confuse the public? Or are they trying to use me to spread the news that Tang Ming is drooling over Gu Yan?" Gu Jiao didn't say anything. As early as in her dream, when Royal Prince Anne's exam papers were switched, she faintly felt that there was an invisible power in the capital. In the past, that power had nothing to do with her, so she didn't pay it any attention. Now, however, it involved Gu Yan. Of course, this was only her guess. She didn't have any evidence to prove that this was the work of that power. Also, the other party might not be targeting Gu Yan. It was more like they were using Fei Shuang to ruin Tang Ming's reputation. Gu Yan would be implicated for no reason. The consequences of being implicated on a small scale would cause Gu Yan to be harmed, but this should not be within the scope of the other party's concern. On a large scale, it would increase the conflict between the Marshal's manor and Marquis Ding and manor. Gu Chengfeng also thought of this point. The situation in the capital had always been very complicated, but recently, it seemed to have become even more complicated. However, the other party had missed one point. That was Fei Shuang knew Gu Yan. She would not spread the news of Tang Ming and Gu Yan. "Gu Yan, is he all right?" Gu Chengfeng asked. Gu Jiao paused, then said, "He's fine. He was just a bit frightened." "A girl." Gu Chengfeng thought of something and spoke again. "Who exactly are you? Where did you come from?" In any case, he did not believe that she was that little fool who had wandered among the commoners. "Me." Gu Jiao rubbed the tile in her hand. It was rare that she did not avoid this topic. She pointed at the distant horizon. "I came from there." "There? Where?" Gu Chengfeng followed the direction of her finger, and only saw a vast expanse of starlight. Gu Jiao gazed at the expanse of starlight, very, very far away. "I crossed time and space. I might have also crossed the universe." She had never said these words to anyone before. No one would believe her, and no one would understand. In reality, Gu Chengfeng did not understand either, but he believed her. Gu Chengfeng said, "Then how did you come here?" Gu Jiao held the tile in her hand and did not continue to play with water. Instead, she placed her other hand behind her head and lay down on the green grass. I also want to know how I came here. She had considered this question more than once. Was her arrival a theology or a science? Was it her soul that had transmigrated? Or was it the small medicine box from an advanced civilization that had torn through time and space and brought her brain waves here? Gu Chengfeng studied her expression and found that she was indeed confused. He thought to himself that there was someone who did not know how she came here. Could it be that she had been knocked unconscious and left here? Gu Chengfeng did not know how to respond. He looked at Gu Jiao lying on the grass and leisurely looking at the stars and could not help but mutter, "Is it that beautiful? What about you?" Gu Jiao looked at the starry sky and spoke slowly. Gu Chengfeng was slightly stunned. "What about me?" Gu Jiao slowly exhaled. "Why did I have to be a little thief? That's not a little thief. It's a great thief. The number one thief in the capital." Gu Chengfeng exploded. Little thief, how unpleasant it was to hear. Gu Jiao pouted. Then, isn't that stealing? Gu Chengfeng. He actually could not refute. He raised his eyebrows in satisfaction, but when he turned his head and saw that Gu Jiao had been looking at the starry sky and had not witnessed his awesomeness, he instantly lost his excitement. "I'm the second oldest." As he spoke, he also looked up at the starry sky. "I have a powerful older brother who has high hopes since I was young. As for me, I only need to play casually. After all, I don't have to worry about food and clothing when I grow up. In the future, when I get a share of the family business, I won't be able to spend it all in my lifetime." When he said this, his eyes were a little lonely. "What's wrong with that?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chengfeng smiled bitterly. Yes, what was wrong with that? Being a little playboy in the capital, ignorant and incompetent, and not having to shoulder anything, was something that many people dreamed of, but he was unwilling to accept it. He also wanted his grandfather to treat him harshly for once. But when he and his older brother did something wrong at the same time, his grandfather would always punish his older brother, as if it did not matter what he did. He had also tried to wake up early to practice martial arts with his older brother, but when he was late, his grandfather would never get angry. When it rained, his grandmother would not even let him go, saying, "Grandma's darling, why do you have to suffer?" Can you understand the feeling of others never having expectations of you? I'm living like a piece of trash. Gu Chengfeng's own mood became gloomy as he spoke. But when he turned his head, he found that the little girl who was supposed to be lying next to him as a listener had disappeared. His eyebrows jumped and he looked around. He saw that Gu Jiao had gone to the side of the horse and was looking for something in the small cloth bag hanging on the saddle. So thirsty. She found a water bag, pulled out the cork and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Why is it wine? Gu Chengfeng wanted to remind her, but who told her to move so quickly? But this was not hard liquor. It was Thousand Sound Pavilion's pear blossom wine, so she would not get drunk. Just as his thoughts turned, Gu Jiao's eyes rolled back, and she passed out with a thud. Gu Chengfeng. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The streets were as silent as snow. A certain someone was drunk and refused to ride a horse, so Gu Chengfeng had no choice but to carry her all the way from the lake to Jade Water Alley. Gu Chengfeng was someone who knew Qinggong, but he could not carry someone for dozens of miles. No matter how strong his Qinggong was, he would not be able to bear it, okay? Not to mention, a certain someone was especially restless. Swish. A certain someone stretched out 2 hands and grabbed Gu Chengfeng's ears. "I have a little donkey that I never ride one day. I rode it to the market on a whim. I had a little whip in my hand. I was very proud of it. Giddy up, giddy up." Gu Chengfeng's ears were twisted out of shape. "Ah, what kind of crazy person is this? Someone come and take her away." When Xiao Lulang heard the noise, he opened the door and came in front of the two. Gu Jiao had already pulled Gu Chengfeng's ears, and his hair was also twisted into a chicken's nest. Gu Chengfeng, who always cared about his image, and Fei Shuang, who even made a beautiful and coquettish mask, had never been in such a sorry state. Gu Chengfeng looked at Xiao Lulang, who suddenly appeared in front of him with an ashen face. Very good, someone saw him like this. Gu Chengfeng had stayed in the medical center for a long time, so Xiao Lulang knew him. He knew that he was the second young master of the Ho Fu, Gu Jiao's brother. Xiao Liulang's expression softened. You guys drank? He asked. Gu Changfeng hurriedly said. No, she was the one who looked for water to drink, and mistakenly drank my pear blossom wine. She did not drink much, just a sip. Who knew that her alcohol tolerance was so bad? Xiao Lulang looked at Gu Jiao, who was lying on Gu Chengfeng's back, and stretched out his arms. Give her to me. Gu Chengfeng looked at Xiao Lulang doubtfully. Can you do it? Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched and said expressionlessly, My hand is not crippled. Gu Chengfeng looked at him again, and saw that he was not using crutches, so he must have specially come out to carry her back. Moreover, he was dressed properly, and his expression was sober. It did not seem like he was woken up from his sleep, but rather like he had been waiting for this girl. Gu Chengfeng hesitated, but still gave Gu Jiao to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang would have a hard time walking without crutches, but he still tightly held Gu Jiao in his arms. Gu Chengfeng was curious whether Xiao Lulang would throw her down, and stared at him as he entered the room. The moment he crossed the threshold, Gu Jiao suddenly hugged Xiao Liulang's neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Gu Chengfeng wanted to poke his own eyes out. Why was he waiting here to watch? Was he looking for trouble? Xiao Lulang was actually also shocked by that kiss, but he knew that Gu Chengfeng had not gone far. He walked into the courtyard as usual, and put her on the bed in the east room. He looked at her with shining eyes. Do you know who I am? Gu Jiao sat cross-legged on the bed, and opened a pair of watery eyes, and said very obediently, I know. She pretended to be awake, and looked very much like an innocent little deer. Xiao Lulang couldn't take it anymore, and his chest swelled. He took a deep breath and asked her in a low voice, Then who am I? Gu Jiao, husband. Xiao Lulang. Who is husband? Gu Jiao, Lulang Xiao Lulang. After she finished speaking, she fell asleep on the bed like a porcelain doll with her arms and legs spread out in front of her face. Xiao Lulang looked at her red little face, long eyelashes and slightly opened bright red lips. His Adam's apple moved, and he quickly turned his face away. He stood up and was about to leave when Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed his sleeve, and in a daze he fell towards her. He used his other hand to support his body, and weakly pressed on top of her. Her face was very close, and the smell of the pear blossom wine lingered at the tip of his nose. Xiao Liulang's eyelashes trembled slightly. He didn't know when, but her clothes were crooked, and half of her exquisite collarbone was exposed. His eyes only lightly swept over it, and he felt a rush of blood to his head. His breathing quickened. Gu Jiao grabbed his clothes with 2 fingers, closed her eyes and muttered, I want a kiss. Kiss who? Jiao Jiao. Who wants to kiss Jiao Jiao? Lulang wants to kiss Jiao Jiao. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath again, and raised his hand to cover her eyes that were about to open. He bent down and just as his lips were about to touch hers, he paused, tilted his head, and gently kissed the corner of her lips. The news of Tang Ming's arm being chopped off by Gu Chongqing spread like wildfire in the capital. However, there was no specific news of Tang Ming's abuse that night. They only knew that an assassin had come to the manor, and the streets and alleys were filled with wanted posters from the government. Unfortunately, the wanted posters didn't even have a face. They only described the assassin's approximate height and figure, and it was a man. Thus they couldn't find anything. After all, the assassin was a woman. No one suspected Gu Jiao. Of course, Tang Ming had suffered such a serious injury, but they didn't ask Gu Jiao to go to the marshal's manor to treat Tang Ming's injury. This wasn't strange. After all, Tang Ming's injury wasn't in the right place, and there were some things that outsiders couldn't know about. Tang Yueshan looked as if he had half his life taken away. In just one night, several strands of his hair had turned white. By the time the military camp's medical officer finished treating Tang Ming's injuries, it was already the morning of the next day. Tang Yueshan looked at Tang Ming, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages, and the blood vessels in his eyes looked like they were about to burst. Don't worry, Ming. I'll find the murderer and avenge you, Tang Yueshan said coldly. He stroked Tang Ming's forehead lovingly and went to the military camp with a fierce look on his face. After entering the military camp, he went straight to the torture chamber. He believed that Gu Chongqing had something to do with last night's incident. He was in a fit of anger, and his anger had drowned out his rationality. He had forgotten that Gu Chongqing's figure didn't actually look like an assassin's. The assassin was smaller than Gu Chongqing, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that he had seen wrongly in his panic. He kicked open the door of the torture chamber and angrily grabbed Gu Chongqing's collar, pulling him up from the straw mat. Was it you? Was it you last night? Gu Chongqing wasn't affected by Tang Yueshan's anger. He looked at him calmly. Marshal, what are you talking about? Was it me? Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth. Don't play dumb with me. You broke into the marshal's residence last night and attacked Ming. It wasn't enough that you took his arm. You hurt him like that. Gu Chongqing, you're so vicious. Gu Chongqing looked at him coldly and didn't say anything else. There wasn't much hatred between Gu Chongqing and Tang Yueshan. What happened to the Gu clan troops was caused by their different camps. It didn't have much to do with whether it was Tang Yueshan or not. The Gu clan troops might not have a good time if they fell into the hands of others. However, Gu Chongqing and Tang Ming had an irreconcilable conflict. Tang Yueshan couldn't not protect Tang Ming. So he and Tang Yueshan had completely fallen out. Since that was the case, there was no need to pretend to be polite. The more nonchalant Gu Chongqing was, the angrier Tang Yueshan became. You don't want to admit it? Fine. Then don't blame me for being unreasonable. Guards, bring me the torture instruments. What is Lord Tang doing? Marquis Xian Pingho's unhurried voice slowly sounded outside the torture chamber. He was a person who didn't even go to the morning court, but he got up early for Gu Chongqing. He was so sleepy. Marquis Xian Pingho yawned lazily, stood at the door, and looked inside with sleepy eyes. It's not good to do such a cruel thing so early in the morning, is it? Tang Yueshan looked at Marquis Xian Pingho with burning eyes. Xiaoji, you'd better not interfere in this matter. Marquis Xian Pingho was really sleepy. He raised his sleeve and yawned again. A beauty's yawn was also pleasing to the eye. He glanced at Tang Yueshan nonchalantly and said, unfortunately, I like to meddle in other people's affairs. Especially since you've become the Grand Marshal of the world and taken away my military power. No matter how I think about it, I'm not happy about it. Well, I have to interfere. Tang Yueshan was speechless. Tang Yueshan suppressed his anger and said, do you think you can interfere? I'm the Marshal of the world who was personally appointed by the Empress Dowager. In the military camp there are only official positions, no marquis. My official position is higher than yours. What right do you have to interfere in my affairs? Marquis Xian Pingho was silent, as if he was seriously thinking about Tang Yueshan's words. Well? He nodded and crooked his finger at Chongjing. Chongjing walked over and asked Marquis Xian Pingho, do you want to fight? Marquis Xian Pingho frowned reproachfully and clicked his tongue at Chongjing. He said to Chongjing indifferently, how can you fight so easily? Where did you learn it from? Is this what this marquis usually taught you? As he reprimanded Chongjing, he reached into the small pouch at her waist and took out 2 marbles. He then turned to Tang Yueshan and said, Official Tang, how about this marquis make a bet with you? If you win, you can do whatever you want with Commandant Gu. If you lose, you won't torture Commandant Gu. Tang Yueshan said sarcastically, oh, you're so cunning. Who wants to bet with you? Marquis Xian Pingho sighed. Hey, how can you say that? You and I have known each other for so many years. Even if we're not brothers, we're comrades. Why would I cheat you? I guarantee fairness. Unless you don't dare to bet. Tang Yueshan said coldly, don't try to provoke me. Marquis Xian Pingho said, and my identity? Tang Yueshan was stunned. Marquis Xian Pingho looked at the marbles in his hand and smiled faintly. If I lose, I won't be Xiaoji anymore. This was a great temptation. Although he was now the Marshal of the world, his reputation in the capital was still not as good as Marquis Xian Pingho. But if Marquis Xian Pingho was no longer Marquis Xian Pingho, would he still be qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang Yueshan? Marquis Xian Pingho said earnestly, anyway, you won't lose anything if you lose. Are you stupid not to bet? Tang Yueshan loosened his big fist and let go of Gu Chongqing. Okay, what do you want to bet? Chapter 281. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. Tang Yueshan calculated Marquis Xianping's strength in his mind. To be honest, he didn't fight with Marquis Xianping that many times. Even if he did, it was 20 years ago. Marquis Xianping's martial arts were slightly better than his, but Marquis Xianping's waist injury had not been completely healed. It would hurt every rainy day. Tang Yueshan was confident that Marquis Xianping was no match for him in martial arts. Was it a competition? Then Marquis Xianping was even less of a match for him. Although Tang Yueshan didn't know much about martial arts, he was still better than Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping was an ignorant and incompetent hooligan. Marquis Xianping sighed and said awkwardly, "Lord Tang, you should know that I was injured before. Can I find someone to fight for me?" It seemed that Marquis Xianping was really going to compete with him. Tang Yueshan glanced at the boy behind Marquis Xianping. He knew the boy. His name was Chang Jing, a shadow guard. Tang Yueshan didn't know much about his background. Tang Yueshan couldn't feel the boy's aura at all. There were two possibilities. One was that the boy didn't know martial arts, and the other was that the boy's martial arts were better than his. There was no doubt that the boy was not the first. It was strange but also not strange. It was not strange because Tang Yueshan was a man who led troops to war. He learned how to defend the enemy on the battlefield. His martial arts were very good, but not as good as a shadow guard. The strange thing was that the boy was so mysterious that no one in the capital had investigated his background. Tang Yueshan cared a lot about his reputation, but he was not the kind of person who would suffer for it. Provocation might work on him, but the real reason why he agreed to the bet was his own selfishness. He wanted to remove Xiaoji's identity as Marquis Xianping. Therefore, he wouldn't let Changjing fight for Marquis Xianping just to save face. Even if Marquis Xianping would say that he had an unfair advantage because of his waist injury. "I don't agree," Tang Yueshan said seriously. "Sure enough," Marquis Xianping said. "You're bullying me because of my waist injury? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you?" Tang Yueshan snorted coldly. "If you can afford it, then go. If you can't, then leave." "Bet? Of course I have to bet. Am I the kind of person who can't afford to gamble?" Marquis Xianping's shamelessness was well known in the circle. Even Tang Yueshan was afraid of losing, but Marquis Xianping was not. He was thick-skinned. Therefore, he could afford to gamble and he could afford to lose. In a way, this was Marquis Xianping's unique reputation. Tang Yueshan was not afraid that he would go back on his word. "All right, let's play then." Xianping Ho opened his palm, revealing 2 jadeite marbles. "Pick one." Tang Yueshan was taken aback. "What?" Marquis Xianping said. "Playing marbles." Tang Yueshan choked. You mean this?" "Ah, that's right." Marquis Xianping said matter-of-factly. "What else do you think we're fighting?" Fight. Tang Yueshan clenched his fists. He was so angry that the corners of his mouth were twitching. He was the one who said that if he could afford to gamble, then he could leave. Now he could not go back on his word. After all, it was not a matter of shame. He could not go back on his word. Tang Yueshan sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never thought that he would have to compete with others in this aspect at his age. Was there really nothing wrong with Marquis Xianping's brain? Did he really think that this was the case? Didn't he find it embarrassing? Sure, he used to play with marbles when Tang Yueshan was young, and he was good at it. Besides, martial artists were fast and accurate. Tang Yueshan was not afraid. Fine. I'll take this one," he answered impatiently and picked one of the marbles. Changjing's marbles looked similar, but each one was different. For example, Tang Yueshan's marbles were blue and white jadeite, while Marquis Xianping's marbles were jade and white jadeite. Marquis Xianping asked his men to dig 2 small holes in the ground. He and Tang Yueshan each took one. There were many ways to play with marbles. He asked Tang Yueshan to pick one, and Tang Yueshan picked the one that did not need to be done first. In addition to the marbles in their hands, they each took 10 marbles. Whoever hit the 10 marbles into the hole first would win. Sounded simple. However, he felt like an idiot to squat down in front of so many subordinates. Marquis Xianping was a handsome idiot. Everything he did was pleasing to the eye. Tang Yueshan could not bear to look at him squatting there. Tang Yueshan suddenly regretted. Why did he bet with this lunatic? Did he forget that this lunatic had never done anything normal? Marquis Xianping squatted on the ground and turned to look at Tang Yueshan. Are you ready, Lord Tang? At this moment, many people heard about the competition outside the torture chamber and came to watch. But, just for this, Tang Yueshan was so embarrassed that he yelled in a bluff, "What are you looking at? Don't you need to practice?" The crowd left in a panic. Only the two lunatics, no, the two magnates, their henchmen, and Gu Chongqing were left. Gu Chongqing was not interested in this. He sat on the straw mat in the torture chamber with his back against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. Tang Yueshan cursed Marquis Xianping thousands of times in his heart. Then, accompanied by the sound of a gong, the day's marbles competition began. Tang Yueshan was full of confidence because Marquis Xianping had not practiced martial arts for a long time after his waist injury. He practiced day and night, so his control was better than Marquis Xianping. However, Marquis Xianping pressed Tang Yueshan's face to the ground and rubbed it. Before Tang Yueshan could throw a single marble, Marquis Xianping's 10 marbles all went into the hole. That's right, Marquis Xianping defeated 10 marbles with 1 marble. His technique was so decisive that he could be called a god. Tang Yueshan was stunned. You don't usually train but play marbles, do you? Marquis Xianping groaned and struggled to stand up. He looked down at the stunned Tang Yueshan and said, "You lost, Lord Tang." In order to trick Chongjing into being his secret guard, he had practiced for a long time. If Tang Yueshan did not realize that he had been set up by Marquis Xianping, he would not be able to explain himself. But it was useless even if he realized it. He had already said the ugly words. Could he go back on his words? At this moment, a servant of the marshal's office hurried over and whispered something in his ear. Tang Yueshan stood up and looked coldly at Marquis Xianping and Gu Chongqing in the torture room. He said disdainfully, "Humph, I'll let you go today. But you hurt Ming-er. I won't let you go." After that, he threw away the marbles in his hand and walked away with a determined look. Marquis Xianping asked someone to pick up the marbles, wipe them for Chongjing and return them to him. Chongjing was a little depressed. He didn't like others touching his marbles. Marquis Xianping straightened his clothes and coaxed, "I'll buy you new ones next time. The round and beautiful ones, okay?" Chongjing's face darkened and his eyes were full of resentment. "You've said that 37 times. Marquis Xianping was embarrassed. "Ahem, did I? I'll buy them this time. I'll definitely buy them." Chongjing lowered his head and carefully wiped his marbles. Marquis Xianping came to the door of the torture room and looked at Gu Chongqing, who had his eyes slightly closed as if he didn't care about life and death. He said, "You're so young. What's there to be depressed about?" Gu Chongqing slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dark and obscure wall with traces of damp water. "I'm not depressed." Marquis Xianping stopped here and didn't argue with him. He said, "If you have difficulties, you can go to the emperor and say it." Gu Chongqing calmly said, "I have no difficulties." Not having any difficulties was the greatest difficulty, because it was simply impossible to say it out loud. Marquis Xianping saw through but didn't expose him. He smiled faintly. "All right, the matter has been taken care of. I should return to the food to catch up on my sleep. See you later." Gu Chongqing bowed slightly as a greeting. Marquis Xianping yawned and boarded the carriage. Chongjing sat on the outer seat and drove the carriage. Marquis Xianping knew where the carriage was going even with his eyes closed. He lazily said, "Go to the soft fragrance pavilion." Having been woken up from his sleep, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly when he returned to the Fu. It wasn't bad to lie down in his arms. Chongjing didn't like that kind of place. There were many women and they always made strange sounds. However, Miss Yang-er of the soft fragrance pavilion could make a lot of delicious food. On the other side, Tang Yueshan hurried back to the marshal's manor. "Where's the young master? Is he really awake?" he asked the housekeeper waiting at the door as he got off the carriage. The housekeeper hurriedly said, "Yes, he really did wake up. I remembered your orders to immediately inform you when the young master woke up." After what happened last night, Tang Yueshan didn't feel safe leaving Tang Ming alone in the courtyard. He ordered people to move Tang Ming to his own courtyard. At this moment, Tang Ming was lying in his room, sleeping on his bed. The room was filled with a thick medicinal fragrance, suppressing the smell of blood on Tang Ming's body. However, Tang Yueshan could still smell it. He frowned and came to the bed. Dr. Jiang and Dr. Wu were both there. The two of them bowed to him. Lord Tang. Tang Yueshan waved his hand, gesturing for them to dispense with the formalities. He sat down on the edge of the bed and looked worriedly at Tang Ming. Tang Ming's brows were tightly knitted. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was pale. He asked, "Didn't you say he was awake?" Dr. Wu said, "He woke up for a while, took 2 sips of medicine, then went back to sleep. In fact, he only took 1 sip and spilled half of it." Tang Ming's face was paler than when Tang Yueshan left in the morning. His breathing was also very weak. Tang Yueshan felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He took a handkerchief from a servant girl and wiped off the cold sweat on Tang Ming's forehead from the pain even though he was unconscious. Then he asked the 2 doctors, "Can he be saved?" The 2 doctors looked at each other and pushed each other with their eyes. In the end, Dr. Jiang coughed softly and said, "We will do our best." "I don't want you to do your best. It's you who can cure him. I only have one." Tang Yueshan paused and clenched his fists. He endured the pain and said, "Nephew, I don't have a son. He is my heir. I won't allow anything to happen to him, whether it's his life or his." Tang Yueshan paused and glanced at a certain part of Tang Ming's body. "Can he lift it again?" He was not a scholar, so he couldn't say something polite and subtle. Lift it again was the most elegant word he could come up with in front of the doctors. The 2 doctors didn't know how to answer for a while. After all, they really couldn't say for sure. Tang Ming had lost a sack, so it was reasonable to say that he hadn't completely become a father-in-law. However, he was so badly injured that he couldn't be compared with a normal man. Tang Yueshan was furious that the doctors didn't give him a definite answer. Just as the doctors were about to start trembling in fear, a servant reported that Madame Tang had arrived. Tang Yueshan's anger disappeared and he restrained his murderous aura. "You can leave now." "Yes." The doctors were relieved and secretly thought that Madame Tang had come at the right time. Madame Tang entered the room with red and swollen eyes. The bad news made her cry so hard that she almost fainted in the morning. Tang Yueshan's eyes fell on her red eyes. His eyes moved, and he got up to give up the position beside the bed and slightly bowed. Madame Tang saluted him without looking at him. The distance between the 2 of them was very obvious. "Pour a cup of tea for Madame Tang." Tang Yueshan ordered the servant. The servant said, "Yes." "No need." Madame Tang choked and refused. She touched Tang Ming's face and tears came out again. "My poor child." Tang Yueshan stared at Madame Tang's side face and said solemnly, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will cure Ming." Madame Tang covered her mouth and nodded with tears in her eyes. Madame Tang sat for a while. The doctor still had to give Tang Ming medicine. She didn't want to delay her son's treatment, so she got up and left. Perhaps she had been crying for too long. The moment she stood up, she felt dizzy. She shook her head and staggered a few steps. Tang Yueshan's expression changed and he went forward to support her. His eyes were full of nervousness. "Sister-in-law." Madame Tang was supported, and the dizziness quickly passed. She looked at the hand holding her arm and her expression changed. She quickly pulled her arm away. Chapter 282. Tang Yueshan seemed to realize that he had lost his composure and took a step back. "Take care, sister-in-law. If he wakes up tomorrow, I'll have someone inform you." "Thank you." Madame Tang nodded slightly and walked out of the room with the help of a servant girl. After that, the medical officer continued to treat Tang Ming, and Tang Yueshan returned to the barracks to interrogate Gu Chongqing. Marquis Xianping had people in the barracks. He couldn't have lost the bet in the morning and broken his promise in the afternoon. He didn't torture Gu Chongqing, but used the worst interrogation environment. Gu Chongqing was brought to a dark room that was specially used to interrogate soldiers who had committed serious crimes. Cold torture instruments hung on the walls. Perhaps it had been baptized by too much blood, but even though they had been wiped clean, it was difficult to hide the nauseating smell of blood. "Do you admit to your crime?" I broke Tang Ming's arm. I admit to it. The assassination in the middle of the night? No. No matter how Tang Yueshan interrogated him, Gu Chongqing always said the same thing. He had clearly been severely injured by the old marquis, but his mind was still clear. This made Tang Yueshan very angry. Gu Chongqing admitting to breaking Tang Ming's arm was enough to convict Gu Chongqing, but this was not what Tang Yueshan wanted. Tang Ming was half a cripple. No matter whether the assassin that night was Gu Chongqing or not, everything had started because of Gu Chongqing. If Gu Chongqing hadn't injured Tang Ming, how could Tang Ming not even be able to defeat an assassin? How could he have fallen into such a vicious trap? Gu Chongqing would have to pay the price for this, a huge price. Clearwater Alley. After being in a coma for 3 days, Gu Yan finally woke up. Yao Shi was watching over him. She sat on a chair beside the bed and fell asleep with her head leaning against the bedpost. She was pregnant, so it was easy for her to get sleepy. She had been staying by Gu Yan's side for the past few days, so she fell asleep without paying attention. Gu Jiao had just changed Gu Yan's drip. She turned her head and saw him open his eyes. She said softly, "You're awake? How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Gu Yan shook his head. He didn't feel uncomfortable, but his body was a little weak. He turned his head to look at the house and asked, "Where is this son-in-law this way?" Gu Jiao said. When she had just brought Gu Yan back, Gu Yan's condition was a little too horrible to look at. For the sake of not provoking Yao Shi, she had him stay here. After Yao Shi found out, she did not move him. With regards to Yao Shi, Gu Jiao naturally could not tell her the entire truth. She only knew that Gu Yan had gone to buy something and fainted because he lost his way. Gu Yan had heart problems. This kind of situation had happened before, so Yao Shi did not suspect anything. She only felt very sorry for Gu Yan and was very worried about Gu Yan. Gu Yan turned his head and saw Yao Shi sleeping soundly. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, but he heard Gu Jiao say, "I didn't say anything." It was a simple 3 words that came out of nowhere, but Gu Yan understood. Perhaps this was the tacit understanding between the twins. Gu Yan relaxed and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Gu Jiao touched his forehead and said, 3 days. Then, Gu Yan's eyes flashed with something, but he hesitated. Gu Jiao slowed down the drip. "I'll go make you something to eat. How about millet congee and egg drop soup? Both are good." Gu Yan lowered his eyes and said. Gu Jiao nodded and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she stopped and turned her face slightly. She looked to the side and said, "That bastard has already been taken care of. Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you again. You can be at ease and boldly walk into the sunlight." Gu Yan gave a muffled grunt of acknowledgement. Gu Jiao was not in a rush to immediately have her younger brother become lively again. Some wounds needed time to heal. What Gu Jiao did not know was that the first thing that Gu Yan cared about after waking up was not Tang Ming's disgusting actions. He would care about those things, and it would take a long time for him to erase them from his heart. But now was not the time. Right now, his mind was filled with a name that he had heard from Tang Ming before he had fainted. Gu Chongqing. As the young master of the Marquis Fu, he was naturally not unfamiliar with this name. He was actually Gu Chongqing. He thought of those unbearable memories from his childhood. Because of his weak body, he only learned to walk when he was 2 years old. He only learned to run when he was 3 years old. One day, he took advantage of his afternoon nap to quietly climb out of bed and go to the Marquis Fu's little garden. At that time, there was a boy in black clothes practicing his sword in the garden. The boy was not even 10 years old, but he was taller than a 10-year-old child. He waved a long sword that did not match his body shape. He was full of righteousness and had a valiant and formidable bearing. That was his older brother. He knew. When the boy put away his sword, he ran over. "Older brother, I'm Gu Yan. You can call me Yan or you can call me Yan. Mother called me Bao Bao. If you like, you can call me that too." He saw that he was sweating profusely and even pulled off the small pouch around his neck and handed it to him. "Here." The other party did not take it. He looked at him with a cold gaze. "I'm not your older brother, and you're not my younger brother. He did not understand that gaze at that time. He only felt a little hurt. But after he grew up and carefully thought about it, it was not a wound. It was the pain of a knife cutting through his tender little heart. You are my older brother. You are my father's son. And I am also my father's son. But you are not my mother's son. We can never be brothers. The 3-year-old him was abandoned in the cold wind like that. It was probably really painful, so much so that he could still remember it. But did he give up? He did not. He did not understand why his father was his older brother's father, but his mother was not his older brother's mother. He went to ask his father. His father said, of course he is your older brother, and you are also his younger brother. Oh, he knew it. He was very happy. But when he turned his head, he saw his father rushing to his older brother's courtyard. He pulled out his older brother who was practicing calligraphy and gave him a good beating. Who allowed you to bully your younger brother? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll break your legs. No, don't break his older brother's legs. He hurriedly ran over and hugged his father's thigh, telling him not to hit him. Don't hit, older brother, don't hit. Don't hit. His father carried him away. He looked at his older brother who was kneeling on the ground with a face full of anger and humiliation. He came to find him. He roared at him and said, "Don't come find me again. I hate you when I see you. I hate you. I wish there was no such thing as you in this family." He actually wanted to tell him, older brother, second brother, and third brother hit me. They bruised my arm. It hurts so much. But at that moment he felt that his heart hurt more than his arm. He thought that he was different from his two brothers. He had seen him touch the little rabbit on the ground, and he had also seen him save the little bird on the tree. He was such a kind person. He even liked little birds. He was so cute, he would definitely like him too. But he did not like him. He hated him. He wished that he had never existed. He held his own heart and sincerely worshipped it to him. In return, he threw it away like it was a pair of worn-out shoes. But even so, when he was locked up in the dark room by his third brother, his heart still longed for him. He hoped that just once he could come and protect him. He was his most respected older brother. Later he left. He stepped on the carriage to the mountain villa. From time to time he would look back. At that time he thought that if his older brother could come out and see him, he would not feel wronged. He would not leave. He was not afraid of being bullied by his third and second brother. But he did not come. He finally fell into his mother's arms and burst into tears. He had been in the villa for 10 years, but he did not wait for him to come visit even once. He finally forced himself to accept reality bit by bit. He was not his younger brother and he was not his older brother. They had the same father, but they would never have any relationship. The memories in his mind surged. Gu Yan closed his eyes. In the dead of night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. The entire army camp fell into silence. Gu Chongqing sat on the straw mat, not feeling sleepy. Suddenly there was movement outside the door, followed by the sound of 2 bodies falling to the ground. Gu Chongqing's eyes turned cold, and a vigilant light flashed through his eyes. In the next second the door to the torture room was opened. More than 10 cold hidden weapons shot towards his head and face. This was the rhythm of shooting him into a sieve. Gu Chongqing suddenly rolled on the ground and grabbed the straw mat by the wall. He waved his arm towards the hidden weapons. Using the soft to conquer the hard, he took down the hidden weapons. Then the straw mat scattered and the hidden weapons shot back at the other party. The other party seemed to have been prepared. He did not rush into the torture room. The moment the hidden weapons shot back, he quickly hid behind the wall. The hidden weapons were nailed to the ground outside the torture room. Only then did the other party enter the room with a sword to assassinate Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing's hands and feet were shackled with iron chains. He raised his hands and used the iron chains between the shackles to seize the other party's sword. Holding the sword in his hand, he fiercely stabbed the other party's heart. It was true that he was injured, but in terms of skill, he was still much stronger than the other party. The masked man in black was almost stabbed by Gu Chongqing. He hurriedly retreated from the torture room. The shackles on Gu Chongqing's feet were tied to the iron rings on the wall. He could not get out. The man in black stood outside the danger zone. He crossed his arms and laughed without restraint. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting even when injured. You are indeed the cold-faced Yama, Commandant Gu. Who are you? Gu Chongqing asked coldly. The man in black smiled slightly. I'm the one who came to kill you. Someone paid for your life. But it seems that I underestimated your strength. I won't be able to kill you tonight. I can only settle for the next best thing, which is to kill your brother. Gu Chongqing frowned. The man in black said slowly, the patron said that he had to take one of your brother's lives. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent the hatred in his heart. Hatred in his heart? Gu Chongfeng and Gu Chonglin did not have any bad blood with anyone. Could it be? Gu Chongqing's heart sank. He wanted to ask more, but the other party had already used Qinggong and disappeared into the boundless night. Gu Chongqing thought back to the other party's mask. The mask was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The hidden weapons on the ground also gave off an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The other party could have really gone to kill Gu Yan, or it could have been fake. Gu Chongqing's eyes darkened. He did not hesitate for too long. He raised the long sword in his hand and cut off the iron chains on his hands and feet. He walked out of the torture room. At this moment, a soldier who had come to relieve the guard arrived outside the torture room. He saw Gu Chongqing holding a sword and wearing shackles that had been broken. He then looked at the two corpses on the ground. The corpses' blood flowed all over the ground. Gu Chongqing's sword was dripping with blood. His expression changed. Commandant Gu. Gu Chongqing frowned but did not explain. He threw away his sword, thought for a moment, and knocked the other party out with a palm strike. Actually, there was no need. The other party was too shocked and completely forgot to stop him. However, if he did not knock the other party out, the other party would be guilty of dereliction of duty. Gu Chongqing went to the stable to get his horse and rushed to Chong and Main Street. Along the way, he paid attention to whether or not he was being followed. After confirming that there was no one, he turned into Jadewater Alley. He went straight to the old chancellor's place. He rushed into Gu Yan's room. Gu Yan was soaking his feet in the medicinal concoction that Gu Jiao had boiled. Yao Shi was accompanying him at the side. The two of them were stunned when they saw Gu Chongqing enter the room, travel-worn. Gu Chongqing probably did not know how many days he had been locked up in the torture room, and how terrible his appearance was. His clothes were still stained with blood. The corner of his mouth had been accidentally whipped and was still bruised. He had not shaved for a few days, so there was a faint bruise around his lips. However, his eyes were so bright in the dark night that it was threatening. Gu Jiao had told Yao Shi and the family that Gu Yan had lost his way and fainted. Therefore, Yao Shi did not know that her son had met Tang Ming, and had already found out from Tang Ming that he was Gu Chongqing. Yao Shi still thought that they were getting along like before. Yao Shi stood up and said, "You're here to see Yan right?" Actually, she wanted to ask what was wrong with Gu Chongqing, but it was not good to ask. "I'm going to see if the medicine is ready," Yao Shi said and went out. When Gu Chongqing saw Gu Yan's current appearance, how could he not understand? However, he did not regret it. On the contrary, he let out a sigh of relief. He was very glad that the other party was scheming against him, and did not really want to harm Gu Yan. "Are you feeling better?" Gu Yan lowered his eyes and did not speak. After experiencing such a thing, anyone would be in low spirits. His reaction was not strange in Gu Chongqing's eyes. Gu Chongqing thought of that day when Tang Ming called his name. At that time, Gu Yan seemed to have fainted. He should not have heard it, right? Gu Chongqing gathered his courage and walked to the bedside. As usual, he reached out to touch his forehead. He was worried that the shackles would be exposed, so he covered them with his sleeve. However, just as he was about to touch Gu Yan tilted his head. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. Chapter 283. Gu Chongqing's hand fell on empty air, and it froze beside his temple for a long time. Gu Yan didn't say a word or look at him. It wasn't hard to feel Gu Yan's resistance. However, Gu Chongqing wasn't sure if this resistance was only directed at him or at all men. After all, he had been disgusted by Tang Ming, so it was normal for him to reject other people's touch. As Gu Chongqing thought about it, he put down his hand that was frozen in midair. He stared at Gu Yan with a gentleness that even he didn't notice. "When did you wake up?" "This morning," Gu Yan said in a low voice. His eyes were lowered, and his tone was a little distant. His appearance made Gu Chongqing's heart ache. He hated himself for not cutting off one more of Tang Ming's arms. A strand of black hair hung down from his temples and fell on his thin cheeks. Gu Chongqing instinctively raised his hand, wanting to brush away the disobedient strand of hair. However, before he could touch it, he remembered his current condition and silently put his hand down. "I just came to see you," he said carefully. He didn't dare to get too close to Gu Yan. On one hand, he was afraid that he would accidentally awaken Gu Yan's bad memories. On the other hand, he couldn't explain it clearly himself. It was as if Gu Yan was different from before. Their relationship had also imperceptibly changed. He didn't want to think too deeply about it, so he could only use Tang Ming as an excuse and think that everything was because of Tang Ming. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Yan steadily. "It's getting late. You should rest early. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave, but his steps paused. His gaze fell on the medicine bucket that was no longer hot, and he bent down. However, Gu Yan said, "No need. I still want to soak in it for a while." "Okay," Gu Chongqing responded. He put the towel in his hand back on the medicine bucket and said to him, "Then I'll leave." Gu Yan remained silent. Other than when Gu Chongqing entered the room, Gu Yan didn't know who it was. He raised his head and glanced at Gu Chongqing. After that, Gu Chongqing left. Gu Yan didn't look at him again. He heard Gu Chongqing come out of the house. However, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he also heard the sound of iron chains. The iron chain on Gu Chongqing's feet was completely cut off, but there was still a small piece of chain on his hand. When he went out, it accidentally fell out of his sleeve and collided with the shackles. Gu Chongqing hurriedly pressed down on the iron chain and turned back to look at the house, as if he was looking at Gu Yan through the heavy curtain of night. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and mounted his horse. He spurred his horse back to the barracks. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the camp, a large group of soldiers who were ready to go surrounded them. Leading them was Deputy General Hu. The soldier who had been knocked unconscious by Gu Chongqing had already woken up and was standing beside Deputy General Hu. "Ah, Lord Hu. It's Commandant Gu." This soldier discovered Gu Chongqing and pulled out the sword at his waist. Although he was afraid, he still resolutely stood in front of Deputy General Hu. "He's the one who killed little Zheng and Lu Yi. He even knocked this subordinate out." He looked at Gu Chongqing with eyes full of loathing and vigilance. He was completely unaware that if Gu Chongqing had not deliberately knocked him out, he would have been charged with dereliction of duty just because he had stood there in a daze. Gu Chongqing was just like this. He did the best things but bore the worst reputation. He never explained nor did he ever clarify. Deputy General Hu looked at Gu Chongqing with a complicated expression. "Seize Commandant Gu." Everyone swarmed forward and surrounded Gu Chongqing. However, with the deterrence of the cold-faced Yama, no one dared to be the first to charge forward and capture him. Gu Chongqing dismounted from his horse. Everyone pointed their spears at him, but they couldn't help but retreat in unison. Gu Chongqing slowly stretched out his hands and surrendered. Only then did everyone muster up the courage to step forward with the shackles. They looked at him fearfully, then braced themselves to take off his old shackles and replace them with 2 new ones. Deputy General Hu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Take him back to the torture room. Tomorrow Lord Tang will deal with him." It rained heavily all night until dawn. Because of the rain, the ground was wet. Little Jing Kong went out and fell again. Gu Jiao picked him up, wiped his little hands, changed his clothes and sent him to school. Hanlin Academy was on duty very early. Xiao Lulang left before dawn. After Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the Imperial College, she turned around and went to the medical center. The second boss was instructing his subordinates to move boxes of medicine onto the carriage. Gu Jiao looked at it and asked, "Where are you sending it to?" The second boss said, "Little Gu, I haven't seen you for a few days. Is everything okay at home?" Gu Jiao didn't come to the medical center for a few days. She said that her family was a little busy. She didn't explain the details, so the second boss tactfully didn't ask. "Yes, everything is fine." Gu Jiao nodded. The second boss was relieved and said, "These are the new batch of medicine for wounds. They are to be sent to the Hushan barracks. I will ask Dr. Song and Xiao Sanzi to send them over later." "I'll go," Gu Jiao said. The second boss frowned. "You go? It just rained last night, so it's not easy to travel. I'm afraid that the carriage will slip." "I'll go." Gu Jiao's attitude was very firm. The second boss knew her temperament. Once she made up her mind, even 8 horses couldn't pull her back. Moreover, it was just sending medicine. He just asked Xiao Sanzi to drive the carriage slower. "Then don't worry." Also, as if he thought of something, he reminded her in a small voice, "Something has happened in the Hushan barracks in the past few days. Tang Darren's nephew was injured. Be careful when you send the medicine. Don't offend anyone." "I know," Gu Jiao agreed. After the goods were packed, Gu Jiao and Xiao Sanzi went to the Hushan barracks. It had rained last night, so it wasn't too sunny today. The sky was gloomy and vultures circled overhead. When they were about to reach the Hushan barracks, Gu Jiao ran into Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng had also just arrived. He came down from the Marquis Ding and Manor's carriage. At this time, Gu Jiao was still sitting in the carriage, but he recognized Xiao Sanzi and asked, "Who was in the carriage?" Gu Jiao lifted the curtain. "It's you? Why did you also come?" Gu Chengfeng entered without being invited and got into Gu Jiao's carriage. He said to Xiao Sanzi, "Keep watch. If someone comes, call us." Xiao Sanzi was not in a rush to respond. Instead, he looked at Gu Jiao. Seeing Gu Jiao give a slight nod, he jumped out of the carriage and vigilantly stood guard for the two. This was the road leading to the Hushan barracks. 500 steps ahead was the barracks. It was within the barracks' sphere of influence. Normal people would not easily come here. If there were soldiers coming in and out of the barracks, there would not be many of them. Gu Chengfeng saw that it was safe and said to Gu Jiao, "Did you also hear about what happened last night? Eldest brother is really muddle-headed. How could he forcefully break out of prison in the middle of the night? Although he has not been convicted, he still has an official's position. He is also in the barracks. Privately escaping will be treated as a deserter. I really don't understand where he went in the middle of the night." At this point, Gu Chengfeng realized that Gu Jiao had not uttered a word. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's small face, which did not show the slightest hint of surprise, and his eyes widened. "Do you know where Big Brother went last night?" Gu Jiao did not speak. Of course she knew. She came over to change Gu Yan's bandages. Just as she walked to the door, she saw Gu Chongqing urging his horse to leave in front of her. Gu Chongqing had already passed by, so he did not see her. Although there was no news outside, she had treated Tang Ming's injuries before. She guessed that Gu Chongqing was the one who injured him to this extent. She also guessed that Gu Chongqing might be locked up in the barracks for investigation. A person under investigation should not be able to leave the barracks without permission. She came today to see how Gu Chongqing was doing. "Big Brother didn't go to Jade Water Alley, did he?" Gu Chengfeng asked tentatively. Seeing Gu Jiao's tacit agreement, he stood up with a swish. "Did he go to see Gu Yan? He stood up too quickly and forgot that he was in the medical center's carriage. It was not as tall as the Marquis Fu's carriage. His head hit the roof of the carriage and he gasped in pain. "Ah!" he screamed. He did not know if it was because of the pain or because he was mad that Big Brother went to see Gu Chongqing. "Are you done screaming?" Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. Gu Chengfeng snorted. "How can I scream as loud as you? A certain someone has already forgotten about grabbing my ear and screaming crazily the whole way after sobering up." Gu Chengfeng sat down again. After venting his emotions, he was only left with confusion and dejection. "You should know that Big Brother is locked up, right? Big Brother escaped from prison last night. His nature is equivalent to desertion and should be executed, not to mention that he killed someone. Gu Jiao frowned. He killed someone? Gu Changfeng lowered his head and said sadly. He killed 2 soldiers guarding him. Last night, the news reached the Marquis Fu. Grandfather rushed over overnight and did not return this morning. I guess that things did not go well, so I wanted to come see Big Brother. I thought you knew. I did not know. Gu Jiao would never have expected that Gu Chongqing would kill someone to escape from prison. This did not seem like something he would do. How could Gu Changfeng not think so? He said, I do not believe that Big Brother would willfully kill the innocent. Grandfather also does not believe it. However, there are witnesses and evidence. It is said that someone personally saw Big Brother holding a bloody sword and standing next to 2 dead soldiers. However, Big Brother did not kill the soldier who witnessed it. If Big Brother was really so crazy as to willfully kill the innocent, why would he leave a witness? Gu Jiao was silent. Gu Qingfeng's analysis was very reasonable. But there needed to be people willing to believe it. Gu Chongqing killed Tang Ming first and thoroughly offended Marshal Tang. Marshal Tang would not let go of this great opportunity to execute Gu Chongqing. Gu Jiao said, let's see him first. Gu Changfeng did not have any objections. Alright, I will bring you in. Gu Changfeng originally thought that since he was the young master of the Marquis Fu, bringing a servant girl into the barracks should not be a problem. If it really did not work, he could say that Gu Jiao was the daughter of the Marquis Fu. He should still have this bit of face. In the end, when they reached the entrance of the barracks, the 2 were stopped. The reason was that unrelated people were not allowed to enter. What do you mean by idlers? I am someone from the Marquis Ding and Fu. Gu Changfeng was angry. However, the soldiers did not allow them to pass. This is the order of the world's great marshal. We cannot do anything about it. Gu Jiao slowly lifted the curtain and handed over a matching card. Here to deliver medicine. She pointed at Gu Changfeng. This is a worker from our medical hall. Gu Changfeng. When did I become a worker from a medical hall? The soldier took the matching card and examined it. He looked suspiciously at Gu Changfeng. Are you the young master of the Marquis Fu or a worker from the medical hall? Gu Changfeng stammered for a long time. Medical hall worker. The soldier returned the matching card to Gu Jiao. Don't stay too long. Come out after you finish delivering the medicine. Alright. Gu Jiao took back the matching card. Gu Changfeng was completely dumbfounded. What? These days, the title of the Marquis Fu's young master was not as useful as a worker from a medical hall? The 2 entered the military camp. The one who tested the medicine was still the same medical officer from last time. After dealing with the Miracle Hands Hall a few times, they were familiar with each other. In addition, the efficacy of the Miracle Hands Hall's medicine was better than normal medicine, so he was very polite to Gu Jiao. He knew that Gu Jiao was not someone who would cause trouble. When Gu Jiao went out, he thought that Gu Jiao was going out to get some fresh air, and did not stop her. Gu Changfeng brought Gu Jiao to the torture room where Gu Chongqing was locked up. Tang Yueshan had ordered that no one was allowed to visit Gu Chongqing. However, the 2 were lucky today. The guard recognized Gu Jiao. Miss Gu. You know. Gu Changfeng was shocked. We met once. Once, Gu Jiao came to the military camp to deliver medicine. Coincidentally, a soldier had fallen to the ground with abdominal pain. She treated him and did not charge him. Gu Jiao said, I'll go in and see him. I'll be out in a while. Then, okay. Miss Gu, hurry up. My partner will come later. If he finds out that I let you go, he'll be in trouble. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. The guard sneakily opened the door for Gu Jiao. Go ahead, Miss Gu. Gu Changfeng thought to himself. The 2 of them entered the torture room. Gu Chongqing was alone with his back against the wall. He sat on a straw mat that emitted a moldy smell. The door of the torture room was opened and the glaring light shone in, but he did not even lift his eyelids. Brother. When he heard Gu Jiao's voice, he turned his head with a sullen face. When he saw that Gu Jiao was there too, his face turned colder. What are you doing here? It had only been a few days since they last met, but Gu Chongqing looked so haggard that he seemed to be a different person. His cheeks were stained with blood, his lips were chapped, and his eyes were lifeless. Stubble had also grown around his lips. The faint green circles made Gu Chengfeng's heart ache. You shouldn't have come. Hurry up and go back. Gu Chongqing forced himself to suppress the tumultuous emotions in his heart. He coldly turned his face away, not looking at Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng. The two of them naturally would not leave. Since they were already here, they had to get to the bottom of it. Gu Jiao knelt down on one knee beside him. She put the small basket on the ground and took out a water bag from it for him. I'm not thirsty, Gu Chongqing said. Gu Jiao put the water bag on the straw mat beside him. Why did you suddenly go and see Gu Yan? Who led you there? She asked so directly that even Gu Chongqing was stunned. Gu Jiao said, it's fine if you don't tell me. I'll investigate it myself. Gu Chongqing's heart tightened. He said, don't investigate it. Don't get involved. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, then tell me. Gu Chongqing hesitated for a long time. He closed his eyes and said slowly, it's Fei Shuang. Cough. Gu Chengfeng choked. Fei. Fei Shuang? Gu Chongqing said, that's right. I fought with him. I recognized the mask he wore and the hidden weapon he used. Gu Chengfeng refuted, it can't be him. How do you know it's not him? Gu Chongqing said. He suddenly realized something was not right. You know Fei Shuang? It was not strange that Gu Jiao knew. Gu Jiao had fought with Fei Shuang before. It was Gu Chongqing who told her that the person was Fei Shuang. However, Gu Chengfeng was always in the academy or the house of Ho. How could he know about the people in the Jianghu? I heard it from her. Gu Chengfeng decisively pushed the blame to Gu Jiao. At this point, Gu Chongqing realized that the two of them came together. Earlier in the house of Ho, Gu Jiao learned how to read from Gu Chengfeng, although it was actually blackmail. However, Gu Chongqing did not know that. Did his sister like her second brother more? Gu Chengfeng said, Big brother, believe me. It's not Fei Shuang. Gu Chongqing said, how can you be sure? It's still her. Gu Chengfeng continued to push the blame to Gu Jiao. She said that she met Fei Shuang last night. She told me on the way here. Gu Jiao. How could he push the blame to her again and again? Gu Chongqing frowned and looked at Gu Jiao. Fei Shuang came to find trouble with you again? Gu Jiao's expression did not change. No, it was just a coincidence. He was drunk. He was dead drunk. Gu Chengfeng's mouth twitched. The person who fought with me last night did not have the smell of alcohol. Gu Chongqing thought about it carefully. The other party's movements did not seem like it. The reason why he recognized Fei Shuang was mainly because of the mask and the hidden weapons on the ground. Gu Chengfeng asked, so big brother, you broke out of prison to kill Fei Shuang? Gu Chongqing shook his head. No, he told me that someone wanted to kill me. If he couldn't kill me, he would kill A Yan. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Gu Chengfeng's heart ached. Did he break out of prison because he was worried about Gu Yan? Was Gu Yan that important? Who was the one who said that he did not recognize Gu Yan back then? But look at what he did now. For Gu Yan, he was willing to give up his life. Did he not know the consequences of rushing out like that? Or did he not see that this was a trap set for him? No, how could he not see it? But he was not willing to take the risk. Gu Chengfeng's chest felt like it was suffocating a ball of fire. It burned his internal organs until they were in pain. He turned his head and ran out with red eyes. Miss Gu, someone is coming. The soldier reminded. Gu Jiao left the water bag to Gu Chongqing and came out of the torture room. Gu Chengfeng wiped his tears and walked forward angrily. Ignore me. Gu Jiao. I don't want to talk to you either. Chapter 284. After walking for a long time, Gu Chengfeng suppressed the anger and jealousy in his heart, but he was still angry. Who is the one who stabbed him in the back? Not only did he plot against my brother, but he also framed me. This is too abominable. If I find him, I will tear him into pieces. This matter was indeed very strange. It was not strange to set a trap for Gu Chongqing. After all, there were many people who wanted to kill Gu Chongqing. But to pretend to be Fei Shuang and set a trap for Gu Chongqing was somewhat thought-provoking. Did the other party unintentionally pretend to be Fei Shuang? Or did he know who Fei Shuang was and deliberately pretended to be Fei Shuang? Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng each had their own thoughts. Suddenly, a strong and tall figure walked towards them. Gu Chengfeng looked up and was instantly stunned. Grandfather. The old duke had just finished arguing with Tang Yueshan and was now angry. When he saw Gu Chengfeng with a little girl, he walked over with a cold face. When he came closer, he realized that it was the little doctor who treated the emperor's head injury on the street. The old duke did not have a good impression of the little doctor. She said that someone wanted to harm her, but she did not hand it over to the authorities. Instead, she punished herself. He wanted to arrest her, but she resisted, causing him to whip the emperor's head. "Why are you with the doctor?" The old duke asked Gu Chengfeng in a low voice. Gu Chengfeng opened his mouth. Only then did he remember that the two of them had probably never met before. He hesitated for a moment before introducing her. "Grandfather, she's Gu Yan's elder sister. The other is a fraternal twin." He then looked at Gu Jiao. "He's my grandfather and also your grandfather." Gu Jiao did not call him grandfather. The old duke's eyebrows furrowed. This girl was actually his granddaughter? The old marquis did not think that Gu Jiao had recognized him long ago. After all, in his impression, Gu Jiao had only met him once, and that time, neither the emperor nor Marquis Xianping had called him by name. But since Gu Chengfeng had already introduced him, could it be that she didn't even know how to call him grandfather? After all, the old marquis didn't care about this granddaughter of his. He didn't have any expectations, so there wasn't much disappointment. If she didn't call him that, then so be it. He didn't care. "What are you doing in the barracks?" Old Marquis asked. "To deliver the medicine," Gu Jiao said. Yes, she was a doctor. If this granddaughter had grown up in the Marquis Fu, he definitely would not have allowed her to become a doctor. The old marquis was deeply troubled by Gu Chongqing's matter, and did not have much time to spend on a granddaughter who was not even close to him. He said to Gu Chengfeng, "Who allowed you to come to the barracks? Without my orders, you are not allowed to come to the barracks again." "But, no buts." The old marquis forcefully stopped Gu Chengfeng's words. "Look at the situation now, don't come here and make trouble. How did your talk with Marshal Tang go?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. The meaning of her words was obvious. She knew about Gu Chongqing's situation, and she cared about it. The old marquis had always thought that this granddaughter of his had no contact with the marquis's estate, but now it seemed that this was not the case. She appeared with Gu Chongqing and came to the barracks to deliver medicine on the day of Gu Chongqing's accident. No matter how he looked at it, it was not a coincidence. Naturally, the old marquis would not stop her from interacting with her half-brothers, but the consequences of this matter were too serious. Even he could not intervene, let alone a girl. "This is not something you should concern yourself with," he said in a low voice. "After delivering the medicine, hurry back." He did not have time to deal with the girl. He had to find a way to stop Tang Yueshan as soon as possible, otherwise Gu Chongqing would not be safe. "I'm at the Miracle Hall." Gu Jiao looked at his back and said, "If you need anything, come to me." Oh, what could a girl help with? She did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The old marquis took Gu Chengfeng with him and left without looking back. Gu Jiao waited for the medical officer to finish examining the wound medicine, and got into the carriage to leave. Perhaps it was because she slept too late last night. Gu Jiao fell asleep in the carriage. Then she had a dream. In the dream, the Gu family did not find the real murderer. Gu Chongqing was forced into a desperate situation. There were witnesses and material evidence. Tang Yueshan ordered Gu Chongqing to be punished by military law and beaten to death 3 days later. In order to prevent his brother from being executed, Gu Chongqing resolutely went to the barracks and revealed his identity. He said that he was Flying Frost, that he killed the soldiers, and that Gu Chongqing broke out of prison to catch him. As punishment for fighting with Tang Ming and cutting off one of his arms, Gu Chongqing was beaten 100 times and stripped of his official position. He was then released. But no one expected that on the night Gu Chongqing returned to the Marquis Manor, Tang Ming was killed. Tang Ming did not die earlier or later. But he was killed as soon as Gu Chongqing was released. If it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Tang Yueshan did not believe it. He was certain that Gu Chongqing killed Tang Ming. Tang Yueshan, who had lost his mind, rushed into Marquis Ding An's manor and stabbed Gu Chongqing in the chest with a sword. Gu Jiao woke up with a start. Everything in the dream was clearly visible. Even the blood that flowed out of Gu Chongqing's heart seemed to still be warm, dripping onto her fingertips. The tragedy happened tonight. Afternoon, Tang Yueshan announced that Gu Chongqing would be beaten to death 3 days later. In the afternoon, Gu Chongfeng went to the barracks to walk into a trap. That night, Tang Ming was assassinated. It was easy to prevent the tragedy from happening. As long as Gu Chongfeng did not go to the barracks to take the blame, Gu Chongqing would not be released. Tang Ming's death could not be blamed on him. But there was a drawback to doing this. It was unknown whether the other party killed Tang Ming out of a personal grudge, or to frame Gu Chongqing. If it was the former, then it was possible that he would still go to kill Tang Ming tonight. If it was the latter, if Gu Chongqing did not come out, the murderer would not take action. If they did not take action, how could she catch the murderer? Xiao Sanzi, wait. Go back to the barracks. Oh. Gu Jiao returned to the barracks and met with Gu Chongqing again. Did you tell them that the murderer might be Fei Shuang? Gu Chongqing shook his head. Not yet. It was useless even if he said it. Without any evidence, anyone would think that he was making it up. Then did they guess it? Gu Jiao asked again. Gu Chongqing thought about it and shook his head again. They did not fight with Fei Shuang. Just a few hidden weapons should not be enough to determine that someone was here. And it was Fei Shuang. Just as Gu Jiao guessed, the other party did not leave enough evidence. It was not to frame Fei Shuang, but to force Fei Shuang to come out herself. It seemed that the other party knew about the relationship between Fei Shuang and Gu Chongqing, and was sure that Fei Shuang would take the blame for Gu Chongqing. The other party's goal was not to kill Fei Shuang, but to make Gu Chongqing walk out of the barracks. Then they would kill Tang Ming and frame Gu Chongqing. But Gu Chongqing had escaped from prison last night, so why didn't the murderer kill Tang Ming last night? If that was the case, wouldn't they have been able to frame him long ago? Gu Jiao touched her chin. Could it be that it was inconvenient for the murderer to take action last night? No matter what, Gu Chongqing had to leave the barracks today and lure the murderer to kill Tang Ming according to the original plan. In principle, he could do it tomorrow or the day after, but since the murderer seemed to be in an inconvenient situation last night, Gu Jiao was worried that it would be inconvenient for him to do it tomorrow or the day after. Seriously, he was not even professional when he was a murderer. Afternoon, the events in Gu Jiao's dream happened. Tang Yueshan really did convict Gu Chongqing and announced that he would be flogged to death in the barracks 3 days later. Some people fought for Gu Chongqing while others were extremely cold. The atmosphere in the Gu clan army was extremely cold. They all thought that Gu Chongqing had taught Tang Ming a lesson to stand up for them. But now, Gu Chongqing was going to be executed for them. Boss, if he really dares to flog Commandant Gu to death, let's rebel. Yes, rebel. I've long disliked Tang Yueshan and his nephew. If I continue to work under them, I might as well cut off my balls. The Gu clan army was filled with righteous indignation. This was a scene that Gu Jiao did not see in her dream. But just as everyone was rubbing their palms together, flames suddenly appeared outside. Immediately after, someone ran and shouted, "Fire! Fire!" The fire was in the torture chamber. The soldiers rushed to put out the fire. The fire was put out, but Gu Chongqing was nowhere to be found. A soldier shouted, "This is bad." Gu Chongqing escaped. Everyone searched the barracks but did not find Gu Chongqing. If he had been burned to death, there should at least be a corpse. Could it have been burned to ashes? When Deputy General Hu learned of this, he immediately reported it to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan was furious. "What are you all doing? You can't even keep an eye on a prisoner. Hurry up and search for this marshal. Even if you have to turn the capital upside down, you must find Gu Chongqing for this marshal." The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Jiao and Gu Chongfeng wore night clothes and lay under the flowers outside Tang Ming's courtyard. They had been lying in ambush for a full 2 hours. Will it work or not? Will the murderer really come to assassinate Tang Ming? Gu Chengfeng asked. Yes, Gu Jiao said. Nothing had changed. Gu Chongqing had been sentenced to death and Gu Chongqing had left the barracks. The only difference was the way he left. But Gu Jiao did not think that this would affect the murderer's performance. Gu Chengfeng whispered, "It's almost midnight now. Other than seeing people from the Tang residence coming and going, we don't see a single shadow of the murderer." Yes, in the dream, Tang Ming had been killed before midnight, so it should be now. Why hadn't the murderer shown himself yet? Wait. People from the Tang residence came and went. Gu Jiao stood up. This is bad. The murderer is inside. He's from the Tang residence. Tang Ming deserved to die, but he could not die tonight. Kombikugo mobile reading website. mshbqg.com. Chapter 285. There was no light in the dark room, and the incense stove emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Tang Ming was wrapped up like a dumpling, and he fell asleep in pain. He was completely unaware that a dark shadow was quietly approaching him. That dark shadow silently came to the bed and raised the dagger in his hand. The dagger flashed coldly and reflected in Tang Ming's eyes. Tang Ming opened his eyes in shock. Who is it? That person covered Tang Ming's mouth with one hand and held the dagger tightly with the other. He stabbed it viciously toward Tang Ming's stomach. Tang Ming struggled, but he was seriously injured. How could he have any strength left? Just as the dagger was about to stab into his body, the window was suddenly knocked open. A dart flew in and hit that person's wrist. That person's wrist was cut. In great pain, his fingers loosened, and the dagger fell to the ground. That person saw that the situation was not good and turned to run. Just as he pulled open the door, Gu Jiao blocked the door. He looked in horror at the black-clothed masked man who had appeared out of thin air. He turned and ran toward the window. Gu Chengfeng jumped in through the window again. He had nowhere to run. His body trembled. In a flash, he suddenly bent down, grabbed the dagger on the ground with his uninjured left hand, and slashed toward his own neck. Ha, you want to kill yourself? It's not that easy. Gu Chengfeng threw another dart and deflected the dagger in his hand. Gu Chengfeng walked to the wall and pulled out his own darts one by one. He then came to the bed and hit Tang Ming's mute acupoint under his terrified gaze. Listen carefully. Who is it that wants to kill you? Gu Chengfeng had seen Tang Ming before. At that time, Tang Ming was still insufferably arrogant. But now he didn't have any arrogance at all. He was extremely terrified. Gu Chengfeng didn't bother with Tang Ming anymore. Instead, he slowly looked at the person who was captured alive. This person's attire was no different from the manservant of the Tang residence. When Gu Jiao had injured Tang Mingji, she had seen this person before. He was one of Tang Ming's servants. His name was Gu Jiao, but she wasn't sure. Gu Chengfeng kicked him to kneel on the ground. Who sent you? Who are you? The servant asked. Oh, you still have the guts to ask who they are when you're about to die? That was true. If he didn't have enough guts, he wouldn't have been able to murder Tang Ming. Gu Chengfeng cleared his throat and crossed his arms. He looked down at him and said, We are the secret guard sent by the marshal to secretly protect young master. Young master? The servant smiled. Master never calls him young master. He always asks us to call him young master. Each manor had their own custom and address. For example, Ding and manor was addressed as young master, causing Gu Chengfeng to use this when he opened his mouth. The corner of Gu Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Did it collapse so quickly? Could he let the number one bandit in the capital have a taste of being a secret guard? The servant said sarcastically, No matter what you ask, the answer is always the same. If you want to kill me or cut me up, it's up to you. If I spit out half a word, then you have the ability. Gu Chengfeng's teeth ached. This was this father's first interrogation, yet he encountered such a hard nut to crack. Can't you be a bit more reasonable? Gu Jiao did not say anything. She walked directly in front of the servant and waved her hand. A syringe fell from her sleeve and stabbed into the other party's shoulder. What is this? Gu Chengfeng asked with wide eyes. A hallucinogen, Gu Jiao said. There was something else added inside. It was something that the organizations in her previous life used to train agents or interrogate opponents. However, it was not effective on everyone. Some people's hallucinations were too strong and would not be able to communicate with the outside world. Like this, they would not be able to get anything out of them. However, the servant in front of her did not seem to have it that serious. His eyes became blurry, but he could still hear the voices of the two people. Who told you to come? Gu Jiao asked. Old master. The servant said with a dazed expression. Then he began to laugh foolishly. It's that effective. Gu Chengfeng's phoenix eyes widened. Striking while the iron was hot, he asked, which old master? The servant said, Old master. Who else could be called Old Yuan by the servant of the Tang Manor? Gu Chengfeng was stunned. Wasn't this Tang Ming old master Tang's biological son? How could a father lay his hands on his own son? Gu Chengfeng had deeply experienced his own father's bias. However, no matter how biased Marquis Gu was, he would never have any ill intentions towards his own son. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Was old Master Tang crazy? He went to look at Tang Ming on the bed and saw that he had fainted at some point. He probably did not hear the servant's words. Gu Jiao's reaction was calmer than Gu Chengfeng's. After all, she was someone who had died once, and her parents in her previous life were people who could push her to hell. She walked over and picked up the dagger on the ground. Gu Chengfeng was still in disbelief. Did he make a mistake? Or is there something wrong with your medicine? Gu Jiao said. There's nothing wrong with my medicine. He probably didn't make a mistake either. How could he make a mistake about this kind of thing? He was a servant in the manor. Old Master Tang was paralyzed in bed. He and Old Master Tang would definitely meet in Old Master Tang's room. Gu Chengfeng had exposed the truth with just the word young master. It was clear that he was not someone who was easy to fool. Gu Chengfeng was confused. But why would Old Master Tang want to kill his own son? Who knows? Gu Jiao was not interested in the Tang family's internal strife. She was only concerned about where this dagger had come from. She remembered that in her dream, this was Gu Chongqing's dagger. Does this dagger look familiar to you? She handed the dagger to Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng took it and looked at it carefully. Aya, isn't this my eldest brother's dagger? Why is it here? Was he planning to use this dagger to assassinate Tang Ming? It was too scary. His eldest brother wasn't in the military camp, and his eldest brother's dagger had appeared at the crime scene. No matter how he looked at it, his eldest brother would never be able to clear his name. Who gave it to you? He asked the servant. The servant muttered, Old master. Gu Jiao said. Does your eldest brother often carry it with him? Gu Chengfeng shook his head. Not really. This dagger was given to him by grandfather on his 12th birthday. Eldest brother treasures it very much and has always kept it in his study. He rarely uses it. Third brother and I would occasionally borrow it to play with. How do you remember that it was 12? Gu Jiao was purely curious. Because there is a birthday banquet at 12. Gu Chengfeng said. In Zhao country, not every birthday was celebrated grandly. Other than 1-year-old, the next big birthday was 12 years old. The third was when women turned 15 and men turned 20. Gu Jiao made an O sound. The original owner of the body had not yet turned 12, so she did not remember this custom. Gu Jiao said, Old Master Tang has been paralyzed for many years. How did he get this dagger? It was not strange for him to be able to order a servant around, but to reach into Marquis Ding and Fu, he probably did not have the ability. You mean that there is someone else behind this? Gu Chengfeng frowned. Old Master Tang wanted to kill Tang Ming. Gu Chengfeng could not guess his motive, but someone was working with Old Master Tang to frame Gu Chongqing. This goal was very clear. Someone was deliberately trying to sow discord between Marquis Ding and Fu and the Marshal's Fu. Marquis Ding and Fu was the Emperor's left arm, and the Marshal's Fu was Empress Dowager Zhuang's right arm. In other words, someone wanted to see the Emperor and Empress Dowager kill each other. Gu Jiao found Tang Ming's dagger in the room and placed it in the servant's hand. Let's go. Gu Chengfeng looked at the servant and said, "We're leaving just like this? What about him?" Gu Jiao put away Gu Chongqing's dagger. "The effects of the medicine will last for another 2 to 4 hours. Let Tang Yueshan find out for himself." Gu Chengfeng thought it was feasible and planned to leave with Gu Jiao. However, as soon as he opened the door, he quickly closed it again. He nervously said in a small voice, "Someone is coming." Gu Jiao looked around. "Go to the wardrobe." Tang Ming's wardrobe was large enough that it was not a problem for the two of them to squat in. The wardrobe had a pattern of openings. The two of them could see the situation inside the room from behind the openings. The person who came was Lady Tang. At this time it was very late. However, her son was seriously injured. As a mother, she could not sleep at night. It was normal for her to be unable to resist coming over to take a look. As soon as she entered the room, she saw a servant kneeling on the ground with a dazed expression. He was holding a dagger in his hand and was mumbling something that she did not know. Her expression changed. Her first reaction was to throw herself to the side of the bed to see if Tang Ming was okay. Tang Ming had already fainted and could not respond to her. However, Tang Yueshan, who had just returned to the mansion, heard her call and quickly rushed over. When he entered the room, Lady Tang had just taken the dagger from the servant's hand. Tang Yueshan saw that Lady Tang was holding a dagger and his eyes trembled. He almost instinctively went to the side of the bed and blocked the unconscious Tang Ming. "Ming-er is your son. What do you want to do?" Gu Chengfeng frowned. Tang Yueshan's reaction was very strange. Other than Lady Tang, there were 2 other people in the room, Tang Ming and the servant. Lady Tang was holding a dagger in her hand. Even if Tang Yueshan suspected that she wanted to kill someone, why did he suspect that she wanted to kill his own son instead of the servant? Chapter 286. After all, Mrs. Tang was just a housewife. She was not shrewd or scheming. Being doubted by Tang Yueshan, she felt wronged and couldn't help but argue. I didn't want to kill Ming. Then this dagger." Tang Yueshan's eyes fell on the gleaming dagger in Mrs. Tang's hand and suddenly realized something. He abruptly looked at the servant kneeling on the ground and kicked him. "Bastard! Are you going to kill Ming-er?" The servant was already unconscious. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He just smiled foolishly and said, "Kill? Huh? I killed the young master." The servant was the son of a servant in the mansion. Tang Ming asked him to serve him. He didn't expect that he would raise such a scourge. "Who ordered you to kill the young master?" Tang Yueshan said coldly. The medicine injected by Gu Jiao was still in effect. His consciousness was very weak. Basically, he would answer whatever was asked. He said blankly, old master." Although Gu Chengfeng had already expected this result, he felt different when he heard it again. He wanted to know what Gu Jiao was thinking. He turned to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's face was as calm as water. Does this girl even have a heart? Was she a living person? After Gu Chengfeng was done cursing in his mind, he focused his attention on Tang Yueshan and the others. The door was wide open. The moonlight and the candlelight came in together and lit up the room. After hearing the words "old master," Tang Yueshan and Mrs. Tang's faces changed. Tang Yueshan was shocked and angry. Mrs. Tang was also surprised. There was a trace of anger, but it was soon covered by great sadness and guilt. Her body went limp and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. The next second, she covered her face and knelt on the ground, sobbing painfully. He knows everything." Her whole body was trembling, and tears flowed out from between her fingers. Her suppressed voice hid endless pain. Tang Yueshan, who was in a state of great shock and anger, was stunned when he heard her cry. He suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly walked in front of Lady Tang. He knelt down on one knee, and his expression softened. When Gu Chengfeng saw this, he vaguely felt that something was strange. However, he had never experienced this kind of thing and had not heard much about it, so he did not react for the time being. Gu Jiao more or less understood. Tang Yueshan reached out his hand and hesitated for a moment. In the end, He put it down and gently patted her shoulder. Don't cry. Madame Tang cried even louder. She seemed to be crying out all the grievances she had suffered in her life. It's my fault. It's my fault. I don't have the face to live in this world. It's all my fault, Gu Chengfeng asked Gu Jiao with his eyes. What's going on? Gu Jiao. See for yourself. Gu Chengfeng. Fine, I'll look by myself. Petty. Madame Tang cried her heart out. She was heartbroken. Tang Yueshan showed a rare look of helplessness. He did not know how to comfort her. After a long while, he squeezed out a few words. It's not your fault. Madame Tang cried breathlessly. How is it not my fault? I shouldn't have. Shouldn't have what? Even on such a night, in such a scene where the scars were exposed, she still found it difficult to talk about what happened in the past. She married into the Tang family at the age of 16 and became a living widow at the age of 17. In the first year of their marriage, they had a period of enviable days. However, things did not go as she wished. Her husband fell off a horse and became paralyzed. 1 day or 2 was not a big deal, but 1 year, 2 years she was a living person. She also needed to be comforted. She could not bear the loneliness. Tang Yueshan was more thick-skinned than she was. There were some things he could say. He sighed and said, How can I blame you for what happened in the past? I forced you to do it. It was a long story. Once on the way home, he accidentally bumped into his eldest sister-in-law and a man watching an opera together. The two were acting intimately. It was obvious that something was wrong. At that time he was also young and impetuous. He happened to be drinking with his colleagues. His mind was not so clear. He rushed over and beat the man. Then, he asked his eldest sister-in-law why she betrayed his brother. She could not bear the loneliness? She liked to seduce men so much? She was so, in short, the bastard said a lot. He did not know whether it was his eldest sister-in-law's struggle that disturbed his mind or the strong liquor that destroyed his mind. When he came to his senses, the mistake was already made. After that, his eldest sister-in-law became pregnant. In order not to let his eldest brother find out, they gave him some medicine, saying that they wanted to leave him an heir. His eldest brother believed it. He really thought that his eldest sister-in-law was pregnant with his child. During her pregnancy, his eldest sister-in-law regretted it more than once and wanted to abort the child. Even after giving birth, she was very cold to the child. It was only when Ming slowly learned how to smile and call her mother that her heart softened. But after all, he had learned a lesson from the past. He was worried that his eldest sister-in-law would not want to see the child and would think that he was a bastard. So he took Ming to his courtyard. When did his eldest brother find out? Was it when he raped his eldest sister-in-law several times after Ming grew up? Tang Yueshan clenched his fists, stood up and strode out the door. Mrs. Tang's face changed. She seemed to realize something. She rushed over and hugged Tang Yueshan's leg. Don't kill him. Don't. Tang Yueshan clenched his fists. His eyes were blazing. I admit that I've wronged him, but you've seen how I've treated him all these years. If he sends someone to kill me, I won't hold it against him. But he wants to kill Ming. Mrs. Tang cried and begged. I beg you, let him live. He is already living a life worse than death. Please don't kill him. Tang Yueshan sneered. Maybe he wants to die. Instead of living in pain, it is better to give him a quick death. Mrs. Tang hugged Tang Yueshan's leg tightly. Her tears fell on his clothes. He is Ming father. If you kill him, what will happen to Ming? Tang Yueshan said coldly. I am his father. Gu Chengfeng was so absorbed in listening that he did not notice that his hair tie had loosened. A strand of hair suddenly fell, brushing his face and scratching the tip of his nose. He felt itchy on the tip of his nose and could not help but shiver. Achoo! It was over. It was all over. Gu Chengfeng closed his eyes tightly. He wished he could become bald like Gu Chenglin. Tang Yueshan and Mrs. Tang were also startled by the sudden sneeze. Mrs. Tang's crying stopped abruptly. The servant was by the bed. The sneeze came from the wardrobe opposite. Mrs. Tang stood up. Her face was pale. Tang Yueshan stood in front of her and looked at the wardrobe vigilantly. Who is it? Come out. There was no movement from the wardrobe. Tang Yueshan unleashed a gust of wind from his palm without hesitation. His powerful inner force swept toward the wardrobe like a raging wave. The moment the wardrobe door was smashed into pieces, several darts flew out at high speed. Using the cover of the darts, Gu Chengfeng pulled Gu Jiao out of the cupboard in a flash. He flashed out of the room. Tang Yueshan was slow to dodge the darts, but he still chased after them quickly. Although he was fast, he recognized that one of the men in black was the assassin who killed Ming that night. Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth. Well, I was looking for you. How dare you come into my room? If I don't catch you today, I will have wasted half my life on the battlefield. Tang Yueshan chased after them with the masters in his residence. Gu Chengfeng's lightness skill was not bad, but the masters in his residence were not weak either, especially when they brought archers. The cavalry of Marquis Shuamping's residence and the archers of the marshal's residence were famous in the 6 kingdoms. Rows of strong bows were drawn, and arrows came whistling down from the sky. The whole street was filled with a murderous rain of arrows. The two of them had to duck into an alley. With their backs against the wall and ears filled with the sound of arrows, Gu Chengfeng's heart was pounding. That's terrible. No wonder it was said that even the Yin Kingdom's army could not take down a city guarded by the Tang family's archers. They were too powerful. Whoosh! They had clearly dodged into the alley, but there was still an arrow that shot towards them as if it had grown eyes. The two of them backed away. The arrow nailed into the bluestone floor, 3 inches into the ground. The arrow's feather flashed. Even Gu Jiao, who had seen firearms, had to admit that the Tang family's archers were powerful. This was much more murderous than the night they chased after her. That night, Tang Yueshan probably wanted to catch her alive, so he did not use his full strength. Tonight, they heard the most unbearable secret of the Tang family. Tang Yueshan would never let them live to see tomorrow's sunrise. A guard rode his horse and chased into the alley. Gu Jiao shot him down from the horse's back with a silver needle. Then she mounted the horse. Gu Jiao also mounted the horse. He sat behind Gu Jiao. Coincidentally, Tang Yueshan arrived at the same time and launched another palm strike. Gu Jiao urged the horse to rush out, but she was too late. The aftershock of the internal energy hit Gu Chengfeng's back. Gu Chengfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face scrunched up in pain. Why did he have to ride with her? Wouldn't it be better to wait for the next horse? The horses in the marshal's residence were not bad. Except for Gu Chongqing's, this was the fastest horse Gu Jiao had ever ridden. The horse ran fast, but the way it moved was a bit strange. Gu Chengfeng looked at the curvy horse and asked suspiciously, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Gu Jiao said honestly, "No." "What?" Gu Chengfeng was confused. Gu Chengfeng was about to die from the bumpy ride. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. Tang Yueshan's punch did not cause him too much internal injury, but this girl's ride on the horse was about to seriously injure him. After a while, Gu Chengfeng felt that the scenery was not right. "Where are we going?" "The palace," Gu Jiao said. Gu Chengfeng said, "Why are we going to the palace? Are you crazy? When we get to the palace, we won't be able to escape." Hey, can't you stop? Stop right now. Stop. Ah. This stupid girl. Gu Jiao had been to the palace several times, and each time she deliberately took a different route. She knew which was the shortest. However, Tang Yueshan had also thought of what she had thought. Moreover, Tang Yueshan was born and raised in the capital. No one knew the layout of the capital better than him. When they were about half a mile away from the palace, Tang Yueshan and his men caught up with Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng. Tang Yueshan quickly outflanked the two of them and the horse. The archers of the Tang residence were ready. They drew their bows to their fullest and knocked at least 3 arrows on each string. If the arrows were aimed at the two of them, they would be shot full of holes. Gu Jiao's horse stopped. Tang Yueshan rode on his tall and mighty steed and slowly walked towards Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng. He stopped about 10 steps away from them. He tightened his grip on the reins and looked at the two of them with disdain and hatred. "I'll give you a chance. Who sent you? Why did you hurt Ming? If you tell me the truth, I'll give you a quick death. You won't be able to live. You hurt someone you shouldn't have hurt and hurt something you shouldn't have. The best I can do is to make sure you suffer less so that you can die a quick death. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth. Why don't you just die? You son of a b****. You have no regard for ethics. You and your sister-in-law. Bang! Tang Yueshan opened his palm. The force of his palm went through Gu Jiao and knocked Gu Chengfeng to the ground. Was he trying to hit a cow through a mountain? Gu Jiao estimated Tang Yueshan's strength in her mind and concluded that she was no match for him at the moment. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and took out a small notebook from her pocket. She wrote with a charcoal pencil, "Fine, I'll confess." Tang Yueshan thought, is she a little mute? Gu Jiao scribbled 2 lines of words. Someone ordered us to come here. That person is. Gu Jiao's handwriting was crooked and Tang Yueshan struggled to read it. He couldn't help but lean forward to see whose name was at the end. Gu Jiao jumped up and held a scalpel in her hand. She rode on Tang Yueshan's horse and pressed the scalpel against Tang Yueshan's neck from behind. Great, he fell into her trap. Little mute, you've got some skills. But if you think you can control him like this, you're too naive. Tang Yueshan grabbed Gu Jiao's scalpel and threw Gu Jiao off the carriage, ignoring the risk of losing his hand. He jumped down from the air. Shoot! Gu Jiao asked. Aren't you afraid of being shot like a hedgehog? Tang Yueshan sneered. I'm wearing the golden silk armor. It's invulnerable. Gu Jiao thought, I'm sorry. I lost to the equipment. Thousands of arrows were about to be fired. The blood drained from Gu Chengfeng's face. At this moment, the palace gates suddenly opened. A heavy ancient rumble could be heard, as if an emperor's door had opened in the dark night. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Chapter 287. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Why did the Empress Dowager leave the palace at this hour? Tang Yueshan had good hearing, but he doubted that he had heard it wrong. He glanced at the palace gate and saw the Empress Dowager's golden phoenix carriage dazzling in the dark night. All of you stop, he shouted. The archers hurriedly withdrew their bows. Tang Yueshan was not afraid that Gu Jiao would run away. If she dared to run, she would be offending the Empress Dowager and he would shoot her into a hedgehog. Tang Yueshan lifted his clothes and knelt in the direction of the Empress Dowager. As soon as he knelt, the guards and archers around him knelt as well. Gu Jiao came to Gu Chengfeng's side and knelt on one knee. She looked at Gu Chengfeng, who was lying on the ground, and pinched his wrist. She put 3 fingers on his pulse. Gu Chengfeng was in pain all over, but it was not a serious internal injury. Hitting a cow through a mountain had certain limitations and was not very powerful. However, Gu Chengfeng was a little stunned and could not move at all. 8 strong eunuchs, all of whom were masters of the imperial palace, carried the white Empress Dowager made of Phoebe Jianan wood. Their breathing was steady. The South Sea shark gauze hanging from the canopy of the Empress Dowager was priceless and priceless. The gauze on all sides was rusted with different forms of golden phoenixes. The night wind blew the gauze and the golden phoenixes sparkled as if they were about to fly out at any time. Tang Yueshan was a decisive general, but at this moment he had to admit that Empress Dowager Zhuang was powerful. In this world, women had it harder than men. Women may have to work 10 times harder than men to achieve the same thing. Tang Yueshan would never underestimate this woman in the imperial harem. She could kill the former emperor, depose the former crown prince when he was childless, and still be the Empress Dowager when the new emperor was already an adult. How could she be weak? The Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped. She was closer than Tang Yueshan expected. Tang Yueshan was flattered and almost forgot that there were 2 assassins behind him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Tang Yueshan knelt and bowed. Why did Your Majesty leave the palace so late at night? Generally, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not go out of the palace. After all, the rules of the royal family were there. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang did many things that were against the rules, Empress Dowager Zhuang also knew what was important. She would try her best to put her rebellious behavior on things that she had to do, such as holding court behind the curtain. Behind the mermaid veil, Empress Dowager Zhuang's long and majestic voice sounded. Do I need to report to you what I do? Tang Yueshan was slightly taken aback. These words could be said to be unreasonable. In any case, he was a favored official of the Empress Dowager. Why did he feel that the Empress Dowager spoke to him with a sense of alienation and coldness? But thinking of Empress Dowager Zhuang's temperament, Tang Yueshan didn't take it to heart. I have overstepped. Please forgive me, Empress Dowager. He cupped his hands and bowed, waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to let him rise. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't call him up. She just said lightly, "You brought so many people to make a scene at the palace gate. Why? Are you trying to rebel?" There was still a bit of distance from the palace gate. What's more, he brought the guards of his mansion, not the soldiers of the military camp. How could he rebel? Tang Yueshan reported, "Empress Dowager, an assassin broke into the marshal's mansion tonight. I came here to catch the assassin. I hope Empress Dowager can understand." Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly interrupted him. "Catch the assassin near the palace. You didn't come out to stop me. Are you going to break into the palace directly later?" It turned out that the Empress Dowager left the palace to stop him. After the Empress Dowager promoted him to be the marshal, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor became more and more tense. At this juncture, he couldn't be allowed to make any mistakes. Tang Yueshan cupped his hands and said, "I was reckless. Please forgive me, Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Zhuang said earnestly, "Tonight, it was I who found you. I naturally believe in your loyalty. But if His Majesty finds out, it won't be something that can be settled with just a few words. I just promoted you. Don't make trouble for me." Tang Yueshan kowtowed and said, "I know I'm wrong." Empress Dowager Zhuang said again, "Well, since they are assassins, just deal with them. A long night is full of dreams, Eunuch Qin." Eunuch Qin stepped forward and said, "I'm here." Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered, "Drag the two assassins into the forest and deal with them. Do it cleanly." "Yes." Eunuch Qin bowed and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. He pointed to 4 bodyguards and said, "Come with me." The bodyguards followed Eunuch Qin. They passed by Tang Yueshan and came to Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng covered his chest that was about to explode and said with difficulty, "Wait. You can't kill us. What are you?" Eunuch Qin pinched a handkerchief and blocked Gu Chengfeng's mouth. Gu Chengfeng was dragged into the forest not far away. Gu Jiao was also taken there. There was the sound of swords being unsheathed in the forest. Cold light flashed. The 2 assassins didn't even have time to scream before their throats were slit. After a short while, the 2 guards who were in charge of the execution came to report. Their swords were still dripping with blood, and the blood was still steaming. Although the trail was broken, it was not necessarily a bad thing. They would not have the chance to reveal his secret in front of the Empress Dowager. "Do you have anything else?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Tang Yueshan hurriedly said, "No, I'll take my leave." The assassins were dead. Now he could follow Gu Chengqing's trail without worry. In the forest, Gu Chengfeng saw Eunuch Qin take out 2 bottles and order 2 bodyguards to collect the chicken blood. Yes, he thought he was going to die. The bodyguards raised their swords and cut down 2 pheasants in the grass. Eunuch Qin said, "Pheasant blood is very fresh. It's delicious to make duck blood curd." Gu Chengfeng was speechless. "Is this the point? I was almost scared to death. You're telling me this? The Empress Dowager asked you to kill people. Is it okay for you to kill chickens? And he looked at Gu Jiao. "I'm about to pee my pants. Is it okay for you to be so calm?" Gu Chengfeng thought this was the biggest scare of the night. But what happened next made him kneel on the spot. Eunuch Qin took them to see the Empress Dowager. He thought that he could not hide the fact that he was the young master of the Marquis family. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor were not on good terms. She would not let him go easily. As soon as he thought about it, he saw a small black shadow flash by. It was running towards the Empress Dowager's phoenix carriage. Gu Chengfeng's hair stood on end. You don't assassinate the Empress Dowager. You can't assassinate her. You'll be stabbed into a hedgehog." Gu Chengfeng was injured and could not move. He could not stop it. He saw a small black figure rush into the Empress Dowager's phoenix carriage. He covered his eyes and could not bear to watch. However, he did not hear the bodyguards draw their swords for a long time. Instead, he heard the little girl call, "Great Aunt." The voice was clear and sweet, with a bit of cleverness and surprise. Gu Chengfeng suspected that he was hallucinating. He dared to remove the hand covering his eyes and saw the girl sitting beside the majestic Empress Dowager behind the gauze curtain blown by the wind. The Empress Dowager was still sacred and unapproachable. But she raised her hand and took off Gu Jiao's mask. She held it in her hand and complained, "It's so ugly. Don't you know how to wear a nicer one?" "This one is nice," Gu Jiao said. "I like it." "Burn it." The Empress Dowager handed the peacock plume mask to Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin took it respectfully. It was not because it was ugly, but because Tang Yueshan saw it. It must be destroyed. Gu Jiao couldn't bear it. The Empress Dowager was not in a hurry to catch up with Gu Jiao. She looked at the dumbfounded Gu Chengfeng and asked, "Who is he?" Gu Chengfeng had been to the medical center and Bisui Alley. Unfortunately, he had never met the Empress Dowager. "Someone I know." Gu Jiao did not reveal Gu Chengfeng's identity. The Empress Dowager gave Eunuch Qin a look. Eunuch Qin understood and came to Gu Chengfeng. He smiled and said, "Young hero, let me send you back." Gu Chengfeng came back to his senses and looked at Gu Jiao. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, "Nothing will happen to her." Gu Jiao only said that Gu Chengfeng was someone she knew. Eunuch Qin did not know the depth of their relationship. He also did not know how much Gu Chengfeng knew about Gu Jiao, so he did not mention her surname and only called her Mississippi. Gu Chengfeng's mind was in a mess. He was still confused about how his sister knew the Empress Dowager. His sister and the Empress Dowager were so close. His sister called the Empress Dowager Great Aunt. His sister? No, she was not his sister. He did not pay attention to Eunuch Qin's words. However, he could see that Gu Jiao would be fine. He cleared his throat and said to Eunuch Qin, "Please send me to the Thousand Sound Pavilion on Luoyang Street." "Okay." Eunuch Qin smiled and agreed. Chapter 288. The people of the Tang family left. Gu Chengfeng also left under the escort of Eunuch Qin. Empress Dowager Zhuang took Gu Jiao back to Renshou Palace. Gu Jiao was dressed in a small black dress. She crawled into cabinets and ran away, making her body dirty. Empress Dowager Zhuang took Gu Jiao to the bathing pool in Renshou Palace to freshen up. Although she knew that Gu Jiao didn't like strangers to serve her, the pool was too big. There were some things that she hadn't used before. Empress Dowager Zhuang still arranged for 2 clever palace maids to serve her. It was Gu Jiao's first time soaking in the palace pool. It felt strange and fresh. The bright and spacious palace hall was surrounded by golden dragon pillars. The bathing pool was in the middle. There were gauze curtains on all sides. The scene inside was faintly discernible. Outside the gauze curtains, there were 4 candlesticks in the 4 corners. From top to bottom, the number of candlesticks increased with each floor. There was no fire inside the gauze curtains. Instead, the floor and the walls of the bathing pool were inlaid with very large luminous pearls. The pool was sprinkled with freshly picked petals. Each petal exuded a strong fragrance. Gu Jiao soaked her entire body under the petals. Only her small round head was exposed. The palace maid knelt by the pool and said to her, "Miss, this servant will comb your hair." "Oh." Gu Jiao nodded. It was rare that she didn't refuse a stranger's approach. The palace maid took a wooden comb and dipped it in fragrant essential oil. She let down Gu Jiao's long hair that was coiled on top of her head. Her movements were very gentle, as if she didn't dare to break a single strand of Gu Jiao's hair. Gu Jiao closed her eyes in enjoyment. She didn't even comb her own hair so gently. The hair was combed until it was soft and shiny. Then the palace maid took out soap and washed Gu Jiao. This soap was not the ordinary soap on the market. It was added with a lot of spices. It was directly made into a smell that ordinary people couldn't afford. It was so comfortable that Gu Jiao almost fell asleep. By the time Gu Jiao finished bathing, it was already more than an hour later. She was so busy catching the murderer that the food she had for dinner had already been digested. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She came out wearing a light purple ice-soaked nightgown. This nightgown was not Empress Dowager Zhuang's nightgown. It was suitable for her age. Empress Dowager Zhuang watched her come out of the candlelight surrounded by palace maids. She was in a trance. Great Aunt. Gu Jiao stepped forward. Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to her senses and pointed to the stool beside her. Sit down and eat something. Gu Jiao happened to be hungry. Looking at the dazzling array of food on the table, he almost couldn't hold back his saliva. She blinked and sat down. Great Aunt, how did you know I was hungry? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Humph. Is it hard to guess with your small belly? Gu Jiao happily curved her lips. She picked up the chopsticks and ate a delicious meal. The imperial palace was very strict with eating. Usually, there were people who served the food. You could eat whatever you picked up and only eat a few bites of each dish. Empress Dowager Zhuang had strictly followed the rules for so many years. However, Gu Jiao was here, so she still removed the servants who served the meal. This was something that Gu Jiao didn't know. Are you full? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put down her chopsticks and burped. I'm full. Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered a cup of hawthorn flower tea to aid digestion and calm the nerves. Gu Jiao held the flower tea and asked, Great Aunt, why did you suddenly leave the palace? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Can't I just stroll around? Gu Jiao said, Great Aunt, do you want to play cards? Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyebrows jumped. Nonsense. How could Aija be going to play cards? Aija obviously just came back from playing cards. Empress Dowager Zhuang quickly shifted the blame away from herself. You have the nerve to ask me why I left the palace. I just should ask you what happened. Why did you go to Tang Manor in the middle of the night? Gu Jiao glanced at her, lowered her head, and counted her fingers. To catch the murderer. Empress Dowager Zhuang gasped. What murderer did you catch? You took him to Marshall's mansion? Gu Jiao said. Someone wanted to kill Tang Ming and frame Gu Chongqing. Empress Dowager Zhuang knew Tang Ming. He was Tang Yueshan's nephew and was quite handsome. Gu Chongqing. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. This name was a bit familiar. But she couldn't remember it. Empress Dowager Zhuang's recovered memories were mostly related to Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. Gu Chongqing came too rarely, so she couldn't remember him. Gu Jiao saw Empress Dowager Zhuang's confused face. She thought for a moment and said, It was his first time playing cards and he won a lot of money from me. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened. There was an image. This matter was complicated to describe, but Empress Dowager Zhuang had already heard some rumors. After all, the commotion at the military camp was so big. How could she not know that Tang Ming's arm had been chopped off by a military officer of Marquis Ding and Manor? But she was the same as the other soldiers. She believed that the military officer was fighting for justice for the original Gu family soldiers. Marquis Ding and Manor was the emperor's power. Naturally, she couldn't stand up for the other party. Moreover, the other party had indeed gone too far. Tang Ming's punishment was unfair, but his crime didn't warrant having his arm cut off. He used the name of a martial arts competition to hurt Tang Ming. No matter how she looked at it, there was no way to be kind. It wasn't for the Gu family soldiers. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Tang Ming bullied Ayan. He took Ayan away and locked him up. We searched for half a night before we found him. It was Gu Chongqing who found him. He was just one step away. What? Gu Jiao didn't say anything else. But who was Empress Dowager Zhuang? She had eaten more salt than other people had eaten rice. How could she not have guessed what had happened? Empress Dowager Zhuang only had one request for Gu Yan. That was to live. It could be seen that this child was weak. Encountering this sort of thing was equivalent to taking away half of his life. Empress Dowager Zhuang's expression sank. Only one arm was cut off? Gu Jiao blinked. I also taught him a lesson. Tang Yueshan found out, so he wanted to capture me. Empress Dowager Zhuang expressed her suspicion. He only captured you for this? I think he just wanted to kill you. That was because I heard his secret. But in reality it wasn't that different. Tang Yueshan wouldn't have let her go whether she heard the secret or not. That night, Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang chatted for a long time. Gu Jiao was not someone who was good at communicating with others. She didn't speak much. Normally, if she knew something, she would be too lazy to speak. But her grandaunt had this kind of ability. She was able to make her put down the defenses in her heart and the awkwardness of her self-esteem. She was also able to be a little loudspeaker spirit for once. When eunuch Qin returned to Rensho Palace to report, Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep on Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix bed. Her small face was facing Empress Dowager Zhuang. Her cheeks were pressed and her small mouth was slightly open. Crystal clear saliva flowed out. Empress Dowager Zhuang wiped her saliva and gently pulled the quilt to cover her. She picked up one of her hands and sighed. It's cut again. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin bowed in a low voice. The person has been sent. Empress Dowager Zhuang faintly hummed. Eunuch Qin took the wound medicine and handed it to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang's fingertips smeared a little and carefully rubbed the medicine on Gu Jiao's palm where the reins were abraded. Go and send a message to Bisui Alley. Tell that boy not to wait. Jiao Jiao will rest here tonight. Gu Jiao was too hot. In her sleep, she kicked off the quilt discontentedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang carefully covered her. Eunuch Qin suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked in a low voice. Eunuch Qin said with joy. This old servant has not seen Empress Dowager so humane for a long time. It seems that after you lost your memory, you found many things that were lost in the past. Things that were lost in the past. Empress Dowager Zhuang murmured. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, Yes, the last time you were so humane was when Princess Ning and was by your side. Empress Dowager Zhuang's expression turned cold when he mentioned Princess Ning and Eunuch Qin realized that he had said something wrong and quickly lowered his head. This servant misspoke. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and stroked Gu Jiao's fingers. She said lightly, You can leave. Eunuch Qin responded, Yes, this servant will go to Bisui Alley. Wait. Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped him. Eunuch Qin turned around. Empress Dowager, do you have any other orders? Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Aijia remembers that there are many masks in the storehouse? Eunuch Qin said. Yes, does Empress Dowager want masks? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the sleeping Gu Jiao and said, Bring them all. Give them to the princess. Eunuch Qin's whole body shook. Empress Dowager Zhuang paused. Let Jiao Jiao choose tomorrow morning. Eunuch Qin secretly sighed. Yes. After Tang Yueshan bid farewell to Empress Dowager Zhuang, he immediately went to catch Gu Chongqing. In the end, he was told that Gu Chongqing had been in the barracks the whole time. Tang Yueshan quickly rushed back to the barracks and looked in disbelief at Gu Chongqing, who was quietly waiting outside the torture chamber where the fire had just been extinguished. Gu Chongqing was still handcuffed and shackled, and there was no trace of him escaping. You didn't escape? Gu Chongqing said indifferently. I have been in the barracks the whole time. I don't know where Lord Tang's words come from. Impossible. I have searched the entire barracks. You were clearly not there. Tang Yueshan suddenly thought of something and his eyes trembled. You were in the 18 bronze men array. That was the only place in the barracks that couldn't be searched, because entering it meant death. Tang Ming could only break through to the 12th level, let alone the other soldiers. Gu Chongqing only needed to hide in the last few levels to ensure that no one could find him. Cunning too cunning. But Tang Yueshan couldn't figure out why Gu Chongqing would do this. If he had escaped to kill Tang Ming, it would make sense. But he didn't and another assassin did. So why was he hiding in there? To play hide and seek? Gu Chongqing said seriously. I was afraid that the fire would be too big and burn me to death, so I found a safe place to hide. Tang Yueshan. No matter how bad Tang Yueshan thought this reason was, it couldn't change the fact that Gu Chongqing didn't escape the barracks. Tang Yueshan was full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, Humph. So what if you didn't escape this time? You'll still be executed in 3 days. In Gu Jiao's dream, Tang Yueshan let Gu Chongqing go because Gu Chongfeng took the blame. But now, without Gu Chongfeng taking the blame, Gu Chongqing would still be executed in 3 days. Originally, Gu Chongfeng and Gu Jiao thought that if they caught the real murderer of Tang Ming, they would be able to find the mastermind behind the impersonation of Fei Shuang and wash away the truth of Gu Chongqing's prison break. Who would have thought that the mastermind would be so cunning? He didn't even show himself, but let old Master Tang do it. They wanted to remind Tang Yueshan, hey, your big brother didn't just want to kill that bastard. He also conspired with others to kill you. But who were they to say that? Was it Gu Chongqing's younger brother or sister? Or was it an assassin who had been executed by the Empress Dowager? Tang Yueshan wouldn't believe any of them. This kind of thing had to be said by someone Tang Yueshan trusted without a doubt. Tang Yueshan was a very suspicious person, which could be seen from his suspicion that Madame Tang would kill Tang Ming. The next day, Eunuch Qin came to the marshal's mansion. The Empress Dowager wants to see Lord Tang. Please come with me to the palace immediately. Tang Yueshan followed Eunuch Qin into the palace. He was an outsider and couldn't enter the harem. Empress Dowager Zhuang met him in the side hall of the throne room. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat on a chair made of yellow pear wood on the steps. She was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden phoenixes. Her expression was calm and her aura was threatening. Tang Yueshan knelt down and saluted. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for thousands of years. Rise. Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Yueshan stood up and looked straight ahead. Give him a seat. Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin and a young eunuch brought a chair for Tang Yueshan and placed it in the center of the hall, facing the Empress Dowager. Sitting face to face with the Empress Dowager like this made the atmosphere a little strange. However, it was a special honor and Tang Yueshan enjoyed it very much. Empress Dowager Zhuang said majestically, You are my right-hand man. I trust you and won't beat around the bush. I called you here today because of Commandant Gu. Tang Yueshan heard this and his expression froze. Gu Chongqing's incident was a big deal, and the palace should have already heard about it. However, he didn't expect the Empress Dowager to ask about it. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave Eunuch Qin a look. Eunuch Qin understood and came forward with a tray. There was a carved dagger on the tray. Lord Tang, please take a look. Tang Yueshan picked up the dagger and looked at it. There was nothing special about the scabbard. However, when he pulled the blade out, he saw a word engraved where the hilt met the blade, Qing. He vaguely guessed whose dagger it was, but he didn't understand why it was in the Empress Dowager's hands. He frowned strangely. This is... Empress Dowager Zhuang's expression didn't change. I found it on the two assassins after they were dealt with last night. Tang Yueshan said, they were Gu Chongqing's men? This official knew it was them. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly said, You've been in the army for so many years, yet you can't even see through such a clumsy framing. If they were really Gu Chongqing's men, would they carry Gu Chongqing's belongings to commit the crime? Tang Yueshan choked. If Gu Chongqing himself was the one who carried out the assassination, it was possible that he accidentally left his belongings at the scene. However, if someone else took his belongings, how could it not be framing? Empress Dowager Zhuang continued. Don't look. This official has already confirmed with the Marquis Ding and Fu. This is Commandant Gu's dagger. Also, this official heard that last night, the barracks torture chamber caught fire and almost burned Commandant Gu to death. Tang Yueshan put the dagger back on the tray. Eunuch Qin took the tray and retreated to the side. Tang Yueshan replied, Yes, but he hid in the 18 bronze men formation and was unharmed. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were cold. Is a mere fire worth him hiding in the formation? In this official's opinion, it's clear that someone wants to force him out. Then why didn't he capture the other party? Tang Yueshan asked. There was a reason for his suspicions. If Gu Chongqing could beat the other party, then there was no need for him to hide. But if Gu Chongqing could not defeat the other party, then the other party could also break through the array formation that he could break through. They could still force him out. Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly said, If the other party turned around and said that they came to save him and were his accomplice, what would he do? Would you believe him or would you believe the assassin? Naturally, he would believe the assassin. Hatred had already blinded Tang Yueshan's eyes. He wouldn't believe any evidence that would be beneficial to Gu Chongqing. Tang Yueshan was choked speechless. Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly sighed. This official knows that you really want to execute Commandant Gu. Tang Yueshan clenched his fist. Doesn't he deserve to die? He harmed Ming. Empress Dowager Zhuang's cold eyes sharpened. She slapped the table. But your Ming also harmed others. Even a top-notch expert like Tang Yueshan almost succumbed to the Empress Dowager's phoenix aura. Tang Yueshan's momentum weakened, but he was still full of unwillingness. Why do you say that, Your Majesty? Bring him in. As soon as Empress Dowager Zhuang's voice fell, 2 strong eunuchs escorted in a young man with unkempt hair and a dirty face. Tang Yueshan looked at him for a long time before he recognized him. Aren't you Ming Er's servant? The one called. Dengur? Dengur fell to his knees. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life. Tang Yueshan's face darkened. Where have you been these days? I've been looking for you everywhere. Dengur cried in fear. I heard that Commandant Gu cut off young master's arm. I ran away. Tang Yueshan frowned. Why did you run away? You're not the one who hurt him. Dengur trembled. He did not dare to say anything. I was afraid that Commandant Gu would come after me for revenge. Tang Yueshan became more and more confused. He said impatiently, Who do you think you are? He would come after you for revenge? Dengur hugged his head and curled into a ball. It was me. I drugged young Master Gu and took him out of the carriage. But I was following young Master's orders. You can't blame me. Tang Yueshan said angrily, drugged young Master Gu? What nonsense are you talking about? Dengur cried. Young Master kidnapped young Master Gu. He wanted to do something to young Master Gu. It was Commandant Gu who arrived in time. Boom. Tang Yueshan felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck his heart. He was stunned for a long time in disbelief. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and kicked Dengur hard. Bastard! Who allowed you to slander Ming? Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. Eunuch Qin said sternly, Lord Tang, don't be presumptuous in front of the Empress Dowager. Tang Yueshan clenched his fist and resisted the urge to step on Eunuch Qin's head. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand. 2 eunuchs dragged Dengur away. Tang Yueshan trembled and his eyes were red. No, Ming wouldn't do that. He's such an upright person. How could he do something so despicable? Empress Dowager Zhuang could not help but roll her eyes. Soon she coughed softly and said in a low voice, Do you know that the young master of Marquis Ding and has a heart problem? He was humiliated by Ming and suffered a heart attack. He hasn't woken up yet. Your Ming only lost an arm and you want to kill the murderer. Tang Ming's younger brother was already half dead. So how could he not want to kill Tang Ming? Tang Yueshan, you're a man. If it were you, would you be able to swallow this? Tang Yueshan's chest flipped over as he was struck by a heavy blow. He staggered a little. Now that things had progressed to this point, it was almost enough to forgive Gu Chongqing. However, this matter would always be a thorn in Tang Yueshan's heart. He would be angry at Tang Ming's incompetence, but he would still blame Gu Chongqing. Empress Dowager Zhuang pressed between her eyebrows and said, Do you know what I found in the assassin's clothes last night? What? Tang Yueshan asked blankly. Obviously, the blow was too big and he had no interest in the assassin. Empress Dowager Zhuang took out the powder that Gu Jiao had made early in the morning and said without changing her expression, I found a kind of knockout powder. This kind of knockout powder can disturb a person's mind and make them do things that are not normal. I think that Ming might have been plotted against. Tang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. The Empress Dowager was a professional at tricking people. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with a pained expression, I've seen Ming Although he is a little arrogant, he is not a bad person. Although I have no evidence, I think that they might have wanted to put the knockout powder in Ming medicine when they went to the marshal's mansion last night. They were so skilled at drugging him that I wondered if they had drugged Ming before. It was also to find out what happened to Ming that I found the servant. This speculation was like a ray of sunshine after a bolt from the blue. When a person was pushed into a quagmire, he didn't have to go back to his original attic. He just had to be pulled back to the ground and he would accept the situation gratefully. Tang Yueshan grabbed the life-saving straw and refused to fall into the quagmire again. Is it the drug? The drug? The drug, yes. It must be the drug. Ming-er is such a good boy. How could he do such a thing? He must have been drugged. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued. I sent someone to get Commandant Gu's water bag this morning, and found that his water was also drugged. Tang Yueshan was stunned. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Commandant Gu wanted to kill Ming-er, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to do it in public. In the end, Ming-er is just a half-brother, not his life. Why would he risk his life for him? Tang Yueshan felt that what the Empress Dowager said made sense. He asked hesitantly, so he was also drugged? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him indifferently. Yes. Gu Chongqing and Tang Ming were established at the same time. If Tang Yueshan wanted to believe one, he had to believe the other. Would Tang Yueshan believe it? The answer was yes. He would rather accept that Gu Chongqing wasn't the real murderer than suspect that his son was a pervert. At this point, all of Tang Ming's hatred for Gu Chongqing was gone. He only hated the person behind the scenes. He was furious. Who is it? Who instigated the relationship between the Marshal's manor and Marquis Ding and manor? Empress Dowager Zhuang pinched the spot between her eyebrows that didn't hurt and sighed. I also don't have a clue. I killed them too quickly last night and didn't have time to interrogate them. It's also your fault. You didn't explain clearly what was going on. If it weren't for Eunuch Qin finding these things when he was digging a hole to bury the bodies, I wouldn't even be able to find these clues. Tang Yueshan also felt a wave of regret. Yes, why didn't he tell the Empress Dowager more? The Empress Dowager had found so many clues with just 2 corpses. If he had persuaded the Empress Dowager to leave them alive, wouldn't he have found out who was behind the scenes? What did it mean to be sold and still count the money? This was it. Empress Dowager Zhuang saw that she had deceived him enough. She could stop after a few more words. She waved her hand carelessly. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. What you should do is up to you. If you really want to kill Commandant Gu, I won't stop you. After all, he's one of the Emperor's people. Killing him isn't a pity. It wasn't a pity, but when he thought that doing so would be exactly what the person behind the scenes wanted, Tang Yueshan couldn't bear this grievance. After causing his Ming-er to be like this, how could he let the other party succeed? Was he stupid? Haha, not only would he not kill Gu Chongqing when the limelight was over, he would promote Gu Chongqing. He wanted to show the person behind the scenes that he, Tang Yueshan, wasn't a fool. After the news that Gu Chongqing was about to be executed came out, the old duke didn't sleep a wink all night. Finally, it was dawn. He didn't even have time to eat breakfast before he rushed to the palace to see the emperor. The emperor knew why he came. The emperor was also very melancholy. If this happened anywhere else, he might have a way to deal with it. However, this was the military camp. Everything was done strictly according to military rules. Even the emperor and the empress dowager couldn't interfere. Tang Yueshan didn't arrest Gu Chongqing for cutting off Tang Ming's arm. He arrested him for breaking out of prison in the middle of the night and becoming a deserter. This was a capital offense, regardless of official rank. Not to mention that he killed 2 innocent soldiers. Your Majesty, my grandson was wrongly accused. There must be more to this than meets the eye. Gu Chongqing didn't say a word to the old duke. The old duke didn't know that an assassin had come. Nor did he know that Gu Chongqing had gone to visit Gu Yan. However, the old duke believed that Gu Chongqing wouldn't kill the innocent, and definitely wouldn't become a deserter. The emperor sighed. Why wouldn't I want to save him? However, all the evidence is against him, and he admitted it himself. This was the key point. Gu Chongqing admitted that he had broken out of prison. Even if he was the emperor, he couldn't act recklessly. The emperor gritted his teeth. If there's no other way, I will allow you to bring your men of sacrifice to the execution ground. However, this way Gu Chongqing could no longer live under the sun. He couldn't inherit the Marquis estate. What was the difference between this and strangling someone? The old duke slumped to the ground in defeat. Suddenly Eunuch Wei rushed in. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Something big has happened. Military officer Gui? The old duke's face paled. What happened to Chongqing? Eunuch Wei smiled. He's been acquitted. The emperor. The old duke. Meanwhile, Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't wait to return to Renshou Palace after finishing today's hoodwinking. Jiao Jiao, it's done. Where's Ijia's sugar eggs? Eunuch Qin, who was following behind Empress Dowager Zhuang, almost stumbled and fell. You've been trying to persuade me the whole morning just for a bowl of sugar eggs? You're the Empress Dowager. Can't you be a little more mature? It's done. Gu Jiao curved her lips and came out of the small kitchen with a bowl of sugar eggs. Empress Dowager Zhuang rubbed her hands and looked at her sugar eggs expectantly. Jiao Jiao said that she would add 2 more spoonfuls of sugar and 2 more eggs. 2 spoonfuls of sugar, can you imagine? Empress Dowager Zhuang slurped her lips and looked at the big bowl that Gu Jiao put on the table. In just a second her face darkened. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Didn't you say you'd add 2 more spoonfuls of sugar? Gu Jiao, I did. She just added 2 more bowls of water. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Then what about the 2 extra eggs? Gu Jiao. I also put them in. It's just that it's Mimi's quail egg, the kind with the yolk removed. Empress Dowager Zhuang cried in her heart. Aijia feels wronged. Aijia won't say. Eunuch Qin rarely saw Empress Dowager Zhuang suffer, so he couldn't help but laugh. Empress Dowager Zhuang stared at him with a death stare. Eunuch Qin trembled. The fear of being dominated by Empress Dowager Zhuang in the past hit his heart. His legs went soft and he knelt down. Empress Dowager. Please forgive me. Empress Dowager Zhuang narrowed her eyes dangerously. Just when Eunuch Qin thought he was going to die, Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Eunuch Qin. She said to Gu Jiao, Eunuch Qin also worked hard today. Jiao Jiao, make him a bowl too. When Eunuch Qin heard this, he wondered if he was scared silly. Empress Dowager said he worked hard? She even asked Miss Gu to personally cook him a sugar egg? Eunuch Qin hurriedly kowtowed. This servant doesn't dare. This servant doesn't dare. Empress Dowager Zhuang gloomily said, No, you dare. A quarter of an hour later, another bowl of sugar egg was brought over by Gu Jiao. The color of this bowl was much richer, and the aroma of brown sugar could be smelled from afar. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, You eat with Aijia. Eunuch Qin knelt down in fear. Eunuch Qin eat. Gu Jiao said with amusement. Eunuch Qin looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with fear. He felt that if he ate he would die. If he didn't, he would also die. He had to bite the bullet and sit down. Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, Jiao Jiao. Someone is calling you outside. Is that so? Empress Dowager Zhuang nodded. In the imperial garden. Oh. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and walked out. As soon as she left, Empress Dowager Zhuang snatched Eunuch Qin's sugar egg. The dumbfounded Eunuch Qin. Chapter 289. Novels are also updated at a faster rate. When the news of Gu Chongqing being acquitted spread out, it caused a huge commotion in the capital. There were too many details that everyone didn't know, such as the fact that Tang Ming had been abused in the manor. But putting that aside, Gu Chongqing had chopped off one of Tang Ming's arms. How could he be acquitted? The old marquis also felt that it was strange. Perhaps Eunuch Wei's information was wrong. He hurried back to the manor and found that Gu Chongqing had indeed returned and was washing up in his room. After staying in the torture chamber for so many days, his heart was like dead ashes, so he didn't care about his image. It wasn't until he looked in the bronze mirror that he realized how frightening he had been when he went to find Gu Yanin by Shui Alley that night. In the middle of the night, Gu Yan's mental fortitude was strong enough that he didn't think of him as a ghost. Gu Chongqing bathed and changed his clothes. He washed his hair and shaved his beard. The elegant and handsome commandant had returned. Other than the slight bruise at the corner of his mouth, it was caused by the old marquis whip. Gu Chengfeng and Gu Chenglin also came over. The two of them had skipped class directly from Qinghe Academy, but at this critical juncture, no one would harshly criticize them. Big brother. Gu Chenglin saw Gu Chongqing coming out of the bathroom and pounced over without thinking. He hugged him and breathed in the familiar scent of his body. as well as the gentle fragrance of locust. The tip of his nose ached. Big brother. I thought I'd never see you again. I heard that you were going to be executed. I even had the thought of killing Tang Ming. It's all his fault. Hearing this, Gu Chongqing and Gu Chengfeng were both stunned. Could it be that Gu Chenglin also knew about Tang Ming? Gu Chenglin choked out. Why did he bully the Gu family army for no reason? He's a villain. He's a scoundrel. Big brother taught him a lesson. His martial arts weren't good and his skills weren't as good as others, yet he blamed Big brother. If it weren't for that, Big brother wouldn't have been locked up. Alright, so that's what he was talking about. The two of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Chengfeng looked at Gu Chongqing, who had obviously lost some weight, and his eyes darkened. He was still angry that his elder brother was so protective of Gu Yan, but he couldn't bear to see him being dragged around by Gu Chenglin when he was injured. He tugged at Gu Chenglin in annoyance. That's enough. Big brother just came out and his body is still weak. Don't keep carrying him. Oh. Gu Chenglin wiped his tears and released his arms. He looked at Gu Chongqing with teary eyes. Big brother, you've lost weight, Gu Chengfeng said. Then go to the kitchen and tell them to make something delicious. Gu Chenglin finally heard the unfriendliness in Gu Chengfeng's tone. Second brother, why are you angry? Shouldn't you be happy that Big brother is back? That's right. What was he angry about? Wasn't he just treating Gu Yan better than him and Gu Chenglin? Gu Chengfeng stormed out angrily. Gu Chongqing. Gu Chenglin. You can leave as well. I have something to say to your elder brother. The Marquis instructed Gu Chenglin. Oh. Since his grandfather had spoken, Gu Chenglin didn't dare to disobey. He glanced at Gu Chongqing reluctantly and said in a small voice, Big brother, I'll come back to see you later. Gu Chongqing nodded in agreement. After Gu Chenglin left, the Marquis ordered the manservant to leave as well. The room suddenly quieted down. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other speechless. The Marquis looked at Gu Chongqing's injuries and actually didn't feel good either. However, in that situation, if he hadn't let Gu Chongqing suffer, Tang Yueshan would have made him suffer. At least he knew the severity of his actions, but it was hard to say if Tang Yueshan had done it. In fact, it was thanks to his injuries that Tang Yueshan believed that he couldn't be the assassin who had cut off Tang Ming's balls that night. However, both grandfather and grandson had the same temperament. They had a strange sense of self-esteem and would never defend themselves. The Marquis cut to the chase. What's going on with Tang Ming? Why did Tang Yueshan suddenly release you? Why did he hold on to you and not let you go earlier? As for why Gu Chongqing had cut off Tang Ming's arm in anger, and why he had broken out of prison, the Marquis had already given up on the former. As for the latter, the Marquis believed that Gu Chongqing had gone to chase after the assassin. Of these three questions, Gu Chongqing only answered the second one. Tang Yueshan caught the assassin who had broken into the military camp that night. He found some clues from the assassin's body and knew that I was innocent. He also knew that the mastermind wanted to sow discord between the Marquis Ding, Anne's manor and the Marshal's manor. He didn't want to fall into the trap, so he let me go. How do you know? The Marquis asked. He told me personally, Gu Chongqing replied. This was the truth. However, it wasn't all of it. Tang Yueshan had also said that he had been drugged, which was why he had acted against Tang Ming. He wanted him to quickly see a doctor. At the time he was confused and didn't understand why Tang Yueshan would say such a thing. Tang Yueshan had also said that Tang Ming hadn't done it on purpose and had also been drugged. He hoped that the two of them wouldn't fall into the mastermind's trap and become enemies. Gu Chongqing knew very well what kind of person Tang Ming was. It was impossible for him to have been drugged. It was also on the way back that he gradually understood that his younger sister must have used some method to trick Tang Yueshan. As for the assassin, Gu Jiao had come to find Gu Chongqing and had him set fire to the torture chamber. She had also made it look like she had escaped, leading the assassin to act and frame him. This morning, Tang Yueshan had told him that the assassin had already been dealt with. Gu Chongqing thought that Tang Yueshan had caught the real assassin. As for Gu Jiao's involvement, Gu Chongqing didn't tell the Marquis. The Marquis hadn't fought with the assassin and didn't know how cunning the assassin was. He thought that with Tang Yueshan's ability, it wasn't strange that he had caught the assassin, so he didn't suspect anything. Although the Marquis desperately wanted to know what kind of irreconcilable conflict Gu Chongqing and Tang Ming had, the Marquis couldn't do anything if Gu Chongqing wasn't willing to speak. The Marquis urged him to rest well and not go to the barracks for the next few days, so he got up and left. After such a big incident, not only did Tang Yueshan want to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes, he also wanted to know who had stabbed him in the back. Not long after the Marquis left, Gu Chengfeng came again. He had thought of business after being depressed for a while, so he came to find Gu Chongqing to clarify things. "Eldest brother, do you know that younger sister knows the Empress Dowager?" he asked. Gu Chongqing was wiping his long sword. Hearing this, he looked at him. His gaze paused on him for a moment, then he continued wiping his sword. "Yes, I know her." "That's it? Can't you answer with a little more sincerity? How could I reveal that girl's secret?" "I saw it." Gu Chengfeng pursed his lips. Gu Chongqing paused, then said, "There are some things you don't need to know too much about. Whether or not she knows the Empress Dowager has nothing to do with the situation in the capital." Gu Chengfeng clicked his tongue. "You say it as if I'll complain to grandfather. Also, who cares about that girl's secret? I clearly know more than you. Do you know that girl went to mess with Tang Ming? Do you know that she and I went to the marshal's manor to wait for the assassin? Do you know that the Empress Dowager saved us from Tang Yueshan? Ha ha ha." Gu Chengfeng shook his head and left with his nose in the air. Gu Chongqing felt that his second brother was acting strange today. He shook his head. At this moment, Gu Chengfeng, who had already left, appeared outside his window. With his hands on his hips, he said loudly, "I rode horses with her, drank wine and played with water." After saying this, he ran away. Gu Chongqing. On the other side, Gu Jiao, who had stayed at Rensho Palace for an entire night, also planned to go back. She had come last night wearing night clothes, but the Empress Dowager had many young women's clothes. She didn't know if they were specially prepared for her, but they all fit her well. Gu Jiao changed into an ice blue corset dress. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun, leaving a bit of long hair loose on her shoulders. She wore the hairpin that Xiao Lulang had given her on her birthday. Empress Dowager Zhuang had people bring over a basket of jewelry. She didn't take it. She did take a fancy to a mask with a peacock plume. The mask was inlaid with a dragon crystal, which was the so-called obsidian. She put it on and looked in the mirror. Oh, it looked good. "Thank you, Grandaunt." Gu Jiao thanked her. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Eunuch Qin personally sent Gu Jiao to Bishui Alley before returning to the palace. Eunuch Qin had sent a message last night, so the family knew that Gu Jiao was resting at her grandaunt's place. There was nothing to worry about. However, little Jingkong didn't see Gu Jiao after he woke up. His mouth was pursed the whole morning, and 2 pots of oil could be hung on it. Gu Jiao decided to pick up little Jingkong from school and give him a surprise. However, Gu Jiao waited outside the Imperial College for a long time, but little Jingkong didn't come out. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that little Jingkong's parents had been summoned again. The parents were Xiao Lulang. Since Xiao Lulang entered the Hanlin Academy, the number of times his superiors called him was less than the number of times his parents had been summoned. When Lu Quan came to inform Xiao Lulang clenched his fists and asked Lu Quan, Why is it this time?" Lu Quan's smile was uglier than his crying face. You should go and see for yourself." Xiao Lulang gritted his teeth and said, "Why can't I say it?" He even made the teacher cry. "Is there anything more serious than this?" Lu Quan scratched his head and smiled. Aha, there really was. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath. He usually didn't lose his temper, but it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. It was just that his good manners allowed him to hide it. However, this little monk had stepped on his bottom line again and again, and he was about to explode. Lu Quan thought to himself, "You can explode when you get there. I'm afraid that if you explode now, you'll explode later." Xiao Lulang and Lu Quan went to the Imperial College. Perhaps he was traumatized by little Jing Kong, but after this incident, Teacher Sun still called Teacher Zhang over to support him. The two teachers' expressions were a little complicated. Xiao Lulang looked at Teacher Sunday. He didn't cry, wasn't hurt, and didn't see any other children coming to complain. It shouldn't be a big mistake, right? Teacher Sun, may I ask what has happened to Jingkong? He asked politely. Teacher Sun had a bet with him, but Teacher Sun didn't think that Xiao Lulang would win, so he had forgotten about the bet. Today, he was purely talking to Xiao Lulang as a teacher of little Jingkong. You, go to the classroom and take a look yourself. Xiao Lulang followed Teacher Sun to the classroom. As soon as he reached the door, he felt that the classroom was especially bright today. When he took a closer look, it turned out that a bunch of little brats were glowing. His body trembled, and he suspected that he had walked in the wrong direction. He subconsciously lifted his foot. Teacher Sun smiled bitterly. Xiao Lulang was a person who had been through a lot, so he quickly reacted. His heart was in turmoil, but he didn't show it on his face. This was done by Jingkong? Teacher Sun nodded. He was about to cry. He shaved half of the heads of the class. Among them was a prince and a few sons and grandsons of important ministers. Oh my God, such a thing happened in his class. How was he going to die? Xiao Lulang was mentally prepared. When Teacher Sun first entered the classroom, he didn't know. When he opened the door and saw a nest of little monks, the impact was simply too great. Xiao Lulang said, "No, why did he do that?" Teacher Sun wanted to cry. That's the problem. Jingkong didn't force him. They all begged him to shave their heads. Yes, it was shaving. Teacher Sun remembered very clearly that this was what little Jingkong had used when he had replied. Xiao Liulang's teeth hurt. Was this child addicted to shaving people's heads? Also, how did he bring the razor to the Imperial College? Xiao Lulang suppressed his anger and called out little Jingkong. Tell me what happened. Why did they ask you to shave their heads? Little Jingkong nodded and spread his hands. Because they all want to be as smart as me. As he spoke, he gently patted his little bald head. Great Aunt said that smart people don't have hair. This is called extremely smart. Yesterday, when Great Aunt came to play mahjong, he was very sad. He asked Great Aunt why he couldn't grow his hair. This was what Great Aunt said to him. Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. Great Aunt, how could you trick your child like this? Achoo! In Runshou Palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was reading memorials, suddenly sneezed. Yes, Jiao Jiao must be missing me. Little Jingkong was the first in class and never lied. Therefore, his words were very convincing. When he said that shaving would make one smarter, no one doubted him. Qin Shuyu was the first to support his little friend, and Su Kanji was the second. After that, the situation became uncontrollable. If Teacher Sun didn't come early, little Jingkong would have ruined the hair of the entire class. Needless to say, he shaved it quite well. But then again, how could a 4-year-old child have such strong hands-on skills? Teacher Sun was confused. He's so good at shaving people's heads. Was he a monk before? Xiao Lulang said yes. Teacher Sun. By the Other Shore of Forgetfulness * Mr. Gu's Canary by Li Bian. One day, the chairman of Junhua Group attended an international business meeting. The reporters raised their cameras and asked, Mr. Gu, how did you get together with Mrs. Gu? Gu Jiangyan stopped in his tracks and turned around slightly with a faint smile. Draw a circle and plan slowly. His friend smiled and asked, what if the canary flies? The man leaned back in his seat. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. His slender fingers tapped the cigarette ash, and his words were cruel and heartless. Then I'll break her wings and destroy her dreams, and raise her in captivity. Chapter 290. Gu Jiao waited at the entrance of the Imperial College for a long time, but little Jingkong did not come out. She asked the guard and learned that school was not over yet, so she decided to continue waiting. But after a while, Xiao Sanzi hurried over. Miss Gu, there's a patient who needs to be seen urgently. All the doctors in the clinic have gone to see him, but only Dr. Lu is in the clinic. But he can't leave now because there's a patient in the clinic. Got it, I'll go see him. Gu Jiao got into Xiao Sanzi's carriage and went back to Bai Shui Alley to get her medicine box. Then, she went to the clinic to see the young man who came to ask for a doctor. The young man was dressed in plain clothes and did not look like he came from a rich family. He took someone else's carriage and went back to sit outside with Xiao Sanzi. The weather in May was not cold anymore, and it was even a little hot in the afternoon. The young man was happy to sit outside and enjoy the breeze. From the young man, Gu Jiao learned that the place they were going to was called Ciu Village, which was equivalent to the orphanage in Gu Jiao's previous life. There were Ciu villages everywhere, and most of them were opened by the government. There were also some rich local gentry who opened some Ciu villages to show their kindness and help the people. Since there was an orphanage, Gu Jiao asked if there was a nursing home. The young man said, "Miss Gu, are you talking about a nursing home? There is no nursing home on our street, but there is one on Shilu Street. They take in more soldiers and workers who are old and weak and have no children to take care of. There are not many people who go there." "Why?" Gu Jiao asked. The young man smiled bitterly. "I can't take it in." Gu Jiao did not say anything. Welfare institutions were the same in every time and space. Not everyone could go there. But the intention was good, and it did solve some people's needs. Ciu Village was remote, and the carriage finally arrived at the entrance of Ciu Village after more than an hour. The words on the plaque were peeling, the door was cracked, and the walls were covered with mold and moss. It was shabby. This was Gu Jiao's first impression. Entering the gate, there was a large courtyard that was similar to the layout of their house. On the left there was a small vegetable garden and on the right there was a small fish pond. The courtyard was connected to a few rooms, which seemed to be for adults to live in. After passing through the hall, the second courtyard was for the children. There were many children's clothes hanging in the yard. The material was not bad. They were new and clean without any patches. It was close to dinner time, and the children of Ciu Manor were eating in the eastern dining hall. Gu Jiao smelled the aroma of vegetables and meat. The food was not bad. It seemed that Ciu Zhuang had spent all their money where it should be spent. "Where is the patient?" Gu Jiao asked. The young man said, "In the back, please follow me." The patient lived in a room in the tertiary hospital. The orientation of the room was not good. It was cold in the winter and hot in the summer. Whenever it rained, the room would leak. Gu Jiao had just stepped over the threshold when she felt a stuffy air. She could imagine how uncomfortable it was to live in this room. The young man stood at the door and scratched his head, saying, "This young man and I will not go in. I will have to trouble Miss Gu to treat her." Xiao Sanzi suspected that the other party had said the wrong thing. Shouldn't he have said, "I will have to trouble Miss Gu to treat her"? When Gu Jiao entered the room, she understood why the young man had said that. The patient lying on the cold and hard bed inside was actually Gu Jinyu. Gu Jiao had not seen Gu Jinyu for some time. She had not expected to see her here. Gu Jinyu was dressed in the coarse hemp clothes of the commoners. The pearl hairpins in her hair had been replaced by two simple hair ribbons. Her cheeks were thinner, but her skin was not as fair as when she lived in the manor. It was obvious that she had been exposed to the sun. She also seemed to have grown a little taller. A trace of surprise flitted across Gu Jinyu's eyes. She had not expected that it would be Gu Jiao. She looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. She opened her mouth and finally said in a low voice, "It's you." This time, she did not call her elder sister. Gu Jiao had not come because she had called her elder sister. She had accepted the other party's money to treat her illness. That was all. She walked forward and sat down on the stool by the bed. "What's wrong?" Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "My period came. I had a stomachache and fainted from the pain just now." "Give me your hand," Gu Jiao said. Gu Jinyu slowly extended her right hand. Gu Jiao had not interacted much with Gu Jinyu, but she had seen her hands before. Her fingers had never touched the sun or water. They were as delicate as porcelain and as shiny as jade. Now they were much rougher. Although they did not have large and small wounds like Gu Jiao's hands, they had lost their original luster. They were hands that had worked before. Gu Jiao took her pulse and withdrew her hand, saying, "Her abdomen caught a cold and has a blood stasis." She'll be fine after taking some medicine that relaxes her muscles and activates her blood. Prescribe some painkillers as well. If the pain is too much, take one. You don't have to endure until you faint. After Gu Jiao finished speaking, she turned and placed the small basket on the table. She took out the medicine from the small medicine chest and separated them into porcelain bottles. She used a charcoal pencil to write down the instructions and dosage on the bottles that were covered with cloth. Gu Jiao did not ask how she had appeared at Sayu village. Had she come on her own or had the Marquise Fu chased her out? Gu Jiao prepared to leave after giving her the medicine. Elder sister. Gu Jinyu suddenly called out to her. Her expression and tone were filled with hesitation and apprehension. Are mother and younger brother well? They're fine, Gu Jiao said concisely. I'm sorry, she said in a small voice. Her throat was slightly choked. Gu Jiao said mildly. A patient doesn't need to apologize to a doctor. Gu Jinyu looked steadily at Gu Jiao and said, I know you don't like to hear this, but I'm really not putting on a show. I've stayed at Xiaoyu village for a period of time before I fully understood how hard life is for the poor. Elder sister's life back then must have been even harder than theirs, right? I heard that family often didn't give elder sister food to eat. They even beat and scolded elder sister and forced elder sister to work. If we hadn't been swapped, I would have been the one to bear all this. I stole elder sister's life, but in the end, I was jealous of elder sister because I didn't receive mother and younger brother's care. I looked down on elder sister because elder sister was a peasant woman from the countryside. Xiaoyu village had a few clever children, but they were abandoned in this kind of place. They couldn't study and couldn't learn anything. Such good seedlings were ruined just like that. If it had been me who had stayed in the countryside, I would probably have been like them. I always looked down on elder sister because I had some talent. I never thought that these opportunities to learn were given to me by elder sister's status. If elder sister was like me and grew up in the Marquis' household, how much worse could she be than me now? I was unwilling to admit that elder sister was more outstanding than me. It was my vanity that caused trouble. I don't ask elder sister to forgive me. I just want to tell elder sister that I won't do it again in the future. Whether elder sister thinks that I have turned over a new leaf or that I have accepted my fate, in any case, I won't be able to stay in the Marquis' household for long. When she said this, her face was full of bitterness. I really envy elder sister. After marrying, mother and younger brother can stay by your side. I still don't know what kind of family I will marry into. Grandmother is choosing a marriage for me. But in the end, I won't have as much freedom as elder sister. Are you done? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Jiao's coldness was within Gu Jinyu's expectations. She laughed self-mockingly and said, I heard that brother-in-law became the top scholar. I'm here to congratulate elder sister and brother-in-law. Thank you. After Gu Jiao finished speaking, she carried the small basket on her back and left. Gu Jiao's heart was like iron as she sat on the carriage back. While Xiao Sanzi was waiting outside for Gu Jiao, he chatted with the young man and a few children from Xiaozhuang. He did not know that the patient inside was Gu Jiao's younger sister in name, the daughter who had been swapped with Gu Jiao when they were young. Since there was nothing to do on the road, Xiao Sanzi told Gu Jiao the news he had heard. It is said that the young lady is the daughter of a large family. She concealed her identity and came to Xiaozhuang to do good deeds. If she had not fainted today and was helped into the room by the kitchen maids of Xiaozhuang and found her token, we would not have known that she was someone of status. But she did not say what her identity was. Gu Jiao lifted the curtains and admired the scenery by the roadside. Xiao Sanzi continued, Xiaozhuang did not receive much money every month, so the children did not have enough to eat and wear. It was because of that young lady's arrival that the situation of Xiaozhuang improved. She bought all the children's clothes, and she also paid for the groceries every month. In this world there are not many young ladies who are so kind. Xiao Sanzi continued to ramble on, but Gu Jiao did not hear him. She fell asleep. On the other side, Xiao Lulang had finally finished cleaning up the mess left by the little monk. He came out of the Imperial College with a gloomy face. He held little Jingkong's hand. Although little Jingkong's hand was held by him, his little head drooped. His small body expressed infinite resistance, as if he was going to be dragged home by the traffickers. Xiao Lulang saw that the little fellow was unwilling, so he sneered, "Oh, I won't help you this time." He finally realized that he was fearless now that she was always covering for him. Last time he made teacher's son cry. This time he shaved half of the class bald. He really dared to shave. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. I already said that they wanted me to shave. Shouldn't classmates help each other and be friendly and united? What's wrong with me helping them? You didn't praise me for being open-minded, and you didn't care that they became smarter and fought with me for first place. You even complained to Jiao Jiao about me. You're unreasonable. Reasonable, right? Okay, I'll explain it to you. Xiao Lulang stopped in his tracks. In the quiet alley, he looked at him seriously. If you shave because they asked you to, then shave. If they ask you to be the last in the exam, will you be the last in the exam? Little Jing Kong pursed his lips and said hesitantly, I want to take the exam. But I'm not good enough. Xiao Lulang laughed. Xiao Lulang continued, also, doesn't the Imperial College prohibit carrying knives? You can shave again for me. Little Jing Kong couldn't shave anymore. He was caught red-handed. However, if the hard way didn't work, he would use the soft way. Little Jing Kong looked at him cutely and twisted his body. Sister, can I not tell Jiao Jiao? Xiao Yolang's body trembled. Don't act cute. This time he was in big trouble. In the Zhao Kingdom, men were not allowed to shave their hair after they reached the age of 12. However, most people stopped shaving after they were 2 or 3 years old unless they were injured or sick. Among them, the rules of the royal family were the strictest. Today he was the first to shave a prince's hair. If Qin Chuyu didn't cry and say that he wanted to shave his hair, he would have been arrested and interrogated in the palace. However, because he shaved the prince's hair, the officials' parents didn't dare to say anything. What else could they do? The emperor didn't stand up for his son, so they rushed to complain. What? Was their child more precious than the prince? Little Jing Kong failed to act cute. He sighed and reluctantly accepted the fact that his bad brother-in-law was going to tell on him. When he got home, he found that Gu Jiaojiao had gone to see a patient. Xiao Lulang pointed at the inner wall of the front yard. You can reflect on your mistakes here and wait for Jiaojiao to come back. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and obediently stood by the wall. Marquis Xianping went out of the city to handle a case today. He passed by Bishui Alley on his way back, so he stopped by to take a look. The courtyard door was open. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he saw a pitiful little boy with his face against the wall, and his little fingers scratching the wall. Oh, wasn't this the little boy who beat up the envoy of the Liang Kingdom with Qin Chuyu and Minister Su's youngest son in the palace? The corners of Marquis Xianping's lips curled as he walked over and poked his little shoulder from behind. Little Jing Kong turned around and looked at Marquis Xianping with resentment. What are you doing? He was angry and cute. Marquis Xianping suddenly wanted to bully the little boy. He smiled and said, Did you get into trouble again? Tell me, I'll give you some advice. Little Jing Kong was a prideful person, so he wouldn't admit that he got into trouble and was punished. Who are you? Do we know each other well? Marquis Xianping smiled. Oh, you cried so hard last time that I was covered in snot. It's only been a few days and you want to deny it. Little Jing Kong was a bit embarrassed when he mentioned this. Although he was prideful, he was also reasonable. He saved Handsome Uncle and Handsome Uncle helped him. They had a strong friendship. Little Jing Kong's expression softened a lot, and he asked, I'm Jing Kong, what's your name? Marquis Xianping felt that Little Jing Kong was quite interesting, so he didn't put on airs and said honestly, I'm Xiao Ji. Little Jing Kong stared at him. Xiao Ji? You're a Xiao Ji? Marquis Xianping's smile froze. He gritted his teeth and said, It's Xiao Ji. Forget it, if you don't understand, just call me Marquis Xiao. He wasn't as unfamiliar as Marquis Xianping. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened, and he looked at him with a complicated expression. How did you become Xiao Ji again? Are you a Xiao Ji or a Xiao Ji? What Xiao Ji or Xiao Ji? Marquis Xianping's teeth chattered. It's Xiao Ji. Monkey brothers monkey. Fuck. He was led astray. He wanted to say Marquis, Marquis Xianping said with a toothache. Forget it, Xiaoji. However, little Jingkong's expression became even more indescribable. Chapter 291. Little Jingkong looked at Marquis Xianping as if he was looking at an idiot. Little chick. Marquis Xianping realized that he shouldn't have added that word after his name. Otherwise, with this little thing's comprehension ability, he wouldn't know what he would say. Whatever he was afraid of, it would come true. The little thing really opened its mouth. Marquis Xianping had never been so panicked before. He shook his body and said, "Shut up. Swallow the last word back." Little Jingkong shut his mouth. Okay, the world of adults is so hard to understand. Not only did he give me such a bad name, he can't even differentiate between chickens and monkeys. Marquis Xianping heaved a sigh of relief. Little Jingkong put his little hands behind his back and tilted his head. 8. He still said the last word. Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping shed blood but not tears. He was never afraid of war. But this little baldy's lethality was greater than thousands of soldiers and horses. Marquis Xianping never knew when he would step into a pit. It was too scary. Marquis Xianping, who had always made others speechless, finally had a day when he was being made speechless. Indeed, he had to pay for what he did. Little Jingkong sighed. Sigh, my family does have 7 chicks, but you can't be the 8th one. Marquis Xianping. Was he thinking too much? Marquis Xianping grew up in a group of ruffians, so he knew more dirty words than normal words. It was inevitable that he would think the wrong way. But on second thought, saying that he was going to be a chicken didn't seem to be a good thing. It wasn't much better than that poor thing. He was a first-grade martial marquis, how could he be a chicken? Marquis Xianping felt that he couldn't talk to this little brat anymore. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "If I say that I'm your brother-in-law's biological father, would you believe me?" Little Jingkong frowned and looked at him strangely. After a while he nodded seriously. No wonder. No wonder what? Marquis Xianping asked. Little Jingkong rubbed his chin and said with a sudden realization, "No wonder my brother-in-law always gets the last place." He had wronged his brother-in-law. It was not that his brother-in-law was not hard-working enough. It was because his father was not smart. His father did not even know if he was a monkey or a chicken. Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping's heart received 10,000 critical hits. He could no longer remember what he came here for. He didn't even recognize his son. He clutched his chest and called Chongjing, help me back. Chongjing. Can't you walk by yourself? Marquis Xianping. Why would I call you if I could walk? Come on. Come here. Why don't you be angered by this little brat? Chongjing didn't want to leave because he saw the marbles on the ground. He wanted to stay and play marbles. However, he could not disobey Marquis Xianping's orders. He resentfully left with Marquis Xianping. Not long after they left, Gu Jiao arrived home. Little Jingkong's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Jiao walking into the courtyard. He ran over and hugged Gu Jiao's leg. "Jiao Jiao, you're finally back. I missed you so much." He let go of his hand and went behind Gu Jiao. He grabbed Gu Jiao's small basket and said, "Give me the basket. I'll carry it." Gu Jiao took down the small basket and took out the small medicine box. She put the small basket, which was not very heavy, on his back. It was a small basket for Gu Jiao, but it was a big one for little Jingkong. The basket on his back was almost as tall as he was. He half carried and half dragged it as he made his way into the house. Xiao Lulang was studying arithmetic in the study. Ever since he got little Jingkong's book that seemed to be the national book of the Yan Kingdom, he would study the contents of the book carefully whenever he was free. Since the book was written in a completely different language, it was still difficult to understand even though there were some annotations. However, the strange characters used to represent numbers aroused his strong interest. The things called formulas that were listed out by those characters and symbols also made him feel amazed. Since the numbering technique was lost, the Zhao kingdom still used the method of cutting the circle to calculate the ancestral rate. However, even if a circle was cut into tens of thousands of sides, It might not be able to calculate beyond 7 digits. The formulas recorded in this book were much simpler, but he had not understood them yet. Xiao Lulang was immersed in the sea of questions until he heard a loud thud. Only then did he raise his head to look out the window. He saw little Jingkong carrying a small basket on his back as he walked in. Behind little Jingkong, Gu Jiao was wearing an ice blue dress. She was elegant and graceful like a swallow, which made people's eyes light up. At this moment, Gu Jiao seemed to have sensed something and looked toward the window of the west room. Their eyes met. Gu Jiao slightly curved her lips. Like a budding begonia, it bloomed in the night wind under the starry sky, and in the softest heart. Xiao Yulong's heart beat faster. His eyelashes fluttered, and he looked away and continued to study hard. Gu Jiao did not seem to want to pretend that nothing happened. She came to the window, put one arm on the windowsill, and looked at him with the other hand supporting her chin. "What are you doing?" The night wind blew gently from behind her, swaying the faint fragrance of her body and covering the ink on the table. Xiao Yulong's heart suddenly felt warm. He did not look at Gu Jiao, but looked steadily at the book on the table. "Reading," he said calmly. "Oh." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and suddenly leaned into the window. The sudden approach made Xiao Liulong's body stiffen, and his body seemed to be unable to move. She was very close to him, so close that it was as if their cheeks were about to touch. Xiao Liulong's mind suddenly flashed with the image of her being drunk and grabbing him for a kiss. She looked like a seductive kitten. His throat was dry. Just when Xiao Lulang thought that she was going to do something to him, she just reached out and took a piece of paper beside him. After taking the paper, she stood back to her original position. The breath on his cheeks and the tip of his nose dissipated. Xiao Lulang felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He did not know what he was feeling lost about. Gu Jiao took out a charcoal pencil and scribbled a few words on the paper. Then she curved her lips and left a note. She turned around and went back to her east room. Xiao Liulong's face was hot for a long time before it faded. After he calmed down, he saw the note on the windowsill from the corner of his eyes. He picked it up and looked at it. He saw a few large words written on the paper with a charcoal pencil. "Book taken down." Xiao Lulang remembered the meaningful look in her eyes when she left the note. His face that had just returned to normal once again became hot. During dinner, Yao Shi and Gu Yan both had good eyesight. They could see that Xiao Lulang was pretending to be calm. Only Gu Xiaoshun stared at Xiao Lulang in a daze for a while and asked, "Brother-in-law, why is your face red?" She really touched a sore spot. Xiao Lulang said with a straight face, "It's hot." "Oh." Gu Xiaoshun nodded, "It's quite hot." Yao Shi pursed her lips and snickered. Gu Xiaoshun still wanted to ask something, but Gu Yan stuffed a drumstick into his mouth. "Eat your food." Oh, Gu Xiaoshun's mouth suddenly became busy. He forgot what he wanted to ask. After dinner, little Jingkong had no choice but to confess the great feat of shaving half of his head under the strong pressure of his bad brother-in-law. The first one to be shaved was Chu Yu. Xiao Lulang added. Little Jingkong did not know that Chu Yu's surname was Qin, and that he was a prince. Gu Jiao knew about it. Gu Jiao. "Oh, he even dares to shave a prince?" Xiao Lulang. "What's with your expression? Why do you look like you're admiring him? Someone must have contributed a lot to raising this child to be so bold." Gu Jiao received Xiao Liulong's death stare. She blinked and silently swallowed the words, "My child is amazing, bold, careful, and capable of doing things." She said to little Jingkong sternly, "Don't bring a razor to the Imperial College in the future. We can't shave people's heads for free." Xiao Lulang. Little Jingkong's shaving caused a huge uproar in the Imperial College, but it was the same in the Imperial Palace. When Qin Chuyu walked out of the Imperial College with a round little Luden, the eunuch who came to pick him up was stunned on the spot. Qin Chuyu did not realize that he had done something shocking. He sat on the carriage back to the Imperial Palace and waited expectantly for himself to wake up and become smarter. Actually, with Qin Chuyu's ability, he could not enter the gifted class. It was the crown princess who got him in through the back door. This caused Qin Chuyu to be in a very awkward situation. He was the worst in the class and always ranked last in the exams. The teacher knew his identity. Although he did not dare to speak ill of him, he was 8 years old and was a mature little boy. He also wanted to save face. His desire to become smarter was stronger than anyone else's. Therefore, he decisively took the first place to shave his head. He went to Empress Xiao's cunning palace with a bald head. Mother. Empress Xiao was choosing the new materials. Hearing this, she turned her head with a smile and fainted. Then the emperor was alerted. After a while, the entire harem knew about Qin Chuyu's shave. Noble consort Zhuang sent someone to ask if the 7th prince was going to become a monk. The emperor was furious and asked Qin Chuyu, "Who did it? Shaving a prince's head? Did he want to die?" Qin Chuyu thought it was a good thing because he was about to become smarter, so he did not hide anything. It was Jing Kong. Who? The emperor was stunned. Jing Kong. Qin Chuyu said, "Father, you've seen him before. Have you forgotten? The little miracle-working doctor's younger brother?" The emperor's anger instantly disappeared. Why did he shave your head?" Qin Chuyu said. "I asked him to shave it. I also want to be as smart as him." Then Qin Chuyu told the emperor the whole story. His tone was extremely proud. He was going to become smart soon. The emperor clenched his fists, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This stupid boy. Did the books go to the cows' stomachs? Was this how smart he was? In the end, Qin Chuyu was very honored to eat his father's bamboo shoots fried with meat. It hurt so much. Sob. The emperor punished Qin Chuyu behind closed doors. Moreover, the emperor punished him not because he shaved his head, but because the emperor did a spot check on his homework and he did not memorize it. The officials and parents of the shaved children waited for the emperor's statement. In the end, the emperor did not say anything, so they gave up the idea of asking for an explanation. Strictly speaking, that little guy could not be blamed. It did not seem like he did it on purpose. Moreover, even if he did it on purpose, a group of 6 or 7 years old people were fooled by a 4-year-old. Did they have the face to find trouble with him? Wasn't it because they were stupid? From the initial shock, anger, and humiliation, everyone gradually calmed down. Then they realized one thing, that was their child's head was shaved really clean. There was not even an extra strand of hair. This was professional. My youngest son is almost a month old. I want to find someone to shave his fetal hair. My nephew is 2 years old. He also wants to shave his head, but he can't find a suitable master. The previous one didn't shave his head clean. The master I found is the same. He even shaved his head. Everyone sent the child to the entrance of the Imperial College. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. However, it was better to just think about it. How could they really invite a child to their home to shave someone's head? I don't think it's appropriate. I think so too. Then let's go. Let's go. Damn it, let's go. If you have the ability, don't wait here for that kid. Early the next morning, little Jing Kong valiantly went to school at the Imperial College. As a result, he received a wave of hot and greedy gazes. He didn't understand what was going on. Xiao Lulang let little Jing Kong go in first. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang thought that they were here to ask him for an explanation, and was mentally prepared to be criticized by thousands of people. However, he didn't expect that the first thing they said was, "Is it convenient for your younger brother to shave his head at my house?" Xiao Lulang. Of course Xiao Lulang didn't agree. What a joke. This kid owned 3 big houses in the capital. Just the rent in Pushui Alley alone was 30 taels a month. If he went out to develop a hair-shaving business, would he, as his brother-in-law, still have a financial status in the family? Therefore, little Jing Kong didn't know that his hair-shaving business was ruthlessly killed by his bad brother-in-law. Chapter 292. The weather in the capital at the end of May was as hot as summer. Xiao Lulang had been in Hanlin Academy for 20 days. He was one of the editors of Hanlin Academy, but because he was a newcomer, he still focused on learning. In the morning, there would be special attendants or lecturers to teach them. The class would last for 2 hours and the rest of the time they would study by themselves. If they encountered something they didn't understand, they could ask the attendants or lecturers in private. They could also ask the Hanlin Academy scholars or the 5 classic scholars. The highest official in Hanlin Academy was the Hanlin Academy scholar, a 5th-rank official. He was in charge of all matters of Hanlin Academy. He was busy with official business and generally didn't have time to answer questions for new officials. Under the Hanlin Academy, there were 2 reading attendants and 2 lecturer attendants. They were all level 6. They were mainly responsible for lecturing. They were not only limited to training Hanlin Academy officials and scholars. If they had enough experience, they had the opportunity to enter the palace and lecture for the emperor and crown prince. Xiao Lulang was one of the editors of Hanlin Academy, a 6th-rank official. The 2nd-place Princeton and the 3rd-place Ningxian were editors of Hanlin Academy, a 7th-rank official. Under the 3 of them there were 9 5 classic scholars, a 8th-rank official. It was worth mentioning that among all the officials of Hanlin Academy, only the 5 classic scholars were hereditary. Therefore, even if their official ranks weren't high, they had a very strong literary background and had an outstanding status in Hanlin Academy. In addition, there were 2 8th-rank officials, 2 9th-rank attendants, 6 9th-rank attendants, and the 1st-rank official Kong Mu. The responsibilities of Hanlin Academy in each dynasty were different. The current Hanlin Academy head was in charge of writing imperial edicts, history, literature, and other things. He would also write notes about the emperor's daily life. After Xiao Lulang and the others studied for a while, they gradually began to come into contact with some basic literature matters. Today, a writer surnamed Yang called Xiao Lulang over. He was the most senior writer. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be promoted after the year-end examination. Now, all the writers of Hanlin Academy were under his control. He asked Xiao Lulang to write an inscription, saying that His Majesty had plans to rebuild the imperial mausoleum. Half an hour later, Xiao Lulang handed the inscriptions he had written to Yang Xiu. After Yang Xiuzhu read it, he frowned in dissatisfaction. "You're the new top scorer and you're only at this level? Look at what you've written. If we show this kind of inscription to His Majesty will definitely be angered." Xiao Lulang paused and asked, "Then may I ask, which words will infuriate His Majesty?" Yang Xiusua had a look of disbelief on his face. "Can't you tell? Do you still need me to teach you? How did you become the top scholar?" Xiao Lulang pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He went back and rewrote it. In the end, Yang Xiuzhua was still not satisfied. Xiao Lulang wrote 17 or 18 inscriptions in the morning, but they were all rejected by Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu said angrily, "Why can't you even write a decent inscription? I think you don't need to eat lunch. Stay here and continue writing for me. Write until I'm satisfied." After saying this, Yang Xiusua left Xiao Lulang and coldly went to the Hanlin Academy's restaurant. Xiao Lulang took the inscription back to his office and continued to grind, pick up the brush and write the inscription. The weather was stuffy and his office was like a steamer. A thin layer of sweat seeped out of his body and soaked his clothes. Suddenly, a head with an official's hat poked in. He pinched his nose and looked around. After making sure that no one was outside, he quietly hugged the food box and slipped into the office. A dark shadow pressed down on his paper. Xiao Lulang paused his writing and looked up at him. "Why are you here?" Ningxian put the food box on the table and said, "I brought you food. I just ran into Feng Lin and Lin Qingye at the restaurant. They asked me why you didn't come to eat, and I said you already ate." As he spoke, he opened the lid of the food box. It wasn't a good dish. His family was poor, and the price of food in Beijing was high. His meager salary wasn't enough for him to spend every month. He brought Xiao Lulang a bowl of yangchun noodles, sprinkled a few green onions, and a plate of marinated bean sprouts. It was just that. Xiao Lulang's office was too close to the bedroom. The weather was cold and fashionable, and now that it was hot, the smell was a bit strong. He hurried to close the door and windows. The smell was finally better, but the room was more like a steamer. "Hurry up and eat," Ningxian urged Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang didn't argue. He took out a bowl and chopsticks and ate the yangchun noodles and marinated bean sprouts. The taste of the yangchun noodles was bland, and the marinated bean sprouts were salty, But he wasn't picky and ate very thoroughly. In such a short time, Ningxiong was already sweating. He really didn't know how Xiao Lulang survived every day. Seeing that Xiao Lulang had finished eating, Ningxiong hurriedly endured the exhaustion of heatstroke and walked over to open the door and windows. A gentle breeze blew over, relieving the heat, but also ecstasy. Xiao Lulang put away the bowls and chopsticks. Ningxiong looked at the dense stack of inscriptions on his desk, hesitated and asked, "Yang Xiuzhu embarrassed you again?" It wasn't the first time. The last few times it was more subtle, only asking him to rewrite 3 to 5 chapters. Today he didn't even allow Xiao Lulang to eat lunch. Ningxiong casually picked up a few inscriptions and looked at them, speechless. "His writing is much better than mine. He even praised me this morning. I think you shouldn't write a new one. Just take a random one and submit it. I bet he didn't even read the ones you wrote before." However, it was undeniable that Xiao Liulang's inscriptions were indeed better than the one before, but his first one was already amazing enough. "How did this guy do it? Didn't anyone see you coming?" Xiao Lulang asked. Ningxiong smiled and said, "They're all eating. No one noticed me." "Don't stay too long. Go back early," Xiao Lulang said as he took out a silver coin from his money pouch. "This is for the meal." Ningxiong waved his hand. "I don't want your money. I can still afford a bowl of Yangchun noodles." Xiao Lulang thought about it and didn't insist. "Okay, thanks." Ningxiong sat there for a while. It was really stuffy and smelly. It was really hard for Xiao Lulang to stay in such a difficult place every day and be constantly bullied. If it were him, he would have broken down and resigned long ago. Forget it. He wanted to persuade Xiao Lulang to give in to Royal Prince N. In fact, it wasn't that Royal Prince N was messing with him. Royal Prince N had just arrived and couldn't order these people around. Ningxiong guessed that it was Grand Tutor Zhuang's instructions. He wanted to make Xiao Lulang suffer a little. However, if Royal Prince N was willing to mediate between them, he could more or less protect Xiao Lulang. After all, the 3 of them were the top 3 in this year's competition. They were the Emperor's disciples and had a special relationship as fellow disciples. However, he also understood that Xiao Lulang wasn't the kind of person who would pretend to comply but secretly oppose. "You should go back," Xiao Lulang said. "It's too hot here." "Okay, I'm leaving." Ningxiong saw that he didn't want to talk about this topic. He sighed, took the food box and carefully left. In the afternoon, Xiao Lulang gave the new inscription he wrote to Yang Xiuzhua. Yang Xiuzhua naturally had a lot of picky comments. If it weren't for the rules, he might have thrown this stack of inscriptions at Xiao Liulang's head. "You can't do anything right." He sat back in his chair angrily and glared at Xiao Lulang. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and rewrite it." Xiao Lulang turned and left. "Hey, what's with your attitude?" Yang Xiuzhua gritted his teeth and was about to explode when Royal Prince N suddenly walked in. He looked at Xiao Lulang who was walking in and then looked at Yang Xiuzhua who was fuming. He said gently with a hint of guilt, "Did I come at a bad time? How could it be?" Yang Xiuzhua's expression changed in a second. He stood up with a grin and came in front of Royal Prince N. Royal Prince N dodged his bow and said politely, "There's no Royal Prince N here. There's only Zhuang Yuheng." "Yang Xiuzhua, you're too polite." Yes. Yang Xiuzhua laughed and scratched his head. He asked, "Yuheng is looking for me, is there something you need from me?" Royal Prince N said, "I met Scholar Han on the way here. He said that there's a batch of history books in the library of Mount Yueluo that needs editing. He asked Yang Xiuzhua to bring a few people over. It's best if you can finish it by today." The library of Mount Yueluo was donated by a hermit. There were many history books from different dynasties inside. However, some of them needed editing. Yang Xiuzhua quickly said, "Okay, I'll bring people over immediately. Editor Zhuang, I can go." Royal Prince N nodded. Yang Xiuzhua smiled brightly. Royal Prince N looked at Xiao Lulang who had already walked out and said, "Bring Xiao Lulang with you. I remember that he's very good at history." Yang Xiuzhua flattered, "He can't be compared to you." However, since Royal Prince N said so, Yang Xiuzhua temporarily gave up on torturing Xiao Lulang to write the inscription on the tombstone. Instead, He brought Xiao Lulang and royal prince into Mount Yueluo outside the capital. Ningxian didn't go. He was called to do odd jobs by the reading officer in the afternoon. Chapter 293. Yueluo Mountain wasn't too far from the capital. After exiting the South City Gate, it was 10 miles southeast. The library pavilion had 2 courtyards. There were only 2 study rooms where the books were kept, the east and west rooms. The owner of this house probably didn't like to study very much. The books were placed messily without any classification. There were bamboo books and paper books. The order of the books was all out of order. Many of them were eaten by termites. However, these ancient books were very important to the study of history. What they needed to do was to organize them according to different dynasties and eras. The missing pages or damaged pages would be filled in as much as possible. The ones that couldn't be filled in would be marked properly. Later, they would ask the Hanlin Academy's 5 classic scholars and scholars for advice. There were 4 editors and 2 editors in the library pavilion. Young Shouju thought there were enough people. After all, there were only 2 study rooms. However, when he entered the room, he was completely dumbfounded. Was this really a study room? Was this really a storage room? The bookshelves and cabinets were all over the place. Books were scattered all over the floor. The previous servants had probably tidied them up and put them in baskets. However, they didn't know how to read and put them in a mess. Young Shouju was in a terrible fix. He hated that he didn't bring more people over. Royal Prince and also had a headache. The Hanlin Academy scholar reminded him that the task might be a bit heavy. However, he didn't expect it to be this heavy. He held his forehead and sighed. Official Yang, let's move all the books out first and tidy up the room. Yes. Yu Heng is right. Young Shouju didn't forget to curry favor with him. He quickly agreed with a smile on his face. He turned to Xiao Lulang. His smile instantly turned cold. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and move the books. Xiao Lulang and an editor surnamed Sin went to the west room. The west room wasn't facing well. It was sunny in the afternoon and the weather was hot. It was like a steamer. The cooler east room was naturally given to Young Shouju and Royal Prince, and Young Shouju wouldn't let Royal Prince tire himself out. He mainly ordered another editor and another editor to work. Commandery Prince wanted to move the baskets. Young Shouju stopped him and said with a smile, "Let them do this. Yu Heng, you go outside and dry the books." Drying books was relatively easy. They only needed to put the books one by one on the bench under the porch, on the stone table in the courtyard, or on the ground. Royal Prince did not purposely pretend to be a sensible junior. Everyone was born different. He was born superior to others and he had paid a huge price for this. People who weren't born as noble as him wouldn't have to leave their homes and become a hostage in an enemy country at the age of 8. Therefore, there was nothing to decline. Royal Prince naturally accepted Yang Shouju's arrangement. Yang Xiu was mainly in charge of directing at the scene and occasionally helped Royal Prince to dry his books. Xiao Liulong's legs were inconvenient, so his movements were slower. Editor Tsin, who was assigned to the same room as him, was a scholar from 3 years ago. When the library closed this year, he entered the Hanlin Academy as an editor. He was also a newcomer, but he was a few months earlier than Xiao Lulang, Royal Prince and Ningxuan. Of course, he knew that Xiao Lulang was the new top scholar. However, this top scholar seemed to have offended the second place. Even the third place scholar, Ningxian, had a better life than him. Editor Tsin curled his lips in annoyance. How unlucky. Why am I assigned to the same room as you? Xiao Lulang didn't say anything. He silently picked up the books on the ground and put them into the baskets. They worked for the whole afternoon. Even Royal Prince N, who was only responsible for drying the books, felt his back ache. However, they had only finished half of the work. They had moved the books out, but they hadn't put them in the baskets yet. You two clean the room first. Young Shouju ordered Xiao Lulang and Editor Tsin, you clean the east room, you clean the west room. Editor Tsin didn't dare to disobey. Between the 2 rooms, he chose the east room, which was relatively cooler. Xiao Lulang didn't fight with him. Editor Tsin didn't feel grateful. Instead, he sneered at Xiao Lulang. If I wasn't assigned to the same room as you, I wouldn't be so unlucky. These words were a bit too much. Xiao Lulang was a 6th-rank editor. His official position was higher than his. Today, whether Xiao Lulang came or not, he would have to do the dirtiest and most tiring work. After all, they were both 7th-rank editors. They couldn't let the noble royal prince do it. Why would royal prince care about a 7th-rank minor official? It wasn't because the Zhuang family had grandparents and grandchildren. All the descendants of the Zhuang family had to take the imperial exam and enter the government. They couldn't be officials. Royal prince wouldn't waste his talent like this. Editor Tsun didn't have the guts to complain about royal prince, so he vented his anger on Xiao Lulang, who was always being bullied. Xiao Lulang was too lazy to pay attention to him. He took a broom and went to clean the west room. The west room was bigger and messier than the east room. He first straightened the bookcases and shelves. His body was much stronger than it was a year ago. If he was still the little sickly boy who fainted by the roadside from hunger, he wouldn't be able to move these shelves. The young man's body faintly emitted a vigorous masculine strength. His sleeves were gently rolled up. The muscles on his forearms were firm and the lines were distinct. Sweat dripped down his delicate chin. Royal Prince was resting outside. He inadvertently glanced at the window of the west room. Even though he was a man, he was almost dazzled at that moment. Xiao Lulang finished cleaning the west room. He was surprised to find that this room actually had an attic. The ladder was behind the last row of bookshelves. He rubbed the ladder and looked around. There were also books in the attic. However, probably because it was too hidden, no one had touched it. Other than being covered in dust, it wasn't too messy. Xiao Lulang decided to move the books in first. He would clean up the attic later. Move the books in. It's going to rain. Xiao Lulang went out and said to the others. Royal Prince looked at the gloomy sky and frowned. Why didn't he notice it earlier? He even spread the books out so much. It was troublesome to put them away. Then hurry up and clean up, he said. However, Xiao Lulang finished cleaning the west room. Editor Tsun's east room was only half cleaned. How did you do it? You still haven't cleaned such a small room. Yang Xiu scolded Editor Tsun. After scolding, he said to Xiao Lulang, go help him clean it up. They originally had 2 coachmen. However, the roof was leaking and the coachmen went to fix the roof. They couldn't free themselves now. Xiao Lulang went to the east room. Editor Tsun glared at him indignantly. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately made me look bad in front of official Yang. What did this have to do with Xiao Lulang? Xiao Lulang worked quickly because he wasn't like most scholars who only studied. Other than the heavy work that Gu Jiao didn't allow him to do, he did everything else. Was this also his fault? Xiao Lulang said indifferently, use your time to throw a tantrum on sweeping. The east room has already been cleaned. You. Editor Tsun choked. After the east room was cleaned, they moved the books in. Just as they finished moving the last basket, it started to drizzle. At this time, the roof was also repaired. They let out a sigh of relief. Next, they had to organize the books. At this point, Yang Xiu didn't bully anyone. He, Royal Prince and another editor organized the books in the east room. Xiao Lulang, Editor Tsun, and another editor organized the books in the west room. The rain gradually became heavier. The summer heat was washed away and the temperature dropped. The west room wasn't as hot as it used to be. They buried their heads in their work and were all very serious. Xiao Lulang was a newcomer, so the task he was given wasn't heavy. After he finished organizing the 2 rows of bookshelves in front of him, he remembered the attic above. He took a rag and an oil lamp and climbed up the ladder to the attic. The books in the attic didn't look messy, but when he looked carefully, they were all in the wrong category. He hung up the oil lamp and cleaned up the dust. Then he organized the books one by one. There were no pens or paper in the attic. When he encountered a damaged book, he first put it aside and repaired it later. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't notice that it was getting late. When he was alerted by a pain in his back, he decided to go down for a walk. Only then did he realize that the room was already dark. It was drizzling outside. He carried the oil lamp and walked in the silent room. "Is anyone here?" he asked. What answered him was the sound of the rain. Xiao Lulang carried the oil lamp and walked around the courtyard. In the end, he made sure that everyone had left and the front door was locked. Xiao Lulang went to the back door. As expected, the back door was also locked. Although there was no gold or silver in here, they were worried that thieves would come in and destroy the ancient books in the study. Therefore, when they left, they would lock it from the outside. On the way here, Xiao Lulang had observed the terrain. This house was at the foot of Mount Yueluo. The nearest house was a tea shed about a mile away. The tea shed only did business during the day. At night, they returned to the village. "It seems that I can't go back tonight." Xiao Lulang looked at the pattering rain. Something flashed through his mind. He frowned, sighed, and turned to step into the corridor. The house had been empty for a long time, so naturally, there was nothing to eat. Fortunately, Ningxiong gave him a bowl of yangchan noodles at noon, so he wasn't hungry yet. He was almost out of the oil lamp. He went to the east room and got the oil lamp there. Since he had nothing to do, Xiao Lulang began to organize the books. Because of the heavy workload, they had only organized less than a third of the books. They hadn't even begun to repair the damaged ancient books. Xiao Lulang had been at the Hanlin Academy for less than a month. His good historiography was actually thanks to Elder Feng. Elder Feng had left him many history books in the collection. Emperor Huizong rode his horse to the North Yen Pass. He wanted to cross the Yen River. Xiao Lulang had been lucky enough to read this part in Elder Feng's book. It was about the second emperor of the previous dynasty, Emperor Wen Huizong, who had personally led the army. The weather was bad that day, so it was not suitable to cross the river. When Huizong didn't listen to advice and insisted on going. Fortunately, a fisherwoman risked her life to stop him. In the latter half of the night, the rain poured down, the Yen River swelled, and the whirlpool didn't stop. When Huizong sighed with emotion that he and the three armies had escaped disaster. After returning, when Huizong disregarded the opposition of the court and resolutely made the fisherwoman his concubine. It was supposed to be a beautiful story, but the fisherwoman's ending was not so lucky. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem, but only the new ones smiled, not the old ones cried. The fisherwoman had not seen the emperor since the third year she entered the palace. She grew old in the depths of the palace, and before she died, she left behind a piece of Ode to the North Yen Pass, to express her loneliness and bitterness. What was missing was the Ode to the North Yen Pass. Xiao Lulang picked up his brush and added the Ode to the North Yen Pass. The next day, a servant who was guarding the house came to the house. He was guarding the house for the original owner and only came once every 3 to 5 days. It had rained last night, and he was worried that the roof would leak again, so he came to take a look. He first went to the east study. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered, he would see a person lying on the desk? He was so frightened that he fell to the ground. A ghost. It was no wonder that he thought the other party was a ghost. The door was locked, so who else could come in except for ghosts? Xiao Lulang was awakened by his shout, and the head that was pressed against his arm slowly lifted. It was a face that was perfect and impeccable even though there were marks on it. The servant was stunned. How was this a ghost? He was clearly an immortal. Furthermore, the room was so clean. What else could it be but an immortal spell? Although the people from the imperial court might come to clean it up, he had only been here yesterday morning. How could those delicate officials have cleaned it up? Xiao Lulang finished tidying up the books in the west room last night. Seeing that it was still dark, he tidied up the books in the east room as well. He only went to sleep when it was almost dawn. What time is it? Xiao Lulang sat up straight, tidied his clothes and asked calmly. The servant said in a daze, "Chan, 6:45." Xiao Lulang frowned. It's already so late. Hanlin Academy was on duty at 7 a.m. Xiao Lulang looked at him. Is there a carriage nearby? The servant said, yes, there's one in the tea shed. Immortal. Young master, do you need a carriage? Xiao Lulang opened his pouch, took out a silver pellet and handed it to him. Please help me hire a carriage. Okay. The servant stepped forward, took the silver pellet with both hands, and went out to hire a carriage for Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang stood up and planned to go to the backyard to get some water to wash up. When the servant turned around, he happened to see Xiao Lulang coming out of the east room with a cane. He was stunned. Xiao Lulang took the carriage back to the capital. He wasn't the only one in the carriage. There were 2 other peddlers going to the capital. They had hired the carriage first, so he had to send them off first. The place they were going to was not far from Hanlin Academy, so Xiao Lulang went directly to Hanlin Academy. As soon as he entered Hanlin Academy, Ningzun hurried over. "Lulang, where did you go? You came to Hanlin Academy so late. Don't you know that you'll get a demerit for being late?" Yang Xiuwen was so angry just now. "He's gone out now." Xiao Lulang said, "I didn't do it on purpose. They didn't call me when they came back last night." "Wait, did you say Yang Xiuwen was angry?" Ningxian said, "Yes, he said, what's wrong with you? Do you think you're so great just because you're the new top scorer? Oh, why didn't they call you when they came back?" Xiao Lulang was about to answer when Editor Tsin came out of the office with a few books in his arms. When he saw Xiao Lulang, he stopped in his tracks. Then his eyes flashed, and he lowered his eyes guiltily, pretending not to see Xiao Lulang as he walked past. Ningxian wasn't familiar with Editor Tsin, and he didn't know about the discord between him and Xiao Lulang, so he didn't notice Editor Tsin's strange behavior. However, he noticed Xiao Liulang's gaze on Editor Tsin. "Lulang, what's wrong with you?" Ningxian asked. "Nothing." Xiao Lulang looked away and said to Ningxian, "You can go back to work. There were too many people here," and Xiao Lulang was ostracized, so Ningxian didn't dare to get too close to him. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. Everyone had their own rules of survival. Xiao Lulang would rather break than be gay, but Ningxian could be gay, but he would keep his bottom line in his heart. After Ningxian left, Xiao Lulang returned to his office. Editor Tsin quietly opened the door to his office, stuck his head out, and looked at Xiao Liulang's office. There were so many people yesterday, so Xiao Lulang shouldn't have suspected him for no reason. However, once a person did something wrong, they would easily feel guilty. He always felt that Xiao Lulang would rush over and question him in the next second. In fact, Yang Xiuzhua had asked Xiao Lulang last night. At that time, everyone was so tired that they couldn't even move their fingers. Yang Xiuzhua, Commandery Prince N, and Lu Xiuzhua got into the carriage in front. He, Xiao Lulang, and Wang Xiuzhua were in the same carriage. Yang Xiuzhua's carriage left first. Before leaving, Yang Xiuzhua asked him to call Xiao Lulang. He agreed. He knew that Xiao Lulang was in the attic. He didn't call him. Wang Xiuzhua thought that Xiao Lulang went to Yang Xiuzhua's office, so he didn't ask. At that time, he didn't think too much. He just wanted to teach Xiao Lulang a lesson. Who told him to be unlucky? However, Yang Xiuzhua was so angry this morning. He was afraid that when Yang Xiuzhua confronted Xiao Lulang, he would be exposed. Forget it. At worst, he could say that Xiao Lulang was hiding in the attic and he didn't see him. He thought that Xiao Lulang left early. In order to make this statement more convincing, he went to Wang Xiuzhua's bank and asked him, "Wang Xiuzhua, do you remember that Xiao Lulang left early yesterday afternoon?" Wang Xiuzhua was stunned. "He's not here? I didn't notice." Sun Xiuzhua said, "I noticed. He left after working for a while." Wang Xiuzhua thought carefully. It seemed that after the sky darkened, he didn't see Xiao Lulang again. Until the end of the day, Xiao Lulang didn't see Yang Xiuzhua. Xiao Lulang left Hanlin Academy. Kongmu, who was in charge of the roll call, suddenly stopped Xiao Lulang and said, "Your family came last night. They said they were your wife." She asked where you went. "I said you went with Yang Xiuzhua to work outside the city." Xiao Lulang nodded. "Many thanks." Yang Xiuzhua hadn't finished organizing the books last night. He had rushed over early in the morning after finishing his work. He and Xiao Lulang didn't go the same way, so they missed each other perfectly. However, when Yang Xiuzhua arrived at the library, he found that the mess from last night had already been cleaned up. Yang Xiuzhua was confused. What's going on? Who tidied it up? Or did they finish it when I took a nap in the carriage yesterday? Yang Xiuzhua picked up a few baskets of important books and brought them back to Hanlin Academy. After Scholar Han read through them, he was full of praise. Not bad. You did a good job. Several of the 5 classic scholars also browsed through the books. These books were all important documents of great value to the study of history, especially the section related to the previous dynasties when Huizong. Even the complete version couldn't be found in Hanlin Academy's library. Scholar Han picked out a few books and sent them to the cabinet. He had them look through them and see if there were any mistakes. Grand Secretary Yuan was also there. He focused on the ode to the north of Yan. This ode had been lost for hundreds of years. Many scholars had spent their entire lives trying to restore it. Even he had tried before. However, after consulting all the documents, he could only restore the first small section. He thought this ode would have 500 words at most. He didn't expect there to be over 1,000 words. How much effort did this take? Grand Secretary Yuan looked at it as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Even the movements of his hands became lighter. Scholar Han couldn't tell whether it was them who restored it or the previous owner of the library. After all, there were many traces of restoration in the library. Some of the traces were even very new. However, Grand Secretary Yuan could tell that the handwriting was made within 3 days. Scholar Han thought for a moment and said, "That must be Prince N." I heard from Yang Xiuzhua that it was all thanks to him this time. If it weren't for him, this time wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Among the people accompanying them, Yang Xiuzhua only emphasized Prince N. He didn't mention Xiao Lulang at all. Grand Secretary Yuan paused. Are you talking about the grandson of Grand Secretary Zhuang? That prince who is only 18 years old? Scholar Han nodded. Right, that's him. Even though he is a prince, he has never considered himself a prince in Hanlin Academy. Yesterday, when I went to organize these books, he also didn't complain about the hard work, not uttering a single word of complaint. Grand Secretary Yuan remained silent for a moment. He stroked his beard. Grand Secretary Zhuang has obtained a good grandson. After pausing for a moment, he then said, "Could you leave these books here for me to admire for a few days?" Scholar Han cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Grand Secretary, sir, you can look at them for as long as you want. There is no need to rush." Scholar Han brought the books here precisely for Grand Secretary Yuan to admire. If he didn't like to look at them, then he would have come for nothing. Moreover, to be able to obtain Grand Secretary Yuan's favor was such an honor. Even though Grand Secretary Yuan didn't like to play with power like Grand Secretary Zhuang, his influence in the court was definitely not something Grand Secretary Zhuang could suppress. Grand Secretary Zhuang would rather offend Marquis Xianping than offend Grand Secretary Yuan. Similarly, Marquis Xianping had insulted all of the court's civil and military officials, but he had never insulted Grand Secretary Yuan. This was an elder of 3 dynasties who stood above the vortex of power. He had assisted 3 emperors. Even Empress Dowager Zhuang would get off the sedan chair for him when she saw him. Chapter 294. This book's newest chapter isn't finished yet. Novels will be updated even faster. An old official like Grand Secretary Yuan didn't need any meaningless social interactions. It was fine even if he didn't go. After the end of the day, Grand Secretary Yuan read a few books before returning to the Yuan Manor. Old Madame Yuan was born into a scholarly family in Jiangnan. The manor was built under her supervision, so it was like a small Jiangnan garden. Grand Secretary Yuan had never taken a concubine in his life, and none of his sons took a concubine either. Only after his second daughter-in-law passed away in childbirth did his second son remarry. In the garden, a blue-clothed little Taoist nun was absent-mindedly reading a book. It wasn't some scripture, but rather a novel she found in a small study room. At her side, a purple-clothed girl was using a net made of spider silk and bamboo strips to catch butterflies. When she saw Grand Secretary Yuan walk over, the purple-clothed girl's eyes lit up. She handed the bamboo net in her hands to her accompanying maid, and then she raised her skirt, running over without any regard for her image. Grandpa, you're back." Grand Secretary Yuan felt a headache when he saw his little granddaughter run like crazy. "Don't run, be careful not to fall." I definitely won't fall. The purple-clothed girl stopped in front of him and gave him a proper greeting. Then she intimately grabbed his arm. Grandpa, why did you come back so late today? Grand Secretary Yuan said. I was reading a book for a while. Oh. The purple-clothed girl clearly wasn't interested in books, so she didn't ask any further. Grand Secretary Yuan's eyes landed on the little Taoist nun on the stone bench. The little Taoist nun seemed to have sensed his sizing up. She slowly put down the book and gave him a proper Taoist priest greeting. Benefactor Yuan. Grand Secretary Yuan. Grand Secretary Yuan slowly sighed. You still haven't returned to the secular world? The little Taoist nun said, I haven't. Grand Secretary Yuan looked at the novel in her hands. If you haven't returned to the secular world, how can you read these romantic books? The little Taoist nun was silent for a moment. Her expression didn't change as she said, in Benefactor Yuan's eyes, these are romantic books, but in this poor's eyes, they are a world of their own. Grand Secretary Yuan. All right, stop saying strange things. The purple-clothed girl had a headache. One was her elder sister, and the other was her grandfather. If they were separated, she would be able to understand what they were saying. But when the two of them were talking, she couldn't understand a single word. Grand Secretary Yuan, if you have the ability, don't eat meat at night. Immeasurable Celestial Venerable. The little nun curtsied with a pious expression. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Celestial Venerable's heart remains. Grand Secretary Yuan was speechless again. Grand Secretary Yuan was ultimately defeated, leaving with a dark face. Who would have thought that Grand Tutor Yuan, who even Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't subdue, would be defeated by a little granddaughter? To put it bluntly, he still doted on her. This granddaughter was born with bad fortune and almost died. Old Madame Yuan found a Taoist priest to read her fortune, saying that she had to be raised in a Taoist temple under the protection of the immeasurable Tianzuan, so that she could grow up safely. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't believe this at first, but old Madame Yuan insisted on sending the child to the Taoist temple. That child really did get better, but as soon as he was brought back, he fell ill again a few days later. After repeating this a few times, the child was finally able to live in the Taoist temple. It was only when she turned 16 that she was brought back. Father. Grand Secretary Yuan's eldest son saw him outside the courtyard and curtsied. You've come back late today. Did something happen in the inner court? It's not official business. Grand Secretary Yuan waved his hand and walked into the courtyard. He sat down on a chair with an official's hat in the central room. A maid served him tea. He drank a mouthful of tea, and then slowly said to his eldest son, Baolin isn't young anymore. It's time to discuss marriage, right? Yuan Pei chuckled and said, It is time to discuss marriage. Father, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Grand Secretary Yuan paused. Originally I didn't. Then he did now? Yuan Pei looked towards his father expectantly. Grand Secretary Yuan said, That child from the Zhuang family isn't bad. Zhuang family? That Grand Tutor Zhuang family? His family's young master of the right age. Yuan Pei ran through the names in his mind, and then he was shocked. The new second-ranked royal prince and? Grand Secretary Yuan nodded. Yuan Pei pondered. That child isn't bad indeed. He had a reputation for being virtuous, and he was smart and motivated. When he was 8 years old, he was taken hostage in Chun country, yet he didn't cry or make a fuss. The fact that he could return alive was enough to prove his ability. This type of man was rarely seen in the world, but he was indeed worthy of their family's Baolin. Yuan Pei was confused. Father, weren't you unwilling to form a marriage alliance with these aristocratic families? It was Grand Secretary Yuan's principle to not get involved in the struggles of the imperial court. He was only loyal to Zhao country. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't give a complicated answer. He only said this after careful consideration. That child is more outstanding than I imagined. The little Taoist nun still didn't know that her marriage had already been targeted by her grandfather. She was dragged out of the Yuan estate by her younger sister. The purple-clothed girl tugged at her. Older sister, hurry up. There's a lantern festival today. There's a lot of people. If we're late, we won't be able to squeeze in. The little Taoist nun helplessly rolled her eyes. She only wanted to read the novels. Had the princess discovered the mistress that the prince consort kept outside? Has the switch child been recognized by the princess or not? Also, the princess's widow's best friend had slept with the prince consort thousands of times. When would the princess finally recognize this vixen's true colors? The novels these days were becoming more and more excessive. They were so heart-wrenching. The Lantern Festival was on Chong and Main Street. There weren't many people at the moment, but it would be hard to say in a while. All right, right here. The purple-clothed girl called for the carriage to stop. She grabbed the little Taoist nun's hand and jumped off. She was in too much of a hurry, so she didn't notice a carriage coming out of an alley to the side. The little Taoist nun did notice it, but they were too close for the purple-clothed girl to slowly hide. She pulled the purple-clothed girl back. In a bit of a hurry, she used too much strength and dragged the purple-clothed girl from one side to the other. Then the purple-clothed girl bumped into someone. She lost her balance and fell to the ground with the other person. Ah! Her elbow coincidentally landed on the softest part of the other party's abdomen. It was really painful. The other person was caught off guard. The pain made their entire face contort. The purple-clothed girl didn't feel too much pain because she was on top of the other person. However, when she came back to her senses, she discovered that the other person was actually a man. She had actually fallen together with a man in broad daylight. The color drained from her face. She raised her hand and slapped the other person. Lecture. The other person was stunned. He stared at her in disbelief. Are you kidding me? You were the one who bumped into me. You're hurting my stomach. I haven't even gotten even with you yet. The purple-clothed girl quickly got up from his body and wrapped her arms around her shoulders. She stared at him vigilantly and angrily. Forget what? Forget it if you have the guts. I'm warning you. Don't think you can take advantage of me just because you touched me. If you dare tell anyone about what happened today, I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm the one who wants to kill you. The young man jumped up, his eyes filled with killing intent. The little Taoist nun stood in front of the purple-clothed girl and stared at him coldly. It was at this moment that a deep voice came from behind the young man. What are you doing? Come back. The young man glared at the purple-clothed girl, then unwillingly returned to the man's side. The man cupped his hands in salute to the little Taoist nun and the purple-clothed girl. My apologies. My younger brother offended you. The young man pointed at the purple-clothed girl. It wasn't me. It was her. Not to be outdone, the purple-clothed girl pointed back. It was you. The little Taoist nun looked at the handsome man and asked, Who are you? Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing gave it some thought and didn't try to hide it. His identity was useful in the capital. At the very least, the Gu family wasn't filled with perverts. Oh, the little Taoist nun said. I've never heard of you. She had just left the mountain, so she hadn't heard of him. She turned to the purple-clothed girl. Yuan Tong, come here. Ha, you're called Cylinder? Gu Chengfeng threw his head back and laughed. Are you a Yi brand? You're called Cylinder? Ha 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 ha. Why don't you call yourself Air Tiao? Gu Chongqing said sternly. Chengfeng, shut up. This time it was Yuan Tong's turn to laugh. She put her hands on her hips and looked at Gu Chengfeng mockingly. So you're a hornet. No wonder you're so annoying. Yuan Tong, Cylinder. Gu Chengfeng. Bumblebee. Cylinder. Hornet. The two of them were red in the face. Go back and tell grandfather if you make any more noise. Go back and tell grandfather if you make any more noise. The first sentence was said by Gu Chongqing, and the second by the little Taoist nun. Both of them said it almost at the same time. Their words were so intimidating that Yuan Tong and Gu Chengfeng shut their mouths at the same time. Their mouths were shut, but their eyes were still open. The two of them rolled their eyes at each other. Chapter 295. This farce didn't last long because the Lantern Festival had begun. Yuan Tong didn't have the time to argue with this big wasp and dragged her sister to the festival. She's really too much. Are women nowadays so unreasonable? Gu Chenfeng touched his crushed stomach and then touched his face. Yuan Tong was a little girl who didn't know martial arts. That slap wasn't too strong, but it was to embarrass Gu Chenfeng. The real pain was in his waist. Could a man's stomach be crushed here? Would it still work in the future? I suspect it's all bruised, Gu Chenfeng muttered bitterly. Gu Chongqing looked at him lightly and said, "How old are you?" 18. 19. What's wrong? He was the same age as Xiao Lulang, but the months were different. Now he was 18 years old and 19 years old. But Gu Chongqing didn't say anything and only gave him a look. Gu Chenfeng didn't feel that he was in the wrong. He was the one who was hit, but he was slapped for no reason. Who could he reason with? Gu Chongqing ignored him and turned to walk towards Jadewater Alley. Those who grew up in the capital knew the Lantern Festival like the back of their hand. In a while, Chong and Main Street would be so congested that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Chenfeng, who was following behind him, and asked, "Aren't you here to watch the Lantern Festival? Why aren't you going?" Gu Chongqing went to see Gu Yan and Gu Chenfeng went to watch the Lantern Festival. The two of them were going the same way, so they walked together. Gu Chenfeng snorted, "I was going to watch the Lantern Festival, but that Yuan Tong is also going there. I don't want to meet her. Whoever meets her will be unlucky." "Be careful with your words," Gu Chongqing said sternly. Gu Chenfeng pursed his lips. Speaking of morals, Gu Chenfeng was actually not as good as his younger brother, Gu Chenglin. Gu Chenglin was spoiled by his family, but his words and actions outside were still very much like a noble young master. If Gu Chenglin was slapped by this girl today, he would probably choke until his face turned red, and he wouldn't be able to say a single word. Gu Chongqing didn't say anything else. If Gu Chenfeng wanted to follow, then so be it. Gu Yan's body was fine and he had already moved back from the old chancellor's place. However, for the time being, he didn't go to Qinghe Academy to study, nor did he go to Nanxiang and Master Lu's place to learn skills. Gu Jiao and the others were not there. Only little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. He was holding his personal bucket in one hand and his personal paddle in the other. Gu Yan had just woken up from his sleep. He was sitting in front of the window in a daze. A tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up restlessly. Perhaps it was because of the rain last night, but the weather today wasn't hot. There was a cool breeze which was very comfortable for Gu Chongqing, but it was a bit cold for Gu Yan. He sat there in thin clothes. At first glance he looked like a helpless little boy. Actually, he was just waking up from his sleep. However, in Gu Chongqing's eyes, he was sad because of something. Was it because of Tang Ming? Or was it because of him? Gu Chongqing wasn't sure. A layer of apprehension surged in his heart. He wanted to go over and put some clothes on him, but he was worried that he would hate him and not want to see him. "You're here." It was Yao Shi's voice. Yao Shi had just gone to the kitchen to make a plate of pastries for Gu Yan. She didn't see Gu Chongqing in the front yard, who was being squeezed dry by little Jing Kong. She wasn't surprised by Gu Chongqing's appearance. "I heard that something happened in the army camp a while ago. Are you okay?" Yao Shi asked. This was the first time she, as his stepmother, openly showed concern for Gu Chongqing after he grew up. When she first married into the Marquis's household, she naively thought that she could raise 3 children, even if it wasn't what she wanted. But she was already married. She didn't think of running away. But the result was obvious. "I'm fine," Gu Chongqing replied politely. Hearing his voice, Gu Yan finally reacted. He reflexively turned around. Gu Chongqing noticed his movements from the corner of his eyes and hurriedly looked over, as if he wanted to see his expression. But Gu Yan didn't know if it was because he suddenly thought of something or something, but he turned his head back halfway. Gu Chongqing felt a wave of disappointment. Yao Shi looked at Gu Yan and lowered her eyes to smile. She handed the plate of pastries in her hand to Gu Chongqing. "I suddenly remembered that I still have a set of clothes that I haven't finished making. Help me give it to Yan or..." Gu Chongqing was hesitating whether or not to refuse, but Yao Shi had already stuffed the plate of pastries into his hands. Gu Chongqing looked at Yao Shi's back as she walked away. He suddenly felt that if he didn't have so many prejudices in the past and didn't misbelieve the rumors, Yao Shi might really have been a very gentle and understanding stepmother. It was just that his relationship with Yao Shi couldn't be repaired to its ideal state. But between him and Gu Yan, he squeezed his fingers. He didn't want to give up. He knocked on the open door. "I'm coming in." Gu Yan didn't say anything. He only moved his small body forward, silently expressing his resistance. Gu Chongqing came to his side and placed a stack of delicious mung bean cakes in front of him. "It's still hot. Eat it while it's hot." Gu Yan didn't eat it. Gu Chongqing turned his head and opened the wardrobe. He took out a long gown and put it on him. Gu Yan grabbed the long gown and threw it on the floor without any trace of politeness. If it was said that he had only been testing and guessing before, then Gu Chongqing was almost certain that Gu Yan was angry at him. He didn't feel that he had done anything to make Gu Yan angry. If there was anything, it would be the night he was lured out of the military camp by the assassins. His slovenly appearance had offended Gu Yan. But Gu Yan wasn't such an unreasonable child. So, Gu Chongqing took a deep breath. A guess that he didn't want to face and didn't want to think about flashed through his mind. "Did you?" He closed his eyes. In the end, he didn't ask those few words. If he could go back in time, he wouldn't have rejected the child who hid behind the tree and secretly watched him practice swordsmanship. He wouldn't have deliberately thrown away his handkerchief. He wouldn't have been indifferent when he needed him the most. He wouldn't have vented his father's anger on him. He wouldn't have neglected him. He wouldn't have hurt him. He wouldn't have. There were too many things that he wouldn't have done. Chapter 296. Yao Shi went to the front yard to collect chili peppers and saw Gu Chengfeng sweating in the vegetable field. Yao Shi was slightly startled and thought she had mistaken him for someone else. But she quickly dismissed the idea. It was indeed Gu Chengfeng. "Strange, why is he here? And he's doing work here?" Little Jing Kong said seriously. "You can't just water one place. It has to be evenly distributed. Every vegetable needs to be irrigated with fertilizer." Little Jing Kong asked him to do it? They know each other. Gu Chengfeng was about to tell little Jing Kong to do it when he turned around and saw Yao Shi. Their eyes met. The two of them were speechless. At dusk, Xiao Lulang finished his duty at Hanlin Academy. Lin Qingye and Feng Lin also finished their studies at Hanlin Academy. "Lulang." Feng Lin jumped down from the carriage and called him. After Feng Lin finished his studies at the Imperial College, he couldn't continue to live in the Imperial College's dormitory. The price of living in the capital was high and so were the houses. Fortunately, he knew Lin Qingye, the little rich man. He was now living in Lin Qingye's house and paid Lin Qingye some rent every month. The two of them went to class during the day and studied together at night. They learned a lot. Although Hanlin Academy was part of Hanlin Academy, it was different from Hanlin Academy's officials. In the past, the three of them never met. "You're so early today. Didn't those people arrange anything for you?" Feng Lin asked. The main purpose of Feng Lin and the other scholars was to study, so they didn't have much work to do. However, Xiao Lulang was going to be an official, so it was different. Moreover, Xiao Lulang was a newcomer. It was normal for him to be asked to do odd jobs. Ning Xiong was also often asked to do odd jobs. Except for Prince En, who had a strong background, everyone in Hanlin Academy respected him and didn't dare to order him around. "Yes, I don't have anything to do today," Xiao Lulang said. "Lulang will send you back." Lin Qingye stuck his head out of the car window and said. Although Lin Qingye had not completely recovered from his stuttering, he was still very happy that he could occasionally spit out 3 words. This was all thanks to Feng Lin. Feng Lin would practice speaking with Lin Qingye every night. This was an inspiration given to him by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao would help Xiao Lulang practice walking every night. Even after a day, Xiao Lulang did not show any signs of recovery. But Gu Jiao never gave up. Feng Lin was deeply touched. Of course, Xiao Lulang didn't give up on letting Gu Jiao practice her calligraphy every day, which made Gu Jiao go crazy. Xiao Lulang hadn't slept the whole night and hadn't eaten dinner the night before. He didn't have much of an appetite during the day, so he was really tired now. It would be hard for him to walk back alone. He got into the carriage. In order to keep a low profile, Lin Qingye chose a small carriage, but everything inside was filled with the extravagance of a nouveau riche. Lin Qingye was already used to it. Xiao Lulang was almost dazzled. The two of them gave the most comfortable seats to Xiao Lulang. To them, Xiao Lulang was both a teacher and a friend. Without Xiao Lulang, they wouldn't be where they were today. Lulang, you don't look so good. Have you been too tired recently? After all, Feng Lin wasn't in the inner circle of the Hanlin Academy, so he wasn't particularly clear about Xiao Liulang's situation. Plus, everyone knew that they were close to Xiao Lulang, so naturally they wouldn't mention Xiao Lulang in front of them. Feng Lin only occasionally bumped into Ning Zuan in the restaurant and asked him a few questions. Xiao Lulang said, "Nothing. How's your study going?" At the mention of this, Feng Lin's attention was successfully diverted. He couldn't help but complain. I naively thought that after the imperial examinations, I wouldn't have to study anymore. At least I wouldn't have to write 8-legged essays anymore. I didn't expect that after I stopped writing 8-legged essays, so much history, arithmetic, agriculture, astronomy, the content was similar to the content of the Three Cauldrons, but there was a difference in progress and depth. After all, they were all preparatory officials of the imperial court. Naturally, the direction of their studies was different. Their goal was no longer the imperial examinations, but the path of an official and the benefits of the country and the people. It would be best if they could do practical things for the people. The current Hanlin Academy was stricter than the previous dynasty. It was said that they would go to the countryside. It was just that they didn't know when it would be the turn of the new batch. When Xiao Lulang got home, Gu Jiao had just returned from the medical center. She carried a small basket on her back, and her small hands were under the basket. She walked casually, and her aura was somewhat unapproachable. Xiao Lulang inexplicably felt that her walking was a bit arrogant and naughty. He didn't know if she sensed something, but Gu Jiao calmly turned her head around. She probably didn't expect that Xiao Lulang would be behind her. There was a little annoyance that couldn't be removed from her face. Her small eyebrows were also tightly knitted together. The only thing missing was a few words written on her face. Don't provoke me. Am very annoyed. When Gu Jiao saw Xiao Lulang, she changed her expression in a second and put on an obedient expression. If being obedient didn't work, then being gentle would do too. Gu Jiao widened her eyes and did her best to show off her S-grade acting skills. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xiao Lulang saw everything that should have been seen. Oh, so she was like this in private? Xiao Lulang seemed to have discovered a new continent. He was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh softly. His stomach that had been hungry for a day and a night, his mind that had been tired the whole night, and his tiredness that had been busy the whole day, all disappeared in the evening breeze at this moment. Gu Jiao grabbed the straps of the small basket with both hands. She lowered her head and kicked the small pebbles on the ground with the tip of her foot. Don't laugh. You'll see a foul. Give it to me. Xiao Lulang walked over with his walking stick. He wanted to take the small basket on her back. No need, it's not heavy, Gu Jiao said. The last time she refused to help him carry something was when they went to buy candied haws in Little Jing Kong. A familiar scene flashed through his mind. Xiao Yulong's expression changed slightly. His eyelashes trembled, and he slowly reached out to hold her small hand. His fingertips were so close that he could almost feel the heat on the back of her hand. Lulang is back. Jiao Jiao is back too. Auntie Lu suddenly walked out of her courtyard and looked at the two of them with a smile. Xiao Lulang quickly pulled back his hand that was about to touch Gu Jiao's fingertips. He greeted Auntie Lu without changing his expression. Auntie Lu? Gu Jiao looked at Auntie Lu with hidden bitterness. Auntie Lu felt a chill on her forehead. What's wrong with Jiaonyang today? She doesn't seem very happy. Auntie Lu hurriedly said to Xiao Lulang, Lulang, you hurry up and coax your wife. Is it because you didn't come back last night that you made her unhappy? Xiao Lulang couldn't help but smile. He tried his best to suppress the corners of his lips. It took him a lot of effort to keep a serious expression on his face. Last night, I went with the yamen to do my duty outside the city. He said this to Auntie Lu and also to Gu Jiao. Auntie Lu stood at the door and looked at the young couple lovingly. She had no intention of entering the house. Xiao Lulang was thin-skinned, old-fashioned and serious. There was no chance of holding her hand. Gu Jiao walked away with a face full of hidden bitterness. The two of them entered the house. Gu Chongqing and Gu Chengfeng were still there. It had rained last night, and the roof of Master Zhao's house had been damaged. He had originally planned to ask Gu Jiao to help fix it, but Gu Jiao had come to see him before the sun had risen. Master Zhao had come over again just now. After understanding the situation, Gu Chongqing went to fix the roof for him. Master Zhao leaned against the wall of his house and chuckled. Zhao Zhao's mother, is that your eldest son? He's quite capable. Gu Chongqing's hand that was reaching for the roof tile paused. He resisted the urge to turn around. Behind him came Madame Yao's voice that was as light as a breeze and as gentle as water. That's right. Dirty linen should not be aired in public. The relationship between Madame Yao and Gu Chongqing was not something that outsiders could talk about. Even though he understood that Yao Shi's yes was not truly acknowledging him, Gu Chongqing still let out a sigh of relief for no reason. On the other side, Gu Chengfeng was still fertilizing the vegetable garden. He was extremely conflicted and in pain. Little Jing Kong had some free time. He sat on a stool with Little Eight in his arms to supervise the work. While supervising, he stroked Little Eight's fur. He still did not give up on his wish to turn his bad brother-in-law into Little Eight. His master had said that if he was sincere it would work. Every day before he went to bed, he prayed to Buddha. He believed that there would be a day when Buddha would turn his bad brother-in-law into Little Eight and give it to him. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with longing. Ahung Xiao Lulang, who had just crossed the threshold. Xiao Lulang was not shocked by little Jing Kong for too long. After all, there was an even more shocking fertilizing master, Gu Chengfeng. Madame Yao asked Xiao Lulang about last night's situation. Was it tiring? Xiao Lulang avoided the topic and said, it wasn't tiring. I just tidied up the library and did some classification and document repairs. She told him to change his clothes and prepare to eat. She then said to little Jing Kong, go call the young master over to eat. Little Jing Kong put Little Eight down and pattered away. Madame Yao went next door to call Gu Chongqing. Come over to eat first, she said. She paused for a moment and seemed to realize that her invitation was not in line with her relationship with Gu Chongqing. She added, you fixed the roof for Master Zhao. If you don't fix it, you'll have to Jiao do it later. It turned out that she was thanking him for doing what Gu Jiao did. Okay. Gu Chongqing finished fixing the roof and replaced the last tile, then came down from the roof. Master Zhao brought some fruit and pickled vegetables over and thanked the two. The pickled vegetables were made by home, so Madame Yao accepted it. She had Master Zhao leave the fruit for Xiaobao to eat. Gu Chongqing watched her handle the neighborhood relationship with ease and could not help but think, if his mother was still alive, would she be like this? HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.hbqg.com Bikugo mobile reading website. mshbqg.com. Chapter 297. The next day, Xiao Lulang woke up early and went to Hanlin Academy. Hanlin Academy was very lively. From time to time, congratulations and laughter could be heard from another row of office rooms. Xiao Lulang didn't know what was going on at first. When Ning Xiuan arrived, he whispered to him that Yang Xiuzhu had been promoted. Yang Xiuzhu's promotion was no secret, but he heard that it would be at the end of the year. Do you know how he got promoted? Ning Xiuan asked. How did you get promoted? Xiao Lulang wasn't very interested in Yang Xiuzhu's story. He was just trying to satisfy Ning Xiuan's curiosity. Let's talk over there. Ning Xiuan pulled Xiao Lulang to the office room that was emitting the smell of ecstasy. Master Chun was transferred to the Ministry of Revenue early this morning, Ning Xiuan said. It wasn't rare for the 6 ministries of the imperial court to transfer people from Hanlin Academy. Moreover, Attendant Chun had been chosen by the Minister of Revenue early on, and was going to be transferred to work under him. It was because he was going to be transferred that the position of Attendant Chun became vacant, allowing Yang Xiuzhu to be promoted. Master Chun was supposed to be transferred after the new year. But things just happened to be so coincidental. I heard that your library has been organized extremely well, some of the restored books even obtaining Grand Secretary Yuan's favor. Xiao Lulang organized and restored most of the books in the library, but not all of them. Yang Xiuzhu and Royal Prince had also restored some of them. So Xiao Lulang and Shi Yi hadn't guessed that the restored books would be favored by Grand Secretary Yuan. Ning Xian was even more clueless. He was just lamenting that Yang Xiuzhu was too lucky. He wasn't a good person, so how did he have such a good career? Ning Xian sighed. Master Han praised Yang Xiuzhu greatly. No, I should call him Attendant Yang now, a 6th rank attendant. He used to be of the same rank as you, but now he's a level above you. Xiao Lulang said carelessly. It's not like I only found out today that he's going to be promoted. Didn't it matter whether he was promoted sooner or later? Attendant Yang was born as a noble scholar, and it took him 5 years to reach the position of Lord Attendant. For a noble scholar, this was considered fast. Xiao Lulang was different. He was the #1 scholar. As long as he didn't court disaster, his promotion speed would definitely be faster than the Jinshi of the same batch. Reading Attendant Yang's superiority over him was only temporary. Take a look at this. Ning Xian took out an inscription tablet from his chest. Xiao Lulang asked, "Why are you carrying this thing with you?" "No, I want you to take a look at its contents." Ning Xian handed the manuscript of the inscription to Xiao Lulang. "Does it look familiar?" Xiao Lulang said, "I wrote it." "What's wrong?" Ning Xian clicked his tongue and said, "Attendant Yang handed it in and said that I guided him for half a day and made him rewrite it 17 times. That's all your credit. Tell me the truth, did he guide you in a single word?" Xiao Lulang took the inscription tablet and casually placed it on the table. He said casually, "It's just an inscription tablet. You're really not angry?" Ning Xian didn't seem to believe him. "What's there to be angry about?" Xiao Lulang asked. "As long as you're not angry." Ning Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. This kind of thing is commonplace in the bureaucracy. Before you make it big, you don't have the right to speak. You're so young, but you're able to keep your composure. You're much better than I was when I was young. But Xiao Lulang, promise me, even if one day you climb over these people's heads, you won't become like them. Ning Xian was 30 years old. His appearance wasn't outstanding. His face was square and his skin was dark. But at this moment, he looked at Xiao Lulang with eyes that were bright and full of passion and conviction. It almost made one's eyes burn. Xiao Lulang looked at him steadily and nodded. Ning Xian showed a relieved smile. He patted Xiao Lulang on the shoulder and said with great ambition, "Don't think that I come from a humble background, have no background, and have no connections. Occasionally I dream that one day I will climb up. I don't need to climb too high. Becoming a 5th rank Hanlin Academy scholar is my lifelong dream." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, as if he wanted to force out all the contempt he had received along the way from his bones. "I'm thinking when I have that day when I'm in charge of the Hanlin Academy, I won't appoint people blindly for money, blindly for connections, blindly for people, blindly for people, blindly for people, blindly for people, and blindly for people to make trouble for me." After the rain, the weather in the capital was pleasant. After court, the officials left the palace in succession and headed to their respective yamens. Grand Tutor Zhuang also left the throne room and chatted with a few colleagues he had good relations with. There was nothing to report to the Empress Dowager today, so he planned to leave the palace. He had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by Grand Tutor Yuan. "Grand Tutor Zhuang." Grand Tutor Zhuang turned around with a bit of surprise. "Grand Tutor Yuan." Grand Tutor Yuan was the #1 official in the imperial cabinet, but the 2 secondary secretaries, the palace secretary, and the 3 imperial cabinet scholars were all Grand Tutor Zhuang's people. That was why it could be said that almost half of the imperial cabinet was under Grand Tutor Zhuang's control. However, the imperial cabinet still respected Grand Tutor Yuan, so his words still carried the greatest weight. However, Grand Tutor Yuan was getting on in years, and wouldn't be able to remain as Grand Tutor for many more years. One day, one of the secondary secretaries would take over his position. When that time came, that would be when Grand Tutor Zhuang completely seized control of the imperial cabinet. On the surface, Grand Tutor Zhuang never clashed with Grand Tutor Yuan, but the two of them never interacted much, so it was unknown why Grand Tutor Yuan stopped him today. Grand Tutor Yuan walked forward and looked towards Grand Tutor Zhuang with an amiable expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang's complexion has become better and better recently. Grand Tutor Zhuang said politely, "It's all thanks to you." Grand Tutor Yuan laughed. "Grand Tutor Zhuang is too polite." Grand Tutor Zhuang said bluntly, "Is there something Grand Tutor Yuan needs me for?" Grand Tutor Yuan said, "It isn't anything major. Yesterday I saw some of the ancient texts Hanlin Academy sent over. They were restored quite well. There were quite a few places that not even the great scholars of the imperial court could make a decision on, but Hanlin Academy filled them all in. I heard that Prince and also participated in the editing and restoration." Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "Is that so? I didn't inquire too much about ancient Jade's matters." He really didn't inquire about it. However, there were naturally people who reported it to him. The reason why he said this was to avoid arousing suspicion in front of Grand Tutor Yuan, to express that he didn't interfere with Hanlin Academy. Grand Tutor Yuan didn't mention Northern Yenode on its own, because last night, after burning the midnight oil to read the remaining texts, he discovered that its level of brilliance didn't lose out to Northern Yenode in the slightest. At his age, burning the midnight oil to read was already something from 30 years ago, yet he couldn't stop reading last night. Even though he didn't personally see the original ancient texts, most of this history could be verified from other ancient texts. In other words, in order to restore these ancient texts, one needed a vast amount of historical knowledge as a foundation. Moreover, there weren't any mistakes in the handwriting. Even if it was Grand Tutor Yuan himself, it was hard for him to guarantee that under that type of dry state, he wouldn't make a single mistake. Grand Tutor Yuan still didn't know that Xiao Lulang burned the midnight oil lamp to restore it. If he knew, it would be even more shocking. Grand Tutor Zhuang knew Prince N's whereabouts like the back of his hand, so he naturally knew that he had visited Moonnet Mountain's library. He believed that the reason Grand Tutor Yuan said this was because the ancient texts he obtained were indeed the ones Prince N restored. He understood his own grandson's strength well, so he didn't suspect that there was a misunderstanding. He laughed and said, "To be able to contribute a bit to Hanlin Academy, his years of studying weren't in vain. How is it just contributing a bit? It is a great contribution." Grand Tutor Yuan never lightly praised others. Even the young noble who reigned supreme in Radiant Capital didn't receive a single word of praise from him. "Grand Tutor Zhuang, you have a good grandson." Grand Tutor Zhuang was simply overwhelmed by the favor. This old picky ghost actually knew how to praise others? He suppressed the excitement at the bottom of his heart, cupping his hands. "Grand Tutor Yuan praises me too much." Grand Tutor Yuan released a laugh, asking, "I heard that Grand Tutor Zhuang's grandson still hasn't discussed marriage?" Grand Tutor Zhuang stared blankly. At the end of the 5th month, Hanlin Academy held an examination. Among the scholars, Feng Lin and Lin Qingya were respectively ranked 4th and 5th from the bottom, while Du Ruhan squeezed into the top 9. Grand Tutor Yuan's legitimate grandson, Yuan Yu, was originally ranked 1st in the scholar examination. This time he performed abnormally, falling to 5th place. The composers and editors didn't rank their results together with them. After all, the examination questions were different. Xiao Lulang was ranked 7th, Ningxion was ranked 6th, and first place was Prince, and Ningxion came to find Xiao Lulang, saying quietly, "That's impossible. I clearly made so many mistakes in my math. You didn't get a single question wrong. How could I possibly do better than you?" Math was the easiest to calculate marks in. Right was right, wrong was wrong, unlike the literary test questions, which were too subjective. Moreover, even in the literary test, Ningxion was definitely inferior to Xiao Lulang. Needless to say, it was obvious that Xiao Liulang's results had been deliberately suppressed. This kind of internal examination wasn't as strict as the imperial examination. If the imperial examination examinees weren't satisfied with the results, they could go to the yamen or the examination hall to flip through the examination papers. If they still weren't satisfied after reading, they could go to the yamen to complain. If the imperial examination was over, then so be it. They didn't have a chance to defend themselves. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.